Okay, President McCoy, the live stream is rolling. We could start the meeting.
Welcome everyone who is tuning in live, or perhaps you are watching later. I am Patty McCoy and I am the president of the school board. I'd like to welcome you to our meeting. The school board members, for the most part, are in the office. We are physically distanced and wearing masks to be safe. So I would like to have a roll call. If the members can introduce themselves, and we will be doing that in alphabetical order.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kate Borninski. Thank you for tuning in or for watching later. I am here in the board office with some of my fellow board members.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Doug Brooks. Thanks for coming out tonight and listening in.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Patrick Kehoe. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Lazarowitz.
Good evening. My name is Anupam Chuksidhu. Thanks for being here tonight.
Leonardo.
Good evening. My name is Leonardo Savage, and thank you for joining in tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Merritt, would you like to introduce yourself and your staff, please?
Good evening and welcome. I look forward to the time that I could say it's great to see everyone, but for now I'll say it's great to see everyone virtually for those that are not able to be here. I would like to begin by introducing my assistant, Ms. Diane Robertson. I want to thank her for just the continued support and making sure that she takes the minutes for people that are not able to be here with us at our meetings, and also for keeping all of us sane each and every day as we navigate this pandemic. I'd like to ask the remaining members of the staff present this evening to introduce themselves to you, beginning with Mr. Brandon.
Good evening, everyone. Nick Brandon, Executive Director of Communications and Marketing. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Debbie Piaz. I'm the Chief Finance and Operations Officer. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Liz Vartanian Gibbs, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kurt Tiskowitz, Executive Director of Student Services. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Evening, everyone. I'm Beth Rail, Chief Academic Officer. Thanks for being here virtually and for those who are watching us in the audience.
Good evening, Heather Fitzpatrick, President, Education Association. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you so much. We will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Member Sidhu was going to lead us, and the rest of us will just stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. I am now looking for a motion to for the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent agenda. It is action item 210914.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the agenda and approve of the consent agenda, action item 21-09-14.
Okay, I need a second. Second. Okay, it has been moved by Member Brooks and seconded by Member Sidhu for the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent agenda, action item 210914. oops, I'm sorry. I'm just. Ms. Merritt, will you take us through the agenda, please?
Yes, I will. This evening,
Thank
our
you.
agenda consists of human resources transactions since our last time together. We have new hires for your consideration. We have leaves and resignations, as well as tenure recommendations this evening for your consideration. Finally, we have the approval of the minutes from the regular meeting on September the 15th, 2020.
Okay, so we are going to need a roll call vote. Member Brooks?
Okay, first member Berninski,
Yes.
member Brooks, yes. Member Kehoe,
Yes.
member Lazarowitz,
Yes.
member McCoyne,
Yes.
member Savage,
Yes.
and member Sadoo.
Yes.
Okay, that passed 7-0. So we have adopted the agenda and approved with the consent agenda. Dr. Vartanian Gibbs, would you like to take us through the human resources?
Absolutely. I have the pleasure of introducing to you this evening the new media specialist at Plymouth High School. It is Rochelle Janeski. She's coming to us with 4 years of experience from North Carolina. She has a bachelor's degree from Central Michigan University and a master's degree from Wayne State University. So welcome, Rachel. We are glad to have you here on our team, and we know you will enjoy all of your experiences here in our school district.
Thank you.
Next, I have the honor to introduce you to Amelia Kirby. Amelia is here this evening. She is receiving tenure, so that means she has completed 5 years of successful service here in our district, and she is a teacher at Madonna University for our school district, servicing students with autism at our program at Madonna. So here's what Jocelyn has to say about Amelia Kirby. And Jocelyn Clark is our supervisor of special education services, and she is the one who is recommending Amelia Kirby for tenure this evening. Amelia is an outstanding teacher and a team member in our program for students with autism at Madonna University. She supports students in developing their skills to be employed and career ready. Amelia has worked with Madonna University to secure work and social experiences on campus. Additionally, she has connected with the Plymouth Canton community to secure work experiences and employment opportunities for our students. Our district is fortunate to have her as a member of our school community. Congratulations, Amelia, on receiving tenure in our district.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing your beautiful child to the meeting. Congratulations, Amelia.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are moving on to letter B, which is celebrating success, which is always one of the highlights of our evening. And we have brought it back for the first time since the pandemic started. So tonight I am going to be the presenter, and this is going to be given to Colleen Berry. It is an Extra Miler Award. Celebrating success this evening will honor Colleen Berry, the Nutrition Services Supervisor at Canton High School, for being named one of the outstanding educators honored by the Michigan Lottery's 2020-21 Excellence in Education Awards. This annual program recognizes educators who go above and beyond to make a difference in the lives of children. The awards were established in 2014 to recognize outstanding public school educators across the state during the school year. As part of the recognition, Colleen will receive a $1,500 cash prize plus a $500 grant dedicated to the Canton High School cafeteria. She is also now eligible to be selected to receive the lottery's prestigious Educator of the Year award, and receive a $10,000 cash prize. Colleen has also received a plaque and was featured during a news segment on the lottery's media partner stations, which includes WXYZ TV in Detroit. We would like to invite Kristen Hennessy, the district's Director of Nutritional Services, to say a few words about Colleen Berry. Ms. Hennessy?
Thank you. It's honored to be able to talk about Colleen. Colleen is one of those people that we call an unsung hero, and I'm so excited that she's been recognized by the Michigan Lottery. She was very nervous in going up there, but it's a well-deserved honor. And one of the things you need to know about Colleen is Colleen graduated from Plymouth Canton Community Schools. Her children all graduated from Plymouth Canton Community Schools. So her heart, and it's right on her chest there, is in Plymouth Canton Community Schools, and she gives it her heart. One of the things you need to know about Colleen is Colleen doesn't just make sure that our children are nutritionally fed, but she watches out for our children every day. And one of the things that is very special about her is she really is special to the kids at Canton. She seeks out those kids that maybe are lost or in need of hope or help. I can't tell you the number of times that Colleen has called me and said, I'm really concerned about this child. I'm going to go to this principal or I'm going to go to the counselor. And before we know it, it was something that the child needed someone just to take a moment and notice that that child needed someone to notice that they needed help. And it was Colleen. And Colleen, thank you. I don't know how many lives you've touched, but I remember the phone calls that you've made to me and you've reached out and done that. Not only that, but every single employee that I send over there, they never want to leave, which makes it a little tough because I always like people to promote out. So thank you for growing the team there and thank you for everything you do. This is so deserving, and just keep doing what you're doing. You are a hero and you're feeding them. Even today, you fed another 6,000 meals out of that Liberty today. And so thank you very much for what you're doing for us.
Thank you. So can I talk now?
Yes, feel free.
Okay. Well, I just want to say I am very honored and thankful to receive this recognition. I could have not done it without the support staff at Canton High School, along with our great food service team that we have there. Our nutrition ladies, we served over 20,000 meals last week, and I'm sure we exceeded that this week, I hope. I want to thank Kristen tremendously. She's supported me so much. Gina, Brenda, Joanne, Alyssa at the board office there for their continuing support. And I also want to thank Patty Russo. I know she's not at the board office anymore, but her encouragement for me to move up as a supervisor has always touched me. And I want to thank all the food service lunch ladies that take pride in our job serving our students. And finally, I wanted to special thank Diane Galante for nominating me for the Michigan Excellence Foundation. And we will continue to strive and serve in our community.
All right. Thank you so much. On behalf of the P-CCS Board of Education, it is my honor to present Colleen Berry with the Mary Beth Carroll Extra Miler Award. So she has already said a few words, but congratulations. Normally we would shake hands, but we're not doing that now. But congratulations. That is fantastic. Thank you for the commitment to our students.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are on letter C, which is board committee reports and action. The first thing is the president's report. So now that school is back in session, we have had some activities. The high school and the middle schools had their open houses. They were virtual. Some of our members who have children, of course, attended their their children's open houses. And some of the middle school teachers were kind enough to let Member Kehoe and I attend some of their sessions. And we really appreciate their willingness to let us into their virtual classroom. It was very interesting. I got a couple good ideas after going there. So it was very nice. I was very impressed, as always, with the level of teachers in the building. Also, the night of the middle school open house, the Michigan Association of School Boards, Region 8, held their virtual recognition night. Generally speaking, they have had a dinner, and that was scheduled back in April. And Kate Borninski was going to be honored at the dinner, but instead she was recognized at their virtual event. And so she has received a certified board member recognition, which means she completed 9 classes, 101 to 109. She completed all of those classes. And then she was also awarded the Award of Merit, which is level 2, meaning that in addition to the level 100 classes, she's also engaged in at least 45 more education credits. So that was very exciting to have a board member recognized there. It was very nice. Ms. Merritt and I also attended that virtually. So the next up, we have the Student Performances and Achievement Committee, and that is Kate Borninski.
Thank you, President McCoyne. The Student Performance and Achievement Committee met on Wednesday, September 16th. Unfortunately, I was the only board member in attendance. Mr. Savage and Mr. Lazarowitz are both on the committee, but they were unable to attend. And just a reminder to please let the chair know if you cannot attend any of the subcommittee meetings. At the meeting, we went over the summer learning programs presentation, which I believe is later tonight. So that was very interesting, and I think that all the board members will find it quite exciting. And we also went over part of the extended COVID-19 learning plan, the student schedules and academic expectations portion of that. So that was also very interesting, and I think that is also on the schedule for tonight. So that's about all we did at our meeting, other than also looking over our calendar. And our next meeting will be Wednesday, October 7th at 4 p.m. Everyone's invited.
Thank you so much. The next one is Policy Committee. That is my committee. We met tonight. We had a lively discussion, and we ended up having to, we have a hard stop on our meeting because we have a board meeting. So we tabled a few items, and we will get back to them again next month. Our next meeting is Tuesday, October 27th at 5:30. It will again be a Zoom meeting. Everyone is more than welcome to attend. And the last one we have is Finance and Operations with Patrick Kehoe.
Thank you. We met last Thursday, September 24th at 5 p.m. and we had a brief update on the state budget process, which is very favorable for us as a district. We had budgeted for a $650 per pupil reduction, and the state legislature, along with the governor, have worked it out so that our budget will remain flat with a special increase of, I believe it's $64 or $65 so per pupil. So that's a really, really great thing for our district going forward to help us, and it'll help us very much in this times of COVID to be able to manage the additional expenses that we'll be having in this process. In addition, we had a very long and lengthy conversation around the state of clean in our buildings, especially as we consider and prepare to bring students back into the process. We'll be having further parts of that conversation this evening as we go through that discussion. The nutshell is that our clean is not where it needs to be, but there are multiple tacks and multiple tracks to be able to bring that into compliance in order to allow us to bring students back into the buildings. Our next meeting is Thursday, October 8th at 5 p.m. It will also be a virtual meeting, and we welcome the community to attend.
All right, thank you very much. The next thing is we are on D, citizens' comments. I'm going to remind people that the requirements are that you give a first and last name, a correct email address, and we will only be reading one comment per person. There are several people who have submitted more than one. We will be reading the first one. That will be, I guess that is it. So, Member Kehoe?
Great. The first comment that we have is from Anne Marie Gertie, and I apologize if I mispronounced her name. The comment is, though I appreciate the efforts to start to bring students back into the school buildings, I strongly oppose the plan as presented at this time. In-person half-days are not in the best interest of our children nor the community whose taxpayer dollars support the district. I'm not naive and did not expect 5 full days back in person. I was hoping for 2. Our children deserve full days in person. You have given P-CCS families the option of virtual academy. We ask that you also give families the option of a proper face-to-face education for their students. As a former teacher, I believe in the value of public education and moved here specifically for the school district. I've been very positive and supportive of the district leadership and the Board of Education since the pandemic has started. I appreciate the very hard position you are in and understand that there are no perfect solutions. However, this half-day plan has really weighed on me and has made me question my positive attitude and support I have given this district. It breaks my heart to say this, but I am really starting to wish I would have sent my kids to a private or charter school. I'm starting to feel like I failed my kids as a parent by keeping them in the district, something I never thought I would feel being a member of the P-CCS community. End of comment.
All right, the next comment is by Brian Doty, and it is request, in order to help my family evaluate our options going forward, can you please detail what has changed in the health and safety data outlined below between April 13th and today that informs the current timeline or any other timeline for return to face-to-face instruction being contemplated by the board? In August, my family made the decision to choose the Safe Start option for the school year. We made this decision in reliance on the statement from the district that the district will begin to transition students back to in-person learning based on the evaluation of health and safety data, including COVID-19 transmission data in our local area, as well as guidance from the Wayne County Health Department and state guidance via the Michigan Safe Start Plan phases 1 to 6. Last week, the district published the COVID-19 preparedness and response plan updates, which stated, we will continue to be guided in all of our decision-making by the following multiple COVID-19 data points in our local and regional areas: weekly P-CCS local data, Wayne County Schools COVID-19 weekly report, COVID Act Now Wayne County data and metrics, Michigan.gov coronavirus statewide data portal. My understanding was that on August 31st, the board determined the health and safety data did not justify an in-person start of the school year, and in-person instruction would be phased in when that health and safety data justified doing so. In order to help my family evaluate our options going forward, can you please detail what has changed in the health and safety data outlined above between August 31st and today that informs the current timeline or any other timeline for return to face-to-face instruction being contemplated by the board? And that is the end of the comment.
This next comment is from Nikhail Gupta. Dear P-CCS Board of Education members, last week I received the email regarding school going back to face-to-face. I am really concerned and not happy with the decision as I still read and see all these cases in the area. I am not getting how the district came up with the idea to reopen the school building. I know I picked Safe Start, but the reason I picked Safe Start was I was told that before opening, the school board was going to look at the number of COVID cases and how things are. Every day I'm reading all these articles with increased number of cases, which are scary and alarming. I would like to know if I decide not to send my kids 3rd grade and 6th grade face-to-face, can I switch them to virtual? Please help. Thanks, Nikau Gupta. End of comment.
Okay, and this next comment is Katie Carlson. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. I ask the board to circle back and come up with a different plan, a plan that works for families in your community. The proposed plan does not take into account working families. I strongly oppose this plan. Do better. Ultimately, the board needs to reconsider and move towards a full day face-to-face learning as quickly as possible. For those families, staff who are not comfortable with the face-to-face, oh, this cut off. Hang on. For those families and staff who are not comfortable with the face-to-face learning, they should be encouraged to continue in the virtual academy. That was the whole reason it was set up. Although COVID-19 remains to be a strong fear for many and a true risk for some, a small subset of the population, our children do not fall into the latter category. If the board can step back and look at the data, our children are not at a high risk. The real risk is keeping them locked up at home and the negative social, emotional, and academic effect that this will have on them. Those risks are much greater than sending them to school. For this, I ask you to question yourselves. When is the right time to send them back? The current environment is not sustainable and it is detrimental to everyone. So let's get them back in. The CDC and WHO have both recommended face-to-face learning. The districts surrounding P-CCS have a decent plan to move their kids back to face-to-face learning. Private charter schools have successfully executed face-to-face learning. Infection rates in schools are low. Mortality is next to nil for this age group. Why is P-CCS not doing the same? End of comment.
Our next comment is from Christopher Merritt. The comment is, I have 2 daughters participating in the Safe Start remote learning at Workman, and I'm opposed to the proposed hybrid model. It was my understanding that the Safe Start plan was approved by the board because the data at the time concerning COVID-19 transmission rates showed that in-person learning was not safe. The expectation that the board would continue to rely on the data before approving any return to in-person learning was an important reason that we chose Safe Start over the virtual academy. I understand the desire to return to in-person learning, but I have seen nothing in the new plan or my own research to suggest that the current transmission rates are materially better than they were the last time the board considered the issue. I hope that the board exercises caution and continues to rely on data, especially as we enter flu season, before approving any return to in-person learning. Furthermore, for all the increased risks currently presented with in-person learning, the proposed hybrid plan seems to provide very little benefit in exchange for these risks. My girls will get very little in-person instruction time, and that they will actually get less overall instruction time compared to the current plan. It will also be very difficult for our family to adapt to the schedule as proposed. My strong preference would be to stay with remote learning, which I expect to continue to improve as teachers and students get more time, spend more time with it until it's safe to go back to in-person learning full time. Thank you. End of comment.
Okay, the next comment was a duplicate, and so I will be moving on to the next comment, which is from Elise McNulty. And it says, I would like to voice my concerns about the proposed half-day hybrid plan. As a household with 2 parents who work outside the home, there is no way we can accommodate this plan due to the need to be available midday for transportation, as well as finding a childcare situation that would be available for partial days. Our current situation is not. I suspect many other families may very well be in the same sort of situation. I am also concerned about the additional stress this may cause for students who will be bouncing around throughout the day, as well as additional strain this will put on our already overwhelmed teachers. As parents, teachers, and a community, we are already struggling to make plans and decisions that are not only in the best interest of the health and safety, but also in the best education and support for our children. Additional stress and chaos in our days while children are bouncing back and forth to school and remote learning only seems more detrimental at this point. I fully support a return to face-to-face learning as soon as it is safe and reasonable to do so. I recognize it is not possible to accommodate every single household's unique needs. However, we do need to work together to come up with a plan that would be a good fit for the majority, and this does not seem like that plan. I know many other working parents feel the same. I urge you to reconsider the current proposed plan. Perhaps a hybrid plan similar to other schools where half the children in a class will attend a full day of in-person learning 2 days a week. The other half attends on 2 different full days, while the other days remaining virtual would be something more feasible and accommodating. Thank you for taking the time to consider my concerns. And that is the end of that.
Next comment is from Rachel Bovary. Please do not vote yes on the 4 half-day hybrid model. Every other district that I know of is doing the 2 full day in school, 2 day virtual hybrid model, which I feel to be the best alternative to full-time face-to-face learning. I have 3 children in your district. I'm blessed to be able to stay home with our kids as a homemaker. However, I'm still one more example of why this model works for nobody. My eldest 3 children's father and his wife live in Plymouth, and we have chosen to put the kids in school there because it is a strong district. But my husband and I live in Wixom, and it is a long commute. My husband and I also have a 14-month-old daughter. Commuting the half-hour drive to our children's school 4 times a week with a 1-year-old for a 2.5-hour learning session is a huge burden for myself, our baby, and I hope most importantly to the board. Our 3 kids at Isbister. While our situation is somewhat unusual, I'm sure there are others in our position. I truly cannot comprehend how the 4 half-day model makes sense for anyone. End of comment.
The next comment is from Melissa Mahood, and it is, as a mother of a struggling 3rd grader and kindergartner, I feel that these children desperately need to go back to school full-time. Districts in the surrounding communities that have been in school for 3 and 4 weeks now have proven that children can safely return to school. I understand that school will look different, but I feel the need for face-to-face instruction far outweighs the fears of the pandemic. My children are struggling daily and my ability to work has been affected. The current plan being suggested is not in the best interest of our children or any working family. Please consider a different option. And that is the end of the comment.
Our next comment is from Savannah Helseth. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. As a nanny, it's hard juggling between the different age groups and their homework. But now you want me to have to juggle lunches, driving/bus pickups and drop-offs, and then also schooling them with no the help the other half of the day. I'm sorry, but this isn't easy to do as a nanny, let alone for parents. Please reevaluate your plan. End of comment.
This next comment is from Heather Fitzpatrick, and it says, Septembers are always exhausting, but ask any teacher, it's nothing they'd ever give up. The excitement of a new group of kids, a fresh start for everyone, those former students coming back just to say hi and reconnecting with colleagues, Septembers hold a special magic that is hard to match. But this year has been very different. We all know it's a year like no other, and that's nothing any of us can control. But within this unique start, there are still things with which we could use your help. With 1 week before school started, teachers had to learn a whole new system to deliver their entire curriculum. We still need more training, and the regular aspects of our job haven't changed, including other professional development needs that are important, but it's near impossible to fit it all in. Ongoing cleaning issues add an extra layer of stress to this year's work environment because the health and safety of our students and members depends on our buildings being clean. This is a work in progress, and we continue to work very collaboratively with the district to resolve this issue. But until it's fully resolved, it's a simple reality of what is adding to the stress of this year. Teachers are feeling overwhelmed by all of this, as I'm sure parents, students, and everyone connected to education is. I think most would agree that a teacher's job is never easy, but this year has brought this to a whole new level of difficulty. Most of us feel like we are barely able to keep our heads above water. We want to recognize that we know everyone is doing their best at this time to provide what's best for the students in our district. The amount of work being done by everyone in P-CCS is stunning. While no one is an expert on how to run a school during a pandemic, as a district and a board, please remember to continue to listen to our teachers, hear their concerns, and recognize they're the experts. They're the reason people come to the district. They're champions for their students. They're an essential part of our district, and we need to remember to take care of them and to hear them too. Thank you for your time. End of comment.
Next comment is from Shauna Lukowitz. The proposed plan that has been sent out for voting is not going to work, and here is why. Families where both parents are working away from the home will not be able to pick up their children in the middle of the day 4 days a week, or drop them off for the PM session. Or drop them off for the PM session. You'll be putting families in a position where they will have to find care for their children, which may fall on relatives like grandparents. You may also be forcing families to pay for daycare that they cannot afford this extra expense, which if the children can go to daycare, then they can go to school. Families that have parents working from home may not be able to leave 4 days a week during their work hours meetings to pick up their children. We need to go back to school. Other schools have been back, daycares have been in session for months, and the kids need to be face-to-face. If we need to do hybrid to ease back into normal schedules, then you cannot do half days. If you will not allow them to go back full-time, then a 2-day-a-week hybrid will work best for families. It'll be easier to manage having kids to go to school for 2 whole days than 4 half days. I'm also a teacher in another district, and I'm well aware of the stress and the workload that is being put on the teachers. That's why going back to school face-to-face is the best option. Why not have all the kids go back Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, with Wednesday off for deep cleaning? That way teachers are not doing double or triple the work with live teaching and recording themselves for the virtual days. Teachers should not be expected to work at night recording their asynchronous lessons to use during the week. Please consider the working families in this community. If you pass the Safe Start hybrid with half days, you're going to cause a tremendous amount of hardship on these families and students. End of comment.
Okay, this next comment is Alyssa Parkinson. In the original Safe Start plan, it was mentioned that the early elementary students and students with IEPs would be returning to face-to-face first. In the current Safe Start plan, there is no mention of a return plan for students with IEPs, all grades. What is the plan for return of students with IEPs? What is the Safe Start plan for students at the secondary level? Thank you. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Clinton Michael. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. I ask the board and administration to circle back and come up with a different plan that works for families in the community. This needs to be done immediately in a transparent fashion, contra the board's actions to date. The proposed plan does not take into account working families, families with younger or older children, also in virtual school, or families who do not have the flexibility that the half-day hybrid model would require. I have pondered the proposed half-day plan since it was announced. I cannot come up with a single rationale for why anyone would recommend it or think that it's a good idea for students or parents. Given the board and the administration's actions and lack of transparency to date, I believe the plan was conceived in bad faith. Simply, the board and administration have union and political agendas where they do not want to reopen. So after a period of silence, when other school boards have been updating their constituents, the board announces a plan that they know is unworkable and has no merits. I strongly oppose this plan. Ultimately, the board needs to reconsider and move towards a full day face-to-face learning as quickly as possible. Family staff who are uncomfortable with returning have already had the option to enroll in virtual academy. Their opinions, which are based on fear, not facts, should not impact return to school. For anyone who elected to stay in the return to school plan who are not comfortable with face-to-face learning, they should be encouraged to transition to the virtual academy or allowed to have their children participate via Zoom. COVID-19 causes fear in many. The fear is not data-based or rational. COVID-19 poses a true risk for an extremely small subset of the population. Healthy children are not at risk. The experiment has been conducted worldwide ad nauseum, yet some minimal amount of cases have been tied to reopen schools. I'm sorry, yes, minimal amount of cases have been tied to reopen schools. However, hospitalization or deaths have not occurred, and the data shows that children are not strong carriers of the disease. When contact tracing has been enacted, only approximately 1 to 2% of COVID cases have been tied back to reopen schools. If the board can step back and look at the data, our children are not at a high risk. The real risk is keeping them locked up at home and the negative social, physical, emotional, and academic negative effects that will have on them. Those risks are much greater than sending them to school. Suicides in children and mental illness is skyrocketing. At-home abuse cases are going unreported. Children are suffering. The current environment is not sustainable and is detrimental to everyone. Get our kids back in school. The data is clear. If you're keeping our children out of school, you're intentionally harming them. The CDC and WHO and APA have all recommended face-to-face learning. Districts surrounding P-CCS have decent plans to move their kids back to face-to-face learning. The district should look at Livonia's plan. Private/charter schools have successfully executed face-to-face learning. Infection rates in our schools are low. Mortality is next to nil for this age group. Why is P-CCS doing this
Treasurer
thing?
Kehoe, I apologize
Yes.
for interrupting. We've hit the 3-minute limit on that comment.
No problem.
Okay, the next comment is Stacy Subka, and it is, I strongly oppose the hybrid learning option presented. Though we appreciate the effort to start to bring students back into the school buildings, in-person half days are not in the best interest of our children. They deserve full days in person. Your community is against this plan. You have given P-CCS families the option of virtual academy. We ask that you also give families the option of a proper face-to-face education for their students. That is the end of comment. And I do want to mention that the next comment is a duplicate. Patrick, we can't hear you through the.
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. This next comment is from Penny Carbone. I would like to see a plan for when CTE students can go back in the classroom. These students worked hard to find room in their schedules to take these hands-on courses. Instructions cannot be provided remotely. Students must have access to the equipment, resources, and environment that can only be provided on site. There has been no plan that has been released to the public. You cannot do culinary and restaurant operations solely from a Chromebook. I urge the board to find a way to get our high school students in these sorts of courses back on site as soon as possible and for as many hours as safe to meet the guidelines for safety. End of comment.
The next comment is Dave Subka. I strongly oppose the hybrid learning option presented, though we appreciate the effort to start to bring students back into the school buildings. In-person half days are not in the best interest of our children. They deserve full days in person. Your community is against this plan. You have given P-CCS families the option of virtual academy. We ask that you also give families the option of a proper face-to-face education for their students. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Andrea Baddix. I thought the virtual start to school year was the worst case scenario and was looking forward to the first week of October for my first and third grader to return to school. Finding out on Friday that it would be half days starting the third week in October was a scenario I hadn't considered and is actually worse than the current virtual learning. Working parents aren't being considered at all. The children want to be back in school for full days. This plan does not work for so many families and should be reconsidered. End of comment.
This next comment is Lana Juarez. I strongly oppose the proposed hybrid half-day plan because it's not a feasible solution for my family and many other families. This plan is not conducive to our children's education or well-being, and it stands to hurt many already struggling parents. I remain hopeful our school board will reject this hybrid half-day plan and configure a new plan, one better suited to the needs of the children. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Jenna Dunlap. Are excused/unexcused absences being added to the school year? My daughter has missed several days of virtual learning due to her siblings' doctor's appointments. If they were in school full-time face-to-face, this wouldn't be an issue. End of comment.
The next comment is from Chuck Baddix. We want and expect the district to reopen full days, full-time. The current hybrid plan is unacceptable. End of comment.
This next comment is from Molly Reeser. I strongly oppose the proposed half-day for reentry plan. If adopted, we will have no choice but to leave the district. The consequences your plan poses to working parents' mental health and emotional well-being must be considered. Give us the option to go all virtual or all in person, and we'll be forced to find another school that will. End of comment.
This next comment is Mark Dabbs. The 7-day case average has not been as high as it was today since early May. The number of active cases in our state is considerably higher than when the hybrid plan was rejected by district leadership and when the board prevented face-to-face learning in August. You are being guided by science and the best interest of those who don't have a seat at the table. And yet, tonight's agenda is putting kids back to school in a face-to-face hybrid setting. Please, those of you with a voice in this meeting, do everyone in this community a favor. If you say you support what's best for kids and best for teachers and still advocate for a hybrid plan tonight, resign tomorrow. You and your ignorance will not be missed. End of comment.
This next comment is from Renee Tarpum. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. I would like the board to discuss and aggressively move forward with a plan that returns our children to full day face-to-face learning as quickly as possible. Reducing their synchronous time with their teachers is the worst thing you could do for the elementary learners. As of now, my second graders class can handle about 15 minutes of asynchronous time, and that is with the teacher. That's with their teacher. They're watching them on Zoom and encouraging them to stay on task. If you do not move forward with a plan to put students in full days, face-to-face with their teachers, their education will continue to stall. The plan that P-CCS came out with in the spring essentially halted my children's education. I'm a working parent, I'm not a teacher, and they don't respond to my efforts to guide them through their subjects. The CDC data on children in the COVID-19 does not support this upheaval of their education. If a family feels differently, they should choose the virtual academy. Districts immediately surrounding P-CCS are putting elementary students back full-time, full days. P-CCS should do the same. Spend time and effort putting mitigation strategies in place to address cases if they occur, rather than time and effort figuring how to shuffle the kids in and out of schools for less than half days. My elementary students need full-time synchronous learning, and if P-CCS cannot provide it, despite the fact that Livonia, Brighton, and countless other local public districts, charters, private, and parochial schools can, I will have to look elsewhere to continue their education. While the teachers themselves have been outstanding, virtual learning is not the same caliber as in-person instruction. End of comment.
This next comment is from Kristen Roberts. Dear P-CCS Board of Education, I am a first-time parent for an elementary school-aged child. My oldest son, Jack, is a kindergartner at Smith Elementary. My youngest, David, is in the 3-year-old program in person at Gallimore through P-CCS. My son, Jack, has absolutely loved school since he started the 3-year-old program at Canton High School. He never woke up complaining of not wanting to go to school. He would rush to get us out the door so he could go. With an elementary school bus stop at our house, he has dreamed of getting on to go to the school bus to go to the big kids' school. Kindergarten is a huge milestone for children. They learn to read, to work on their handwriting, and more importantly, they learn to interact and make what could be lifelong friends. At this point, he doesn't know any of his classmates and often feels left out. He has been acting out, and when David started 3-year-old preschool on September 17th in person, it broke him even further. He cried most of the day because his little brother was able to go to school and he had to do his on a tablet. My 5-year-old started off loving school actually said he did not like school. This broke me. This is what we feared would happen if school was 100% virtual. This is unacceptable. Looking at a screen all day is not school and is detrimental to children's social and emotional growth. P-CCS is supposed to be one of the top districts in Michigan. Why are parents having to beg you to help our children learn? I urge you to please think of the children most need to be in school. Give your eager to learn students options so their parents can help them to decide which option, whether it be in person or virtual, would work best for them. You have had since March when schools closed to start coming up with a plan and contingencies to those plans. You need to be transparent with all parents. If you have truly been working at anything, because at this point, it doesn't look like anything was truly considered other than virtual, and something was thrown together quickly at the start of the year to try to get parents off your back. The P-CCS parents, and most importantly, students, are counting on you to get our students back in the class so they do not fall behind. And that is the end of the comment.
This next comment is from Shelley J. I am saddened by the community members who feel a social life is more important than an actual life. I'm fearful for our children and staff members. Districts need to put safety first. Our children and staff are depending on the board to keep all safe. I've had many sleepless nights worrying about how the death of a student and teacher will be handled when it could have easily been prevented. End of comment.
This next comment is from Nicole P. Why do you feel 2.5 hours is enough time for K-5? How do you expect working parents, single parents, and two-parent families to be able to accommodate these schedules? This schedule not only puts an already stressful and heavy load on parents, but working parents, teachers, and daycares. 2 full days and 3 virtual days would be a much more feasible option of keeping kids virtual until the end of October and then bring them back full time. End of comment.
This next comment is from Julia Duvall. Parents, especially those who are working and those working outside the home, will have many sacrifices to make in order to figure out how to get their children to and from school on these half days. This seems like an insurmountable feat, especially when we're working outside of the immediate community. Many of our children are completing their virtual classes in a childcare situation. These childcare facilities often cannot support a hybrid model. They cannot get children back and forth to school, and they cannot hold a place for a child that won't be there full time. Even for children taking part in a pod within the community, this poses problems if they have children who are on opposite schedules or from different buildings. Families are dealing with a hard choice. Do I leave my job so I can send my child back to school for a few hours each day? Another problem arises when students are going back by grade level. How do we make sure one child is getting back and forth to school while making sure the other doesn't miss the work that they're supposed to be doing virtually? My children will be going back 2 weeks apart and to 2 separate elementary buildings. Will they even be on the same half-day schedule when they are both face-to-face? My other concerns is how much teaching is really being done during the 2.5 hours of school. As a teacher, I know that by the time students get to school, eat, and get settled, there's a little time to switch to settled. There is little time to actually teach before it is time to get packed up and go home for a half day. On a half day. Between the limited time in a face-to-face classroom and the cut in the amount of virtual synchronous teaching, students will be missing even more instructional time. This plan also puts more on the shoulders of the teachers. They will need to be in 2 different places at once in order to provide instruction for students who are at home and in school. Teachers are spread very thin, and will not be able to provide the same quality of teaching. This is not for lack of effort on their part. I'm not opposed to a hybrid model, but this is not the plan for P-CCS. It is not a plan that makes sense for the community. Parents of kindergartner at Hoban and a 3rd grader at Gallimore. End of comment.
Comment is from Amanda Smith. Thank you in the attempt to get our children back to school. However, with all the options available, I don't understand the logistics of how this plan was constructed. Please explain. If we're concerned about contracting COVID, you would think less exposure would be better. With this new plan, we are having 2 groups of kids come the same 4 days a week versus the option most districts are choosing with hybrid of coming 2 full days on opposite days of the other group, which would be less exposure. If we are worried about children learning, how did you come up with the fact that 2.5 hours a day is best to achieve things like welcoming kids, washing hands, take attendance, morning announcements? Explain the schedule for the day, brain breaks, teaching, and observing. If the children are comprehending what was taught, versus having 6 hours to achieve these same tasks? Lastly, how is this plan the best way for teachers, parents, and children to manage this new way of learning? The teachers are doing an amazing but still struggle with the technology and links and Zoom working, and now they will have to manage 2 classes a day. For the parents, they will still need to have help with virtual learning every day like they do now. And let me tell you, if they didn't have our help, kids, along with the teachers, would be lost. I have noticed that the teacher's view is much different from the student's view, which creates huge issues that wouldn't be solved if we weren't there to let the teachers know. This new plan to get the kids back is extremely disappointed, not to mention embarrassing. Your team has had 6 months to come up with a plan. A neighboring district has had a plan in place for the teachers' kids to come to school every day and has extended day team do the virtual learning. They check the kids in every morning. They wear masks all day. They keep 6 feet of distance. They eat lunch. They go outside on recesses with no cases, and the plan is working perfect. Now, why can't we do this with our kids? I desperately want my kids back in school, but this plan presented will be troublesome to children, teachers, and parents. And that is the end of.
This next comment is from Jen and Matt Mirza. Hello, after hearing of the return to learn plan the district has laid out, I have to say I'm nothing but Sorry about that. After hearing of the return to learn plan the district has laid out, I have to say I'm nothing but angry, frustrated, confused, and frankly disappointed. There is nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, about this plan that makes any sense. I've always supported this district and bragged about my kids going here. We saved for 15 years to buy our dream home and are now on waiting list for other schools as we're looking to pull our kids from the district. For what's supposed to be a nationally acclaimed school district, this is nothing less than embarrassing. I'm a teacher. I get there is no easy fix for this and there is no right answer. We have a unique district to deal with. However, surrounding districts that have very similar in structure have come up with some amazing, safe, and strategic plans to get all their students back, LPS being one of them. The fact that you're not looking at all K-12 is absurd. Why can't 6th and 9th grade start when K1 does? Why can't 7th grade come back when 4th grade does? I would also like to know why you are only considering a half day. What kind of an education is that? You told our community that this was a safe start and that we would be back face to face. That means all of us. My 8th grader cries almost every day, not for missing her friends. She, like most kids, are hanging out with them every day. She's upset because she is missing school. You have deemed sports teams okay, but classrooms unsafe. This is hypocritical. There's absolutely no data in our cities right now to support any part of this plan. Look at what Livonia did last night. The district has already lost my respect. You will soon be losing my funding from the state if you choose not to get our students back in school. Stop hiding behind fear and do your job. My daughters deserve better than this. Jen and Matt Mirza. End of comment.
This next comment is from Sarah Ott. As a mother of a struggling 2nd grader, I feel these children desperately need to go back to school full time. Districts in the surrounding communities that have been in school for 3 to 4 weeks now have proven that children can safely return to school. I understand that school will look different, but I feel the need for face-to-face interaction far outweighs the fears of the pandemic. My children are struggling daily and my ability to work has been affected. The current plan being suggested is not in the best interest of our children or any working family. Please consider a different option. End of comment.
This next comment is from Martha Smith. I strongly oppose the proposed hybrid plan. This plan would be a nightmare for many and provide even more instability for the students. Young children will spend much of the 2.5 hours transitioning, washing hands, and being redirected. Children will miss on social engagement such as lunch and recess, which is critical for social and emotional development. Families will again have to realign their day for the added drop-off and pickup times. Additionally, families with students at different schools will have to drop off, pick up one student while simultaneously monitoring another student on virtual school. But more concerning than any of the previously stated issues is the trust that will be lost if the proposed hybrid plan is approved. Trust is not something that can be won back easily, and so it is imperative that the school board and district proceed cautiously with whatever plan is approved or not approved. End of comment.
This next comment is from Raluca Agorga. I strongly oppose the proposed half-day plan. The proposed plan will give us no choice but to leave the district. The consequences your plan poses to working parents, mental health, and emotional well-being must be considered. Give us the option to go in person full days, or we will be forced to find another school that will. End of comment.
Next comment is from Ann Monroe. I respectfully ask the board to reconsider the decision to bring students back face-to-face at this time. The district assured parents who chose Safe Start option that students would not be brought back until a strict set of metrics were met. Not only have those metrics not been laid out, they certainly have not been met. COVID cases are not falling, but rather are steadily increasing and will continue to do so as we move further into the fall. Parents trusted the district to keep kids safe and keep them virtual until a safe return could be ensured. I'm not willing to risk my child's life and may be forced to pull my child out of P-CCS to keep her safe. Follow the science, keep students safe, keep student virtual. End of comment.
This next comment is from Ed and Marianne Ty. Dear school board members, when our family had to make the decision in August to either join Safe Start or Virtual Academy, we wanted to keep our 3 kids in the same program, the IB program, middle school advanced math, and the talented and gifted program. To keep the sense of community, some level of certainty for our kids' mental health, and access to the quality education P-CCS that attracted us to move to the community 13 years ago. Layered on top of this, we have a higher risk situation in our household that can be exacerbated by an illness such as COVID. Our tag child was able to be in the virtual academy, have a teacher from his home school, and we were assured that he would not lose his spot in tag. This made our choice easy. Currently, we are pleased with the P-CCS Virtual Academy. Our son is being challenged appropriately, thriving with this new platform and building positive relationships with his teacher and classmates. The decision for our middle schooler and high schooler was much more difficult, considering we didn't know the metrics the P-CCS administration was planning to use to decide whether or not to start bringing kids back for in-person learning. We had to make assumptions because the deadline was before the metrics were provided and any policy was established. Our assumption was the schools wouldn't bring students back until metrics such as cases per 100,000, infection rate, and positive test rate from a site like https covid.gov that was just provided to parents a few days ago on 9/25 were low and in the green for 2 weeks before beginning a phase-in. If things continue to remain low, then we would continue the phase-in, or if things started to get worse, then P-CCS would keep the students and teachers' health as the priority and not continue the phase-in or go back to remote if needed. With that in mind, during the time we had to make the decision, the Virtual Academy did not provide the same programs as in Safe Start. We felt we were basically being forced in one direction due to the lack of opportunities in the middle and high school Virtual Academy. We decided Safe Start was really our only choice and assumed P-CCS would not allow kids into school unless the data showed the counties feeding into P-CCS schools were all at low levels over a sustained time and there was no community spread. Now that P-CCS is announcing phasing in while there is still community spread is concerning, especially for family with higher risk situations. Just because families chose Safe Start does not mean everyone has the same risk profile for COVID. For the remainder of the semester and next semester, we have the following recommendations. We request P-CCS and the school board list the exact data points that will go into the decision making to start, continue, pause, or reverse phasing in. Without this transparency, it is hard to trust our kids, teachers, and families will be safe. Unfortunately, COVID has been politicized all over our country, and we want to make sure P-CCS is making decisions on facts rather than political or public pressure to
President
open
McCoy,
too
I
quickly.
apologize for interrupting. That is the 3-minute limit for that comment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our next comment is from Sarah Flynn. I'm concerned that the U of M epidemiologist who previously advised the board about the safety of any return to school does not appear to be on your agenda tonight. She gave an accurate presentation of the local cases and the risks to students and staff. How can you make a decision about a safe start when you don't have anyone with any expertise in infectious diseases to advise you? On the day you voted for a remote start, there were 796 new cases in Michigan. Today, there were 898. What scientific metric is being used to determine that it's now safer than it was in August? Numerous experts have said that they expect cases to climb as the weather turns colder and people are forced to spend more time indoors. While the hybrid model would allow for fewer students to be in the classroom, there will still be too many to place them 6 feet apart, and there is nothing magic about 6 feet. Some virus particles do travel further and hang in the air for a period of time. The cleaning plan that was presented at the last meeting called for the classroom bathrooms to be cleaned every 4 hours. This means every student in the class will have used that bathroom at least once or twice. Anyone who doesn't think that children will take off their mask as soon as they enter the bathroom has never met a child. Would you be comfortable using that bathroom? Would you be comfortable with your older family members using that bathroom? There are germs our students, those are the germs our students will be bringing home. Many parents chose the Safe Start option because of the district's decision not to guarantee that a student who enrolled in virtual academy would have a spot in their home school when they chose to return. But Safe Start implies that the students and staff will be reasonably safe. Nothing has been presented to the parents to prove that this is now the case. End of comment.
This next comment is from Warren Boyle. There are serious issues with cleanliness in the buildings and it is being ignored. Good custodians are being forced to work alone and they are not able to keep up with the cleaning requirements of the Safe Start roadmap. For example, touch points every 4 hours, 360 machines nightly in every classroom and every building, general cleaning. The job of cleaning the buildings is grossly understaffed. GRBS does not have the manpower to keep P-CCS students and staff safe. Some school staff no longer feel comfortable submitting information on the GRBS provided spreadsheets because of how GRBS has addressed their staff members. GRBS has yet to provide staffing information to each school as the spreadsheet they provide includes. No matter how hard they work, 1 or 2 people per building cannot meet the requirements put forth by the governor with the staff levels GRBS has. This has been a consistent issue with GRBS for as long as I have been a P-CCS teacher. We are in the 4th week of school and some buildings only have 1 day person and no night people. This is unacceptable. As a board, you must address this issue. No one else is. We cannot have kids back if we cannot keep the basic cleaning, let alone trying to follow the Safe Start roadmap. End of comment.
This next comment is from Kathy Rokakis. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Good evening. As a parent and teacher in the district, I have so many emotions about returning students to the classroom. As a parent, I understand that kids want to get back to what is normal. Sorry. As a parent, I understand that kids want to get back to what is normal and to see their friends and teachers. As a teacher, I miss seeing my students and interacting with them as I normally do. As a parent, I see kids having to adjust to school in a new way, and as a teacher, I can tell you that I'm working harder than ever in trying to keep up with all the new materials, programs, and systems. All of this is overwhelming. I am more overwhelmed, however, when I see that we are starting to send children back to the classroom when the local COVID rates are on the rise. On August 4th, after compelling scientific explanations from Dr. Summers, the board voted to begin the year remotely. It was agreed that the metrics should determine when it was safe to return to the classroom. Shortly thereafter, administration started announcing that students would begin returning at the beginning of October. This timeline had nothing to do with metrics of safety and everything to do with politics and wishful thinking. While the daily Michigan COVID rates varied, the number of new cases on August 4th was 664. Today, the number was 898. On a continuum where 1 is the least and 6 is the highest weekly COVID cases, Michigan is at a 5. And we do not live in a bubble as our families continue to travel to other areas with even higher numbers. One of my students is currently with her family in Florida at Disney World, and another is a large family wedding in Illinois. In addition, we've seen a number of schools which have started teaching face-to-face, only to have students and families infected by COVID and have to return to remote learning. This is only projected to get worse as we enter cold and flu season and is very disruptive to students, teachers, and families. I'm begging the board to think about what they voted for in August and to continue to keep our students and community safer by allowing them to follow the original plan of remaining remote until the metrics are in place showing a decline of the virus. Remote teaching and learning is difficult. Believe me, I know, but the goal should be to protect the lives of our community members, not knowingly putting them in harm's way. Thank you. End of comment.
This next comment is from Lindsay Markham. I strongly oppose the plan as presented. It does not meet the needs of the students, parents, or teachers. Not only does it sound like a logistical nightmare for parents, students will actually have less access to their teachers daily. After months of planning, I find it disappointing that middle and high school students would not have an immediate plan to return as well. Their education and mental health is at stake too. I am sensitive to some families not wishing to return to school yet. For them, virtual should be an option. You will never please everyone, but trying to create elaborate and complicated plans does nothing but further parents' frustrations, overextend teachers, and hurt our children's mental and emotional health. Keep it simple, P-CCS, in school or virtual. You polled parents time to listen to the results. My house is not full of laughter and fun. My house is silent every day as my son sits at his computer. The teachers are great and do their best, but it is no substitute for being in school. My middle schooler deserves to be back in school. He deserves to have that sparkle return to his eye and his love of learning return. Please don't fail our son, P-CCS. And that is the end of that comment.
This next comment is from Dawn Blayart. As an RN that deals with COVID on a regular basis, I feel it's still not the right time to return face-to-face. The cases are still rising. It's spreading through college campuses, and my elementary school child should not be a P-CCS guinea pig. Maybe the older kids should start back first because they will keep a mask on, they will sneeze in their elbow, and they don't have playtime. Your teachers can't get near my elementary child to help them get the right paper to take a glue stick cap off, etc. It will cause more stress for these young children. Think of their well-being when making your decision. Thank you. End of comment.
This next comment is from Kim Reed. Please consider a plan for middle school. My 8th grade student is not the same kid. He needs in-person school. Thank you. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Patricia McConaughey. As positive cases are identified in the schools, will the administration be informing the public? I have heard that there have been buildings with positive cases before any children are there. I would like to understand the science that has changed, that has made it necessary to put kids back in the buildings. I hope in the spirit of transparency to the entire community, any cases are publicly published. Obviously not the names, but which schools have positive COVID cases. I certainly understand that there are parents who need childcare in order to work, but the hateful comments on social media about teachers being lazy and having 6 months off are so unfair. I wish the Board of Education and the administration of the P-CCS would stand up for these teachers. You will lose your wonderful educators. Who needs this abuse? I sure wouldn't stick around to be abused as they are being abused by parents and this administration daily. End of comment.
This next comment is from Kathleen Cross. Why isn't the 2 full-day hybrid being considered versus a complicated half-day model? A 2 full-day hybrid would be a more consistent approach for transition for younger students' schedule and teachers that has already been created. Additionally, once the students are in school for the day, it will help them focus versus having to alter their schedule multiple times a day or week. End of comment.
Sorry about that. Our next comment is from Adriana Chitaro. Dear School Board and Mrs. Merritt, I strongly oppose the half-day hybrid proposal for elementary school. This plan provides roughly 9 hours of in-person instruction time per week with arrival and dismissal. How will the rest of instruction be accounted so that our children are getting a quality education? Our children deserve better and P-CCS can do better. Busing all these students for morning classes and afternoon classes would be a logistical nightmare. How can they possibly get 2 groups of children on time every day to and from school twice a day? It also makes me wonder if they're doing 4 runs a day, how will the middle school and high school get to school? What is the plan for middle and high schoolers? My sixth grader and other students deserve answers. Despite the amazing work and effort of Pioneer's teachers, virtual is not conducive to learning or creating healthy social interactions. Studies show that excessive screen time is proven to damage youth health such as depression, increased mental concerns, loneliness, low motivation, falling behind academically, lack of appropriate social skills, etc. These are the real risks to our children that can cause long-term damage. Stakeholders have been patient, written numerous letters, and wanted answers for in-person instruction. It fell on deaf ears. You have provided us with no answers while neighboring districts are planning and moving forward to in-person. P-CCS is failing our students. I have always been a huge public school supporter, but during the time I have contacted charter and private schools. You have taken our choices away, and the only choice for in-person instruction is to go elsewhere. I know many families who have opted to pull their children out of P-CCS and who are extremely happy with their choices. My fear is this will continue to happen. The Michigan Return to School Roadmap states that in phase 4, schools can open in person with protocols. Children ages 18 and under are not at risk of passing from COVID per CDC website. P-CCS can open safely just as other districts are and or are moving towards. Thank you for your time. Adriana Chitaro. End of comment.
The next comment is from Suman Desaraju. I strongly oppose the proposed plan to bring students back to school for half days full time. The proposed plan will give us no choice but to leave the district. The consequences your plan poses to working parents, mental health, and emotional well-being must be considered. Give us the option to go all virtual or all in person, or we'll be forced to find another school that will. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Christopher Voss. These last couple weeks with online school have been both rewarding and challenging. My siblings have been adjusting well, but not without difficulty. I've been amazed by how well the teachers have responded and how they have worked so hard to make this as comfortable as possible for students. But as a community, I think we can agree we need to safely return our at-risk students back to school as soon as possible. Emphasis on safely. The longer we wait, the more these students fall behind. I hope that we can find a way to make this work for all parties, teachers, students, and parents. We must unify as a district and work to have success during this difficult time. Thank you to all that have been working tirelessly to make this work. End of comment.
The next comment is from Meg Abraham. As a family with 2 essential workers, logistics and healthcare with 2 kids at opposite ends of elementary, and elderly grandparents with comorbidities that we rely on for childcare support, virtual is definitely a challenge. We know we are not alone, but also that everyone has their own set of challenges across the district at this time, and that all of us wish desperately that things could be safe and in person for our kids. However, I need hard facts on what has changed since the beginning of the school in terms of the virus. I need to know that this choice is not just movement because we as parents are tired with virtual, or because this time frame was thrown out in the beginning. We chose a safe start knowing that this would be hard and with the hope things would be kept consistent and with the least disruptive for our children, families, and staff as possible. We anticipate flexibility needed, but with purpose and based on health data. The current proposal and timing worries me greatly. The president of our health system presented a Zoom town hall very recently asking that we prepare ourselves for the very likely possibility of another wave as people move indoors, flu season kicks in, and our bed availability decreases as we are regularly full capacity currently. While the initial panic that we saw in Southeast Michigan in regards to this virus may have lessened, the cases have not. They have been spread out in areas versus the high clusters we originally saw. But this is not over. While I don't expect us to say virtual until it is gone by any means, there are many elements with the weather season change in the upcoming weeks that can greatly increase risk for our staff and students, and pushing this timeline now is concerning. What concerns me as well as a mother and nurse is what data informed this decision and what the threshold for pivoting back to virtual will be. What symptoms are going to dictate COVID test for a child specific? Examples would be helpful. If my child with allergies then catches a cold, is awaiting test results, or has COVID and is learning from home, are they only then getting the asynchronous instruction at that time? How many cases per student as a percentage of those who are in person moves us back? Lastly, as my first career was a teacher, I understand the appeal of 2 hours in person, 4 days a week from the education aspect. However, have you secured staff to clean between sessions? What is your staff's input on this? Have they been consulted? The logic of this setup are overwhelming as well. Coordinating this without our current support, simply put, is an even bigger ask than the adjustments we have already made and sacrificed for. We love this district and we believe in our teachers and staff. We need consistency for our kids. We all do. This timing seems more of an arbitrary date being followed versus a truly safe, informed start. Please share with me if this is otherwise. And that is the end of the comment. And I believe the next one is a duplicate. Okay.
So this next comment is Jamie Cohen. As a working parent of a 4th grade student, I beg of you to consider face-to-face learning in school ASAP, not for convenience or lack of consideration to the current pandemic, but because virtual learning is in our household ineffective. Instead of her looking forward to going to school and watching her learn, grow, and flourish, we're seeing tears of frustration on a daily basis and significant amounts of time being wasted. She's being robbed of her public education. You claim we have a say in our children's education, yet you continue to ignore the overwhelming cry for a rational face-to-face school day. 4 half days a week are simply not functional for the majority of families in this district. End of comment.
Okay, this next comment is from Jen Palmater. Hello, I am the parent of a 5th grade student. I am disappointed in the district and their decision to not follow through on past promises. It is not safe for our children to be in classrooms that will not allow for proper social distancing. My daughter will have 13 children in a classroom that can only hold 8 students and follow CDC guidelines for social distancing. This is unacceptable. We were told by the superintendent that when we went back to face-to-face instruction, we would adhere to the 6-foot guidelines. If the social distancing guidelines promised by the district aren't given, we should be given the opportunity to choose full virtual for our students when and if this plan gets adopted. My daughter will go from almost all-day instruction and classroom time to at best 10 hours per week with a teacher. How is this plan giving our children a better learning opportunity? They will lose out on more instruction time with this plan. End of comment.
Our next comment here is from Judy Westra. I just wanted to say that our high school students are doing better than expected in the Safe Start remote learning mode. Of course, they'd rather be in school, but they're adapting well and seem to be learning as expected. I know the half face-to-face and half day remote schedule will be difficult for some families, and I hope the district has plans to help working families. But all in all, I believe that allowing the elementary to go in, even if only 1 half day to start, while allowing secondary to stay remote is a reasonable plan given the situation. Thank you to all the teachers and staff that are going above and beyond in this crazy year. End of comment.
This next comment is from Sylvia German. The new plan that was proposed for the half-day hybrid program is very difficult for any parent that has multiple children and still trying to maintain their work schedule. At least 2 full days would make much more of an effect on the children and allow parents to try and maintain their work life. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Megan New. I'm having a hard time seeing how the proposed elementary plan will work for the majority of families in the district. Many of the parents in the district have to work and have childcare set up. Many childcare facilities do not have transportation to make it possible for children to get to and from school. For these parents who are not able to manage the schedule, will you allow them to re-elect for their children to be in virtual only? Busing will now be doubled, and will there be enough time to clean the buses before more students need to be picked up? I understand the benefit of limited mask wearing and not eating meals at school, but will there be enough time to allow for rooms and all surfaces to be cleaned properly between AM and PM classes? And who will get the priority to have their children in the AM classes without other children being in the classroom right before them? How will teachers be able to manage all of these students now? This plan sounds very rushed, and it seems like many issues are not being taken into consideration. End of comment.
This next comment is from Lauren Flanagan. Thank you first and foremost to the teachers of this district who have worked tirelessly for our kids. You deserve far more credit and recognition than you are getting. I would like to strongly encourage the board to approve a plan that brings our elementary students for full days, whether it be 2, 4, or a full 5 days a week. Full days of instruction will serve our community, our teachers, our parents, and most importantly, our students best. Thank you sincerely for your continued work. It is appreciated immensely. End of comment.
This next comment is blank. It's from Katie Dreps. If she submits another comment, we will read it. I will read the next comment after that. This next comment is from Stephanie Moyowski. Many schools that have sent students back in person are now shutting down. It may be for a day or a week. It is unknown and inconsistent. With the kids doing virtual, we are at least safe. The parents can make a daily consistent plan, and teacher knows the methods in which they are teaching. My son's teacher has done an amazing job with the circumstances. Yes, kids need socialization, but they aren't going to get that in the constraints that we have to have with face-to-face right now. Please keep them home, safe, and their schedule is consistent. That is what they need right now. End of comment.
This next comment is from Lauren Slater. This proposed half-day hybrid plan is going to increase inconsistent learning for the children as well as logistical issues for parents and guardians. There is no way any type of actual learning can occur in such a short amount of time, especially when there will be extra time involved for educators to monitor COVID guidelines with the children. That being said, it makes much more sense to separate children by alphabet and allow them full days with the instructors to ensure less interrupted learning and ample time for students and staff to adjust to the health and safety procedures on a daily basis. End of comment.
This next comment is from Ryan Shitaro. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. I implore the board to discuss and aggressively move forward with a plan that returns our children to full day face-to-face learning as quickly as possible. I understand and am thoroughly sympathetic to the fact that there will be some families who are contending with heightened risk factors and will want to have the choice to learn virtually. I'm confident that our district can extend this option to those families, much like we're seeing in school districts across the country with enormous success. 2020 has been a difficult year. When COVID-19 initially surfaced, there was a great deal of uncertainty. The virus was spreading quickly, hospitals were concerned about capacity, treatment procedures were relatively unknown, and the virus was front and center on most people's minds. Nearly everyone understands that it was reasonable to take a step back and to do what we could to help slow the spread, despite knowing that these measures would bring unintended adverse consequences with them. Things have changed dramatically since then. Hospitals are nearly devoid of active cases, effective treatments have been identified, morbidity rates have plummeted, and we've learned about what factors put someone at risk. There's empirical evidence that children and nearly every even healthy relative adult are more likely to be struck by lightning than they are to die from the virus. If someone chooses to not go outside due to that risk, I respect their choice. That said, it is a 100% chance that most children will suffer from at least some academic, emotional, social, or intellectual drawbacks as a result of this isolation, many with extremely harmful and lasting consequences. If now isn't the right time to start bringing children back to school, when is? There will continue to be an ambient level of cases for years to come. The CDC and WHO have clearly stated the importance of face-to-face learning to our children. It is time we as a district recognize that and move forward. End of comment.
This next comment is from Roy Romeo. What is the plan for substitutes? I'm tired of my daughters checking in with a counselor and being released in the AM sessions and never having to check in those days in the PM session, or worse, a teacher just not showing up. Most days there is work, but not always. When they have had work, there is no one to ask questions to because the teachers have not been available. I'm sure there are some amazing substitutes available, and while they might not be experts on an assignment, they would at least be able to help my daughter instead of them feeling like no one cares, or I can keep Zoom open so students can assist each other. Why have there been no subs to cover these classes? I know other comments have come in about substitutes, but never gave it a second thought until this past week. I'm tired of my daughters being frustrated. I'm tired of them being released early. I'm tired of a lack of support from any human for hours in the day. Something needs to be done to have qualified substitutes on campus every day so my daughters and all the students of P-CCS know that they have someone to help them. I am now a firm believer in the support of substitutes and was appalled at the daily rate these individuals are paid. $90 a day is a joke. Maybe this poor pay is why my daughters have suffered. Find coverage for the classes, pay these individuals more as they don't have any training in the platforms, probably don't have access to everything there are to support their children in their education. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Heather Seifert. I would really like to see full days. Half the kids could go Monday and Tuesday and the other half Thursday and Friday with Wednesdays at home and online for everyone. It seems like there would be less It seems like there would be less cross-contamination that way, less exposure. End of comment.
This next comment is from Matthew McNulty. What are the options for families who opted for Safe Start but do not feel safe at this point returning to school? Is the virtual academy an option? What does that process look like? End of comment.
Our next comment is from Jessica Thomi. Thank you for everyone's hard work and diligence in putting together a plan for students to return to school. While I'm grateful that there's a plan to review, I was hoping to see a plan that involved full days instead of halves. For many working families, planning multiple half days a week and coordinating care is far more challenging for half days than it is for full days. Further, students who are randomly placed in certain halves of the day may be at a disadvantage if the other cohort is their more successful time, or when they have more at-home support, etc. Will there be opportunity to request or change cohorts, acknowledging that smaller class sizes are ideal for limiting COVID contact? How are classes going to be cleaned between cohort groups each day? I hope a full day plan can be explored. Thank you again for all your work and effort so far. This is no easy task. End of comment.
This next comment is from Crystal Haley. I strongly oppose your plan for a hybrid model. This plan is awful for working parents and horrible to only allow 10 hours of in-person instruction to our children. Our kids need to be in school full-time in person. Please let us parents have the choice to send our kids in person full days. Do not strip us parents of the choice to choose what is best for our kids' families or deny them from learning in person full days. Surrounding districts and charter schools are sending kids in person full days with no outbreaks of COVID. There is no reason P-CCS cannot do the same. Also, I'm a parent of a middle schooler in the district, and to not yet know what the plan is for middle school is unacceptable. There is absolutely no reason that a plan for our middle school kids should not be included along with elementary. This plan is a disservice to our children and to our community. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Christine Beekes. To the board, I do not support the proposed elementary plan that involves 4 half days of learning and 1 full asynchronous day of learning. I believe elementary students are resilient and will be able to attend full days of school. Other neighboring public school districts have been able to successfully implement elementary schedules that include full days of learning. Some are able to go 5 days a week, others 4, others 2. I believe P-CCS can do the same. I have 2 elementary age children who are managing the virtual learning at this time, but want to return to their home school in Canton. My husband and I are both educators in Wayne County Public School Districts and have been deemed as essential workers. We are not able to taxi our children throughout the day to their education. This plan of 4 half days at the elementary level is not realistic or manageable for working families or single parent homes. This schedule will place a burden on many families in the community. How is this beneficial for our students? I do not know how you can assure families that the classrooms will be sanitized properly in between AM and PM classes. It would make far more sense to have half the students in class Mondays and Tuesdays, followed by a deep clean day, and then the other half of students attend on Thursdays and Fridays. I urge P-CCS to follow the lead of other districts who are making this happen safely for students and staff. P-CCS is disappointingly behind on this and is hurting our students. Many families are looking to leave the district because of the lack of planning and preparation by the district, as well as the poor options presented to the community this week. Sadly, I have begun searching elsewhere as well. Please listen to the community, the parents, and the students whom you represent. Please go back to the drawing board and develop a plan that will work for working families and single-parent homes. There is enough time between now and October 19th to develop a better plan. End of comment.
This next comment is from Carrie Giles. Who or what team is responsible for the selection of the new 4th grade Envision math curriculum? What was the vetting process? What training was given to teachers to understand and properly teach and modify this program for children with IEPs? The reason I ask this is because the new curriculum is garbage. Please enjoy a sample question from the 4th grade Unit 1 review. Dallas-Fort Worth is a busy airport. The map shows several flight distances from Dallas-Fort Worth to several cities. Leah conjectured that the flight distance from Dallas-Fort Worth to Istanbul is the same as the flight from Dallas-Fort Worth to Beijing when distances are rounded to the nearest 1,000. Use this information to answer the following question. Describe at least one way you could construct an argument justifying Leah's conjecture. Choose the correct answer below. The answer is failure, crying, frustration. Surely the person or team responsible for this can answer this easily. I'm sure P-CCS spent a fair amount of money on this curriculum. For that, we deserve an answer. I want names, I want accountability, and I want those that selected this and the supervising team to take this review and publish their results. Good luck. I hope it's graded on an aggressive curve. This is an absolute gross mismanagement of P-CCS funds, educator, and student time. End of comment.
This next comment is from Scott Thomas. Coach never gave in to public pressure. He did what was right for his team. Do the right thing for all of us. Do not give to the loud public pressure. Please follow the science. End of comment.
This next comment is from Valerie Pratt. My son's high school world history class has 65 students in it. I am very concerned about class sizes being ignored in a virtual environment. First, this is freshman history, not college. There should not be a class of this size. Second, how is this going to translate in face-to-face? There is no way to fit this class in even hybrid environment safely in school unless you are teaching in the auditorium. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Nick Ducka. With all the nearby districts going back to school with full days face-to-face, why aren't we doing the same? Is there an increased risk in Plymouth Canton? End of comment.
This next comment is from Kathy Engel. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for your time. I'd like to keep this short, sweet, and stick to the facts of the matter. As a concerned grandparent, I hope that you consider the number of new cases reported in Michigan over the past few weeks when you make a decision on an educational scheduling plan in the short term. We had approximately 900 new cases yesterday and the day before in our state. The greater Detroit area continues to lead the state in new cases. We live in and around the greater Detroit area. Other schools are considering moving back to face-to-face instruction because they have the ability to safeguard their employees and students. That's fantastic for them. They didn't privatize their cleaning staff and still have maintained an investment in upkeeping their buildings. Staff members and students have continued to present evidence that the schools are not being cleaned appropriately in the best of times, let alone when the cleanliness will determine whether or not people get seriously sick. There is evidence of dead rodents being left in the schools, rodent defecation, and what appears to be human waste left smeared on lavatory walls, stalls, dust, dirt, and debris in high traffic areas, inadequate ventilation, lack of transparency on any hazard assessments that may or may not have been done. Promises that things will get better, cleaner are frequently given and are met with more evidence that the cleaning jobs are just not being done. We must also take into consideration that face-to-face instruction would absolutely not be the same way it was before COVID. Interactive projects, group work, socialization, and movement between classes would have to be reinvented to keep kids safe, which will be difficult to implement given that it will restrict student behavior. The proposed hybrid model is not the best of both worlds. It is the worst of both in that it provides all the possibility for cross-contamination and half of the instructional time. Hybrid scheduling will be an absolute mess with regards to transportation for students, the sanitation requirements to safely administer the transportation of students, scheduling for childcare for parents of students and our educators, and the necessity to double the instructional planning of teachers, students in class, and those working asynchronously. It is simply safer, more cost-effective, and efficient to maintain remote learning until we have a more clear path to success. Take hazard assessment recommendations based on actual tests done on our campuses, have proof that proper cleanliness is being initiated and then maintained, and can ensure an equitable plan for students and educators. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Dr. Nick Reeser. I strongly oppose your half-day reentry plan. As households with parents that both work outside of the home, your plan would be impossible for us. It is disappointing to see a recommendation that assumes such tremendous privilege. Give families the option to go all in person or all virtual, or will be forced to leave the district. End of comment.
This comment is from Amanda McMahon. It is time to make decisions which impact the community as a whole. Did you know New York Public Schools returned to full-time school for elementary today? On Friday, their high schools reopen. Yet we are being told by many that even half a class for 1/3 of a day is too much. I believe in our teachers and I believe they're doing their best, but our kids deserve the best teachers in person. The kids are together for sports and play dates. It is time they're together for their education. We need a solid plan to re-engage in-person learning at all levels. Those who remain afraid or are high risk were given the opportunity to sign up for online. Those of us who didn't sign up for online are ready for the safe start in person and for all core classes and any hands-on classes. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Michelle and Andy Colzavari. As parents of P-CCS students, we anxiously await the return to face-to-face schooling for all of our children. We are happy to see a plan for the gradual return to school for our 2 elementary students and think that half days are a good way to start. We are grateful to our children's teachers at Salem, East, and Smith. They are all doing a great job. Virtual schooling is going okay for us now, and we'll be happy for our kindergartner and 3rd grader to go into the classroom and look forward to a plan for our middle schooler and high schooler. We're grateful to the committee for developing a plan and request that the school board members vote to approve the committee's recommendation. End of comment.
This next comment is Meredith Angelinas. Knowing how imperative it is to return kids to face-to-face learning, this schedule is not conducive not only for the kids, but for the parents as it pertains to inefficiency of productive class work time and the inability for a majority of parents to accommodate this schedule if you have a job. Why is there no other plan being submitted to the board? Also, I feel P-CCS is dropping the ball regarding the community as a whole, as there is yet to be a plan for all children in the district. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Megan Farina. As a mother of a kindergartner at Hulsing, I have to say that we have been struggling, and my son is now stating that he hates school. And this isn't what he was promised when we told him he could go to school. I have never seen my son so shut down from learning and emotionally unavailable. He started to have angry outbursts he's never had before. The 2.5 hour, while not an ideal solution, is some form of a solution. We would much prefer 4 full days with Wednesday fully virtual. The kindergartners already have doors to the outside in some buildings, and bathrooms and sink in their rooms would eliminate the need for them to use the halls. In my opinion, a staggered entry and exit would help the kids stay distant from other groups, especially since in elementary school, those students are moving from class to class the way middle or high schoolers would. No matter the decision, I'm happy that I have some option for my son for school. However, virtual school, I feel, is injuring his love of learning instead of fostering that love the way in-person learning would be. End of comment.
This next comment is from Katie Hall. I appreciate all that is being done to help our kids have a successful school year. While I applaud the eagerness to bring kids back into classrooms, 2.5 hours, 4 days a week is not the way to do this. There is no way to juggle the schedule, as most households have 2 working parents. If we are returning kids to the classroom, this hybrid model will not be successful and result in more trauma for these kids. From a safety perspective, I'm curious to hear how the rooms will be appropriately disinfected between cohorts of students. Teachers should not be responsible for cleaning their own classrooms, and I'm not sure how feasible it is to clean the entire school in 90 minutes. All in all, this is really disappointing proposal, and there are no winners if this is approved. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Michael Wheaton. My young children are in private school where they get their essential face-to-face learning while P-CCS is on a trajectory that will make this community a laughingstock of Metro Detroit and may harm our property values. Half days are the worst. At the very least, do full day hybrid for all grades. Then make a plan for full-time face-to-face learning. Heed the experience of other European countries where they found that the virus dead ends in school kids. Use God-given immune systems to our advantage. Hospitalizations in this state are the lowest in months. We need to get out of the state of fear. If union politics is a factor, that has to be pushed back against. At the very least, follow the examples of large school districts that are implementing full-day hybrid. End of comment.
This next comment is from Jerry Calvetti. Kids need to be in school 2 days, 3 days, but 2.5 hours is causing anxiety for kids, parents, and teachers. Just clean between the groups on Wednesdays. End of comment.
This next comment is from Ann Luke. For households without a stay-at-home parent to manage this proposed schedule, having your child in class 4 days a week for just 2.5 hours seems like a nightmare to try and manage. The 2 hours max of instruction they're going to receive does not seem worth the hassle and burden this will cause for parents. Many of us are trying to manage working full-time from home or elsewhere, and also need to take care of other children who won't be on this schedule. For those of us uncomfortable with sending our children on the bus, getting them to and from school for such a short period of time is really problematic. Additionally, who's going to clean and sanitize all the desks, chairs, and classrooms in between the morning and afternoon classes? Please consider a different schedule that offers 2 full days a week instead. One group could go on Mondays and Tuesdays, Wednesdays could be used for cleaning, and the other group could go on Thursdays and Fridays. End of comment.
This next comment is from Laura Wack. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. It is counterproductive. We should be moving toward full days of enrollment, especially given this method is what we as a nation have always stood behind, and it is working today in other neighboring districts as well as across the United States. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Dylan Duvall. My name is Dylan Duvall, and I have 2 children in P-CCS elementary schools, one in kindergarten at Hoban and the other in 3rd grade in the TAG program at Gallimore. I am neutral about returning students to in-person learning at this time. I recognize there are both pros and cons of doing so. However, I do not believe the half-day cohort grouping is the best model of return for students and their families for the following reasons. 1, for families like mine where both parents have returned to work, sending students back to school for 4 half days means they will have to arrange for different forms of childcare for each of those days and a full day Wednesday. This is expensive and nearly impossible to accomplish on the short notice that will necessarily be given before our youngest starts on October 12th. That is only 2 weeks away, and we haven't even been notified when our children will be attending morning or afternoon. We, like many families in the district, do not have a family that can help because they're either unavailable or high risk. 2, as we have seen on half days in our normal school year, the amount of learning that can be accomplished in a 2.5-hour window is limited at best, a problem which becomes exaggerated the younger the student. The benefits of returning to in-person learning quickly become outweighed by the risks of doing so when the proposed model is used. 3, the risk and scope of an outbreak increases when 2 sets of students occupy the same space in the same day, whether it's buses or classrooms rushing to clean the space the students occupy so the second group can use the same facility seems like an overly complicated and less safe plan. Each of these reasons can be addressed by implementing a hybrid model wherein each cohort of students would attend in-person learning 2 full days a week, with Wednesdays still being utilized for thorough cleaning of the facilities. This type of model would reduce the child care problem by allowing us to continue with distance learning the same way we do now for 3 days a week and handle the school days like we do every year. It would increase the quality of in-person learning by allowing the students and teachers the continuity of a full day, both when in person and virtually. Finally, it would reduce the opportunity of transmission by eliminating 4 in-transit periods and by making it unnecessary for students to occupy the same facilities, common areas, classrooms, restrooms, buses, etc., on the same day. I will close by thanking the board, administration, teachers, and staff of P-CCS. While I do not agree with the proposed plan, I've never been left with doubt that everyone is trying to do what is in the best interest of our children and community. Thank you for your commitment. End of comments.
This next comment is from Nicole Tilley. First, I would like to say thank you to the task force and Board of Education regarding the amount of time and effort that you have all made to ensure our children's safety. I have 3 elementary students, all within kindergarten to 2nd grade. I do like the phased-in approach to each classroom and the number of children that will be in school at one time. I was concerned about kindergarten-age children during lunchtime not wearing face masks, and would they stay 6 feet apart. Therefore, the half-day phase-in is a great start with any concerns pertaining to lunch and getting the younger students accustomed to wearing a face mask for an extended period of time. The proposed half-day schedules, AM or PM, with a random draw. Will families with multiple students all be assigned the same learning cohort times, AM or PM, regardless of grade level? As 2 working parents, if all children of the same family can be assigned to either AM or PM, this will assist in coordination of school needs and work responsibilities. If we are going back in person for half days, why is Wednesday an all virtual school day and not included as a half day? End of comment.
Our next comment is from Lois Schneid. Getting the back to school schedules before this meeting was confusing. I appreciate it, but sending out a plan before approval makes no sense. I thought this meeting was to approve a plan, or does the board not need to approve it? After talking with my son's 2nd grade teacher, she doesn't even know about the schedule, and getting text on Friday is how she found out. Teachers should know before parents. She is concerned about the school getting clean because she has been eating in her classroom and doesn't notice the table getting cleaned. She is told to put complaints in a spreadsheet, but has no idea where that goes or who is responsible. I'm concerned about our principal's ability to communicate effectively. Also, the teacher brought up a good concern. How are we going to handle the influx of kids coming out of virtual academy and into the classroom? She is concerned about going from 21 to 27 kids overnight, which would be from 10 kids in person to 13 for each in-person segment. Does the plan in October account for these students for spacing apart as well? How far in advance do virtual academy parents have to notify the district about their plan to return their students? She's also still concerned about going face-to-face in October with cases still very high. How are teachers supposed to help the parents if the teachers are left in the dark? End of comment.
This next comment is from Rave Sista. I strongly oppose the proposed return to school plan. As a school of choice and both parents working family, 4 times a week, half days will not work for us. Either change them to 2 full days a week or implement this plan effective next trimester so that we can switch between Safe Start and Virtual Academy. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Michelle Nelson. I strongly oppose the proposed partial day hybrid plan. I also cannot believe the lack of communication for our middle schools and high schools. The CDC and WHO have expressed the importance of face-to-face learning for our children. Now is the time that we as a district recognize this fact and move forward quickly. I'm requesting the board to aggressively move forward with opening all schools back up to 5 full days of face-to-face learning by this coming Monday, October 5th, 2020. Too much time has already passed. Our children have already suffered enough socially, academically, and have emotionally distressed as a result of this isolation of not going to school in person. You have the opportunity to be the solution, not continuing this ongoing problem for our children. We're counting on you, this team here today, to open all of our schools back up immediately. Thank you. End of comment.
This next comment is from Laura Laidlin. We have 2 parents working full-time in our house, but we are fortunate enough that both of our companies are still working from home full-time. This new hybrid plan would be okay for our family now, but I know parents working outside the home, it is not feasible. Most families will have to figure out a daycare or other help, which in the end leads to the kids and families being exposed to more people than they were before. We did not choose Virtual Academy because we thought our first grader would struggle, but she is actually doing very well. Props to the amazing teachers making this work way better than expected. Can there be a way to temporarily reopen registration for Virtual Academy? However, the return to school plan ends up being approved for those families where this new plan doesn't work, or if families found they prefer staying home after all. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Jackie Rutherford. I strongly oppose a hybrid model that only offers elementary students 8 to 9 hours a week of live instructional time in the classroom. Our district navigated away from half-day instruction 8 years ago for many legitimate reasons. To move back to that archaic model is an absolute disservice to our students. Students want, and more importantly, deserve to receive an in-person education. Look at the districts all around us making progress in getting kids back to school. They're doing it, and we can too. I understand that the wheels of progress move slow in P-CCS, but we cannot be dead last in getting our children back in the classroom for reasonable lengths of time. People will continue to look elsewhere if our children's educational needs cannot be met within this district. End of comment.
This comment is from Chad Irvin. I have a 4th and 8th grader at Miller and Discovery. We are a school of choice, so we drive our children to school every day. That is our choice, but either my wife or I would have to not work or be able to do a drop off and pick up for the half day 4 days a week. This would be almost impossible for us. We would prefer all day in school, even if it was only 2 or 3 days a week to begin. Though we personally believe there has been a decent amount of evidence with precautions that a full-time return to the classroom should be an option. If the hybrid schedule is chosen, will there be an option to switch to the virtual academy for the remainder of the semester? Thank you. End of comment.
Next comment is Laura Hoff. It would be greatly appreciated if the return to school proposed plan could be reevaluated. I have little to no resources to drop off and 2 hours later pick back up again. My daughter needs to be back in the classroom with her peers. I would appreciate if a possible schedule could be Monday and Tuesday full day, Wednesday off, Thursday and Friday the second half of our group comes in. It would leave for Wednesday full day of cleaning, not so much stress on the teachers to have to clean and get their lunch in between classes. There are multiple school districts who have gone back full time. The parents who want their kids back in school more than 2.5 hours, 4 days a week will understand the consequences of those choices. I can't possibly do my job and a full-time teacher as well. This option is ridiculous. I would have chosen full virtual school if this had been brought to the table at the beginning of all this. It was explained to everyone that a hybrid would not work for PCS, but here we are. Thank you. End of comment.
This comment is from Jason Bank. I have 2 high school students. Teachers are doing their best, but there are many technical issues relating to instruction, and students are experiencing technical issues and stresses every day. This additional stress from virtual school should be a factor that the board considers, and another reason to get students back in the classroom as soon as possible. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Bessie Johnson. Looking at the return to school plan, there is no mention of middle school or high school. Why have these not been included? If we are looking at the timing of the morning and afternoon sessions, it would appear that the buses would not have time to Clorox 360 between the routes as stated in previous meetings. However, both high school and middle school to be dropped off and picked up at the same time, or is high school going back at the crack of crazy start time? There's only 5 minutes between each class at the high school level now. This is not possible as students are back on campus. It would appear that with this schedule, student schedules will currently have to be changed again. High school never should have started later, as that was the routine that had been established. It would have been better to stick with instead of letting students adapt to an 8 a.m. start, and now the crack of crazy will disrupt them even more. Figure out a whole district plan to keep everyone safe on a schedule that can be stuck with before creating a half butter plan that doesn't benefit anyone. End of comment.
This comment is from Amanda Williams. As a teacher and parent of students in the district, I'd like to comment on the plan to return students face-to-face. When we originally agreed to go virtual, it was stated multiple times that we would use the data to guide our decisions to go back. Based on the current COVID numbers in our area, I'm struggling to understand what data administration is looking at that supports a return for students to the school buildings. In addition, while I know the current situation isn't ideal for all, and nothing will be, we've been virtual for a month and most families have worked out a schedule that makes sense for them. The students and families I've spoken with are satisfied, even happy, about how well it has been going. To now ask parents and kids to adjust their schedules again seems like an upheaval that is unnecessary, especially considering we're looking at our elementary age kids going only half days. And to add to this, there's a good chance we'll have to go back to virtual again this winter when the flu season and COVID overlap. I'd ask the board to consider the reasons behind the decision to send our students back at this point, considering the rising rates in our area of the state and amongst school-age kids, and decide if the constant shifting of plans for our families and students is what is best for them. Thank you. And that's the end of that comment.
Our next comment is from Christine Hughes. When are we going to address high school return? What about the 504 kids? Virtual is not meeting her needs. How can you truly address their accommodations that legally you are required to do so? Please bring us back to in-school learning. End of comment.
This next comment is from Katie Ammons. Pertaining to the recently communicated hybrid plan, how is this feasible? For anyone, but particularly working parents, single parents. Where is kids' time before or after school care? I was optimistic of a return to face-to-face instruction for my 2 elementary age students. The communication last Friday left me sad, stressed, and confused. Please reconsider a Monday, Thursday, Group A, and Tuesday, Friday, Group B, full day hybrid schedule instead. An email I sent to the board the other day outlines a highly ranked neighboring district that is utilizing this schedule with great success. Thank you for your time and consideration. End of comment.
Next comment is from Christina Bush. The comment is, I have been up close and personal with COVID, and I have been up close and personal with my children and their education. This remote education plan is not sustainable, and I wholeheartedly believe it's not necessary at this time. I appreciate all that P-CCS is doing to make this work. I truly do. No one has a crystal ball, I get it. However, the statistics and numbers do not support such severe restrictions and this reliance on virtual education. With remote learning, my children are overwhelmed, sad, frustrated, lonely, and completely out of sorts. Their eyes are glossed over and they can't even focus after being on screens for so long. I'm talking to a shell of a child daily. We preach limit screen time and now we rely on screens. I respect COVID, but I'm not afraid of it, and I believe we are doing more harm to our children and frankly our entire society by employing these severe restrictions. I understand the fear, I live it and I work in it. But then you jump with both feet and parachute and you get over the fear and you move on as safely as possible. I've worn a mask full-time at work since March, and we are often not able to physically distance 6 feet, and not surprisingly, the staff COVID numbers are extremely low. Masks do work. Proper PPE will keep teachers safe. The inpatient COVID patient numbers are almost non-existent, and percent positivity for testing in both symptomatic and asymptomatic staff or patients is very low, as are the local COVID numbers. COVID isn't going anywhere. We need to peacefully coexist with it. I hope now that we have dipped our toes in remote learning, we can add it to our toolbox and save it for a time when it might be truly needed. I strongly do not believe that time is now. I asked all of you to reconsider a reasonable face-to-face plan for in-person school ASAP. I do not understand how the half-day plan is a good option. I suppose I could understand a 2 full day a week hybrid plan as a way to begin transition back to full-time in person. But half days and no plan for middle school and high school has me shocked and disheartened. I know cold and flu season will bring more complications and daily screenings will need to be in place, but we can get back to school safely. I know we can. Many districts locally and nationwide and many local schools have proven it works. These kids need to be in school unless there is a very good reason for them not to be. If there are parents that don't want their kids in school, the virtual academy is perfect for them and it will free up even more space for others. But please reconsider the current plan and amend the return to school plan to full days, and please include the middle school and high school students ASAP. My mother's intuition was telling me to seek alternative schooling because I knew my kids needed an in-person education, but I wanted to give P-CCS a chance. I've been a public school advocate for years and a P-CCS supporter. Sadly, I recently had to pull my second grader out of P-CCS and place them in private school. Even more sadly, I wish I could have pulled my middle schoolers as well as other local schools have superior education plans in place. I want to continue to support P-CCS, but I'm struggling here. We cannot let fear ruin the education of our children. They are our future. They deserve and need quality instruction. They are begging to return to school. Thank you. End of comment.
This next comment, or the one of them got skipped, so I'm going back to it, is from Lisa Where's Bicky? And I apologize if I have mispronounced your name. It is extremely disappointing to see that no consideration was taken to address the most vulnerable families. There are 6 students in the postgraduate autism program, which is located at Madonna University. Madonna has been open, yet our 6 students have not been in school. They could have been going full days, yet they began Monday going only 2 hours. You have failed these families who rely on this program when they could have been going to school safely. Online learning is not an education to most students. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Amanda Hadley. Discussing the topic of proposed half-day schedule, I have a few questions. What are the other options for working families that are not able to accommodate this? Also, how is one supposed to drop off their child when the other is to be logged on to virtual learning? This proposal does not make sense for anyone, not families nor teachers. End of comment.
This comment is from Neil McClellan. I am a stakeholder in the district with 3 elementary school age children. It is obvious that the stress of virtual learning is taking a mental and physical toll on our children. I strongly feel that students need to be back to in-person learning full-time to relieve stress and anxiety from at-home learning. It is a shame that the school board is choosing to ignore the well-being of young children in our district. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Susan McDaniel. I oppose the proposed hybrid plan. I would like the board to press the district administration to prepare a plan that brings back students face-to-face as soon as possible. A proposed date at the end of October for the next update is unacceptable. Please consider that our students have not been provided a full curriculum since March. End of comment.
This next comment is from Monica Turkey. Young fives cannot effectively learn this way. They need to be in school, and half days destroy parents' availability to work. K-2 should be in 4 full days. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Jessica Hammond. I strongly oppose the half-day proposal for elementary. Our kids deserve better. The parents deserve better. Our teachers deserve better. Our middle school and high school kids deserve a plan and not be kept waiting. What about them? Our children are struggling and unhappy and want the school interaction. As parents, our ability to work has suffered. Other districts are doing full day face-to-face. Charter schools, private schools, and other states are doing full day face-to-face and doing it safely. Our district deserves to go back face-to-face for full days. The half-day proposal is not one my family will be able to make happen with our workload, as I'm sure many other families will stay the same. This half-day plan will force us to pull our kids from the district and find a better quality education. A half-day face-to-face is a waste of everyone's time. A majority of half-day is spent getting unpacked and settled and then packing up and getting ready to leave for the day. The actual workload my first grader does in his first virtual day, I could do with him in an hour and a half. The rest of the day is waiting. The technical issues and confusion and questions from my kids and teachers, it is a frustrating day from start to finish each school day. My kids love school, but doing virtual has brought my kids to tears on multiple days, begging me not to make them do virtual anymore, begging me to send them to private school or homeschool them. I'm more than disappointed in the district's lack of planning and a poor half-day proposal and for dragging our kids into this mess. I moved to Plymouth and I pay the taxes in the quality schools, and right now, pay the taxes for quality schools, and right now I feel cheated. I'm sad for all the kids and families who will be begging to go back to school. I hope the board will choose education over fear and send our kids back to school for full days. End of comment.
This next comment is from Megan Joyce. I want to clarify to the community that not all staff who are in a high-risk COVID group were given the options to work virtually. Behavior specialists and counselors were denied accommodations requested per doctor's notes to work from home. These high-risk staff members' health should also be taken into consideration. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Megan Campbell. I have heard GRBS is understaffed. I understood P-CCS as cleaning expectations. However, how will P-CCS ensure that GRBS will supply buildings with the necessary staffing if they cannot find workers? End of comment.
This next comment is from Rebecca Samazik. Please provide more clarification needed as to the specifics of the 2.5-hour day. In order to be fair, students need to be taught the core language, arts, writing, and math lessons during their in-person 2.5-hour day. So the teacher will be doing the exact same lessons for the AM and then the PM in-person cohorts. The remainder of what is labeled as remote should then be practicing those lessons learned, including more in Canvas, Seesaw, IXL, etc. There seems no possible way to expect teachers to be responsible for half of the class in person and the other half on Zoom call at the exact same time. This will lead to so much confusion and missing the whole point of the in-person experience. We have had so many tears shed in this household the past few weeks, both from our kids and us, the parents. I am a healthcare provider and our family is ready for the kids to be back in school full-time in person with the appropriate basic guidelines of hand washing, mask wearing, sanitizing, etc. For those families that are not ready then, for that, they should be able to transition to the virtual academy. Thank you for your time. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Kelly Bradley. Good evening. I would like to express my opposition to the return to school plan that has been proposed. I strongly believe kids learn better when attending school in person. I know not all families feel this way, and an option to do virtual learning should also be provided for families choosing to do so. Having half days of school would be a nightmare for working parents. I am fortunate that my son is able to learn fairly well virtually, but I believe many are struggling. I am also fortunate my son has neighborhood kids to socialize with. Some kids don't. We're ready to go back full time, but if that isn't possible, at least have full days. Half days provide minimal learning opportunity, and I don't understand how a half day would be any safer. Childcare and transportation would be difficult for many families. Thank you. I hope we can get back to in-classroom soon. Thank you for your time. End of comment.
The next comment is from Gil Savoy. I read the proposal to bring kids back and I am shocked. The teachers, staff, and students are doing an amazing job virtually. What numbers are now showing that it is okay to return to in-person? My strong recommendation is to let them continue virtually until a vaccine is available and we get through December. Please vote no to bringing them back in person. End of comment.
This next comment is from Tamara Membruth, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm adamantly opposed to any in-person learning at the present time. I feel that it's a health risk for students as well as the teachers. In my opinion, this hybrid plan will only hinder the children and teachers. It will add additional stressors on an already stressful situation. I think it's best for kids to stay virtual until we have more answers and less questions about our new normal. End of comment.
This next comment is from William Malbon. I am concerned that the back to school plan would basically result in as much travel time as class time. What happened to the plan 2 full days of in-person learning? End of comment.
Our next comment is from Kelly Quach. What attention has been given to aftercare placement? In the case that schools open and aftercare is offered, I believe that students' position in aftercare should not be lost during this unprecedented school year in the case that families do not utilize aftercare. Many families waited for years in order to get their children into the limited aftercare options provided through the school district. Please consider a plan that allows for families to have options for this year only to help them keep their positions in aftercare for when we resume school and work situations that resemble life prior to the pandemic. End of comment.
This next comment is from Jennifer Rojas. We have experienced some amazing teachers in P-CCS in our time here. Recently, this is not the case. We understand that the teachers are stressed. We know that they are overwhelmed with virtual learning and that it would appear that there is still a lack of communication. We still don't understand the expectations of the PM classes, and it seems our students can't help us because they don't know as each of their classes are different. Some teachers have high expectations and our students are thriving. Yet some other classes have almost put our students to sleep because they are so bored. We don't blame the teachers, we blame the lack of training, the unclear communication, and teachers that are stressed and unable to think outside the box and just lecture for 45 minutes. I've listened a few times and even I've become bored at the long lectures. Offer some training, get some subs, and let these teachers have some time to create the great lessons we know they are capable of creating. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Genevieve Leclerc Deshaw. I had faith that P-CCS would get this phase in done right. That's why I went with Safe Start. I never imagined a 4 day a week, half-day hybrid plan, especially since the hybrid plan was vetoed. This half-day hybrid option is not a viable option. It would be difficult for children, for the teachers, and nearly impossible for working parents. 2 full days would be a much more logical plan. Parents should not have to be put under more financial strain to rework their current 4 days, their current plan 4 days a week. There won't be much learning getting done. There is back and forth all day. Do better, P-CCS. Very disappointed in this plan. It certainly seems like a joke to try to pacify parents as other districts successfully begin to transition back to in-person learning. It is as though you wanted everyone to stay virtual, which isn't good for teachers, kids, or parents. End of comment.
This next comment is from Michelle Foster. As a parent and an educator in our district, I believe that it is time to get our kids back to school. The half plan is a good start to this process. Our kids need to be with us and we need to be able to teach them face to face. I can get so much more done with them if they are with me and I am able to instruct them in person. I teach kindergarten and I know that my kids need to be in school. I'm hoping the board lets our youngest learners get back soon. End of comment.
The next comment was marked anonymous. We don't read anonymous comments. This next comment that I'm reading is from Heather Fredette. The comment is, I have 2 daughters, a senior and a freshman. Both girls have different learning styles, interests, and strengths and weaknesses. But one thing they have in common is that the current model of virtual learning has worked exceptionally well for them. The teachers are engaged and accessible, and both of my daughters had never felt more connected and supported by their teachers in all their years in P-CCS. Afternoon office hours have been a blessing as both girls have jumped into their teachers' office hours when they've been stuck on homework. This option has never been available to students in the past as teachers are working a full day and not attending questions in the evenings. Prior to this year, my oldest daughter had experienced a homework load that I, as an educator, found completely unacceptable. She had spent her first 3 years at the park going to school from approximately 7 to 2 and then spending the remainder of the evening, often until midnight or later, trying to complete homework that was assigned. What suffered was her mental state and academic progress. Under the current model, both of my daughters have found academic success and a true balance of school, home, and extracurriculars. This virtual model, not Michigan virtual, has served our family well. My daughters dread the day that they will be asked to return to physical school, not because they don't feel safe due to COVID, because they found a more balanced approach to learning. In the event the Board of Education decides to send students back to the classroom, our hope is that we will look at the current model and use that to offer families a choice that works for them. Michigan virtual is not an answer. This is the time to revolutionize our schools. End of comment.
This next comment is from Lori Gatmayton. I find the plan that was shared and that is being discussed tonight to be unimaginative and uninformed. A 2.5-hour day, 4 days a week, face-to-face does not support the standard or quality of education that P-CCS prides itself on. The amount of wasted time in this plan is immense. It is not focused on student learning or achievement. At a minimum, students should be back for 2 full days weekly. The presented plan should be voted down and the administration should stand up focus groups that can help inform the next viable plan focused on our students. One is the town hall. It should have occurred prior to this plan being developed. While we may not like to compare ourselves to other districts are getting the job done when it comes to student face-to-face learning. We should learn from them and scale accordingly for our district and needs. Don't leave untapped resources on the table. Engage families for their input. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Charu Savoy. The 7-day average is at its highest point since May. It was higher than in August. Please let data drive you. Please do not bring kids back. Kids have adjusted to the virtual program and they are safe. At least for middle school and high school, please let them continue virtually until there is a vaccine. End of comment.
This next comment is from Sri Gopalan. I appreciate the plan for hybrid, and I think it best serves the current situation where having half days avoid interaction of lunch recess, where the kids have 2.5 hours of core learning. However, are we at a point where the 7-day moving average meets the epidemiological data? I recently saw a number of COVID cases increasing in Canton, so I'm really concerned that we are rushing to start something in October. I would rather wait after the semester, post-flu season, to open full day where synchronous learning can happen for more than 2 hours a day and when it is safe to do so. The current opposition we hear, where we start having full days, puts a lot of stress on young elementary kids. I have 2 who have to figure a way to comply with masks, and teachers have to ensure that the young kids are able to sit in one spot for the whole day. Please be virtual at least until end of year. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Misty Calmine. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Good evening. I think the Safe Start virtual plan has been fantastic. The teachers are doing an amazing job. I'm looking forward to the day when they can get back into the classroom. In review of the proposed hybrid plan, 4 half-days are just not reasonable to request working parents to juggle start times with work schedules. Has it been considered to implement a part-time, full-day schedule, still allowing for a slow return, yet getting our children back to face-to-face? Thank you for everyone's hard work in trying to find the best solution in these difficult times. End of comment.
This next comment is from Harris Poole. I am in full support of the plan as laid out by the email. Do not allow the vocal minority to sway your decision in providing a phased-in Safe Start transition back to in-school learning. Just because a small percentage of people who oppose the plan choose to make a comment today does not mean the other 5,800 families also oppose the plan. Just the opposite. Just because a small percentage of people who have logistical issues should not mean the plan should be scrapped. Please remember there is a large amount of parents who actually approve of the proposed plan to get the kids back to school no matter what. Full days can come later in November if the half days work out. Let Monica Merritt and her team do their job. And if you parents that oppose her plan can't figure it out, feel free to move your household to a district that has what you want. Please approve this plan as a start to eventually get back to full days in November. You have a quiet majority of parents' full support in improving this plan. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Michelle Bannister. I have a first grader and a third grader who used to love school and now hate school. Virtual learning is not an easy way to learn for these young elementary students. I'm watching both my kids' mental health fade with frustration, impatience, boredom, and lack of confidence. Please allow these children back into school full time. Our children are suffering behind the screens at home, and our parents' sanity is weakening. End of comment.
This next comment is from Danielle Gresham. 1 half days will not work for my family. If we did 3 full days and 2 virtual days, it will work. I have 3 all in elementary school, and it is hard to keep up as it is through virtual. Either full days for those who want to go to school and virtual for those who don't. End of comment.
The next comment is a duplicate. I'm going to the next one. It is from Zahara Dekrob, and again, I apologize for the mispronunciation. Dear Board of Education, as you cast your votes, please consider what you're asking of teachers. The proposed plan gives very limited time to ensure the asynchronous work for students half days outside of school and Wednesdays are quality. I'm a parent and I receive emails days and nights and weekends from teachers doing the best they possibly can. I strongly oppose the plan and think it's not fair to the firstly teachers and then in turn to the students and families. This new plan adds a new layer of complexity that is unnecessary and adds roadblocks to the students' access to their hardworking teachers. Thank you. End of comment.
This next comment is from Stacy Scarpace. Dear Board of Ed, I want to give a shout out to our high school teachers. I also wanted to thank the board members for keeping our children safe. I have 2 high schoolers who are thriving amongst the current plan. They love the current schedule and the structures of their day. The morning is full of quality instruction and the afternoon is flexible, allowing for small groups, questions, and check-ins. The teachers have done an unbelievable job of covering the curriculum. To all the teachers out there, please know that we see how hard you work. We see how much time and effort you put into your lessons. We see the unrealistic expectations that have been placed upon you. We see how you go above and beyond each and every day. We see how you want to get back to normal just like the rest of us. And we see that you are doing the best you can be to be a superhero at school and home. To that, all I can say is thank you. You are appreciated. End of comment.
Next comment is a duplicate, and I'm reading the comment after it. It's from Lynn Egert. I have grandchildren in Ohio with full-time in-person public school education occurring successfully while following all CDC guidelines. I have a grandson enrolled in your district ready to return. I'm watching my daughter struggle with the juggling act of in-home work and school. With more organization and a little bit of creativity, innovation thinking, you can also successfully reopen your schools to full-time all day and teach as you were all hired to do. As a registered nurse working through this pandemic, I can assure you that with proper full-day plan, even in a hybrid 2 to 3 days per week, you can also resume educating the children of your district as your taxpayers expect and deserve. Wash your hands, wear the mask, and distance yourself. It's not that difficult, and we've all been practicing it for 6 months now. It can be done. Please listen to the working parents and the children that need you in person all day long. End of comment.
The next comment did not have a name, so I'm skipping it. And so our next comment is from Jonathan Lundberg. And it is, the state of Michigan has had approximately 900 new cases of COVID-19 on 4 of the last 6 days. This is consistent with a steady rise in cases over the past couple months. When considering whether or not to bring students back to in-person instruction, I don't see how anybody can be convinced it is safe to do so at this time. Case numbers are higher than they were when the decision was made to start the school year remotely. If it wasn't safe then, it isn't safe now. If the health and safety of our students and staff is our true #1 priority, we cannot go forward with bringing more students back for in-person instruction. On top of that, if we return to in-person instruction, we are at a high risk of having outbreaks that may cause a building, multiple buildings, or even the whole district to return to remote learning. That possibility of bouncing back and forth between in-person and remote learning would add even more chaos to the pile of uncertainty and confusion that teachers and students have been working to overcome since we started the school year. I ask that the board considers postponing all plans to bring students back to in-person learning until it is actually safe to do so. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Joe Jackson. I would like to start by saying that I live in this community for the school district. My question is, why can my 4-year-old attend full-day preschool in person since the beginning of the school year, but my first grader must go virtually and soon a few half days a week? Is it because I have to pay additional money out of pocket for this preschool class? The school district's operating costs and facilities must be significantly lower than it was budgeted in the 2019-2020 school year, and lower this year when compared to previous years. I pay a lot of money in taxes and more money on top of it to send my children to Plymouth Canton schools. At this point, I feel that I'm entitled to a partial refund on my taxes. I'm seriously considering a move to a different community that has in-person class. End of comment.
The next comment is from Vina Yangar. Why are the metrics, as Patrick Kehoe proposed, should first be made aware and discussed prior to having even allow safe start? The whole phase 3, 4, 5 that was initially presented seemed to have completely bypassed. Please look at the data where COVID cases are on the rise in Canton as recent as last week. I would want my kids to be face-to-face, but I'm losing trust on the ability for data-driven decisions by the school management. Also, this is a complete slap on the face for working parents, single parents, or parents who are asked to go blindly signed up for half days without any support for extended day or private partnership that was discussed by Merit in the last Board of Education. How are we supposed to plan without complete picture? Again, what is the rush to start something face-to-face when we are not prepared as a district and don't have any supporting data, where the epidemiologists around the country are concluding we are still in the first wave and the second wave will hit and peak in November? Again, why the rush? Why not evaluate for the semester so any parent who are still not comfortable at least have an option to switch to virtual? End of comment.
Our next comment is from Amanda Laidlaw. Dear members of the board, thank you for your hard work. I know these times are crazy and I appreciate every caution you have taken. I know our teachers are doing amazing things, and I also want to recognize all the key staff and personnel that are supporting our students in so many ways. I know there's no right answer, but I have concerns regarding regarding half-day hybrid. For example, my son's bus ride was scheduled to be 59 minutes last year. If that holds true again, he'll be on transportation for 2.5 hours, bus stops and all, then in school for 2.5 hours, and would still need to be asynchronous and functioning in the afternoon. Half days will disrupt his educational mojo much more than other hybrid options. Thank you for hearing my comment. End of comment.
The next comment was a duplicate, so I am skipping it and going on to the next one. This comment is from Juden Flanagan. I first want to thank the board and administration for their efforts during this challenging time. I know that these are tough decisions to make, and I appreciate the time and effort from all of you. Typically, we are a family that goes with the flow, and we try not to be too vocal. However, I just want to give you a glimpse of what is happening in my home. I have a kindergartner and third grader that attend Isbister. My husband and I both work full-time and have had to hire a person to help us out during the virtual learning period. Thankfully, we work from home, but even with having a hired person, my husband or I still have to jump in and help out. Our kindergarten was in the P-CCS early ed program and did wonderful in an in-class setting. Our third grader has always been a good student. During virtual learning, our third grader started out great, but within the last week has shown a lot of stress. He asks me every day when he can go back to class. My kindergartner does not believe he is in school. Sometimes he listens to his teacher, but for the most part, he is laying on the ground, crying or yelling at us. A lot of the building blocks for reading and math are learned at the kindergarten level. I worry about the education he is missing out on. My children have wonderful teachers, and I really don't know how they put all of this together so well in such a short period of time. Their teachers are also very supportive, and I am extremely grateful for that. We are a family that sent our kids to summer camp and let them play sports. We stayed safe and healthy. Although I will be happy to send my kids back to school in any capacity, and I think they should be in school, I feel that the half-day model will be harder on teachers and families with a more restrictive schedule than my family. I would like to know if the board or administration looked at other schools in the area with similar class sizes. My boys each have 19 kids in their classes. I'm hearing other neighboring schools that have been in session for about a month now have similar or more kids in class, and they are doing 4 or 5 full days. I also don't understand why the administration did not gather the feedback from all the teachers in the district before proposing this plan. I am hearing more teachers would prefer either 2 to 3 day hybrid plan or 4 full days. If families do not want to send their kids back, please give them an option to do virtual. But we should have the choice to do what is best for our families. Again, I'd be happy to send my kids back at any capacity, especially my struggling kinder. I stay strong for them, but it breaks my heart to see how much they are struggling right now, and there isn't anything I can do to help them. End of comment.
Our next comment is from Kathy Loris. I would appreciate the Board of Education supporting any form of face-to-face learning. If it needs to start slow with half days, that's absolutely understandable. You will receive many comments tonight from families who do not support half days, not because of a cause of concern, worry over their child getting COVID, but because they're treating school and teachers as babysitters. It's important for the board to stay strong and back the fact that schools are for education. Schools are not for providing care for families. Not to mention, the district offers latchkey for working families for those who need that support. Please bring back our students face-to-face, all of them, sooner rather than later, in whatever way will be the safest way to do so. Thank you. End of comments.
This next comment is from Catherine Freeman. And it is, I oppose the proposal for 2.5-hour school days as presented. This causes undue burden on children, teachers, and families. Some children will spend more than 60 minutes on the bus just to attend 2.5 hours. Have you thought about drive time for those who cannot utilize the bus system? Part of that 2.5 hours will also be spent on transitions to and from class, which additionally impacts time. Half days are extremely difficult on working families as well. Surely there are alternative options to offer some full days on site. Thank you for your consideration. End of comment.
Our next comment is a duplicate and will be skipped. The next comment is a duplicate. I'm sorry, hold on. Maybe it's another. Okay, I'm sorry. The next comment is from Nadia Nelson. The comment is, I feel sad for all my cousins, friends, and their families. My parents moved my siblings and me to private school this year. The 4 of us have been in school for 6 weeks now. COVID has not shut our new schools down. Our new school has several hundred students in the building. They have great safety plans in place, and we feel would work for P-CCS as well. My siblings and I are overjoyed to be back in class 5 full days a week. Please find a way to bring my cousins and friends back to the classroom at P-CCS. End of comment.
The next comment is from Colleen Elliott. Please advise the high school return. These teens need to be addressed too. The current 10 cumulative hours per week of education is unacceptable. Thank you for putting education as priority. And my comment is personal, as my parents both in their 70s had COVID and are perfectly healthy now. Faith over fear, please. End of comment.
The next comment is from Steve Galalis. Dear P-CCS school board members, I appreciate the board for holding true to the Safe Start model to start this school year. By everyone starting virtual learning, we all have a baseline with which we are now familiar. I also applaud P-CCS for adhering to a 6-foot social distancing capacity, in contrast to other neighboring districts that have shortchanged this worldwide guideline to an unsafe 3 feet. However, I do have some concerns with the proposed return to learn plan. My child's elementary class has 26 students, and even at 50% capacity, 6 feet cannot be maintained in a 50-year-old building. Larger spaces must be made available, perhaps by using middle or high school buildings where teachers can teach from home, or further student volunteers must be allowed to stay at home within the current class so that the remainder can be achieved 6 feet. A return of new grades every week at the elementary level is not the most prudent. This is our most difficult group to follow social distancing norms, and by returning classes each week, we will not be able to tell which grades are at the root of any outbreaks that arise due to the lag time COVID takes to present. I would encourage the board to require a 2-week interval between new grades returning. However, I'm most concerned about the lack of published contingency plan about when we will need to deviate from a return to learn program. As we have all seen through this pandemic, the virus casts aside best laid plans. To that end, it's crucial that the district is setting data-driven metrics for when to pause, slow down, or even accelerate the return to buildings. The entire P-CCS community needs to understand what these plans are, and this must be transparent to inform the board's decision. Parents must also understand these choices so that they can make informed risk tolerance decisions about when they allow their children to return to class. I encourage the board to clarify further the rules by which they are returning and to ensure that this is done in a careful, transparent, and data-driven fashion. End of comment.
Okay, I'm going backwards a bit because there was one that was skipped. This is from Sarah Pogorzelski. Hoping our kids will be back in person soon. I appreciate everyone's time working on these plans and love my son's teacher, but these kids need to be in person. Please move forward with returning in person. You will not make everyone happy ever. End of comment.
Thank you for catching that. I'm reading the next comment. Sandra Rosenbauer. I strongly oppose the 2.5-hour plan to return to school. This doesn't work for parents that work, and especially ones that have multiple children. I already pay over $800 a month to send my kindergartner student to a center for online support. If he can be in daycare, he can be in a classroom at school. I still have to manage my 4th grader and 6th grader while I work and have my own meetings to attend. In addition, transportation will be an issue for many centers. This was not a well thought out plan and will cause more issues than benefits. Sending them back 2 or more full-time days would be more realistic and easier to manage for working parents. Please consider that option. Other districts are doing it. Why can't P-CCS? Time to look for other options if the board doesn't. Although I am disappointed with this proposed plan, I do want to thank the teachers for doing the best they can with what they're given. End of comment.
This next comment is from Tina Laborde. Thank you, P-CCS, for starting a plan to have students return to the classroom. However, it is very disheartening that you are overlooking middle and high school students entirely. I have 2 kids in the district and see how well virtual can work for one, while it has been a tremendous struggle for the other. It isn't only our younger learners that are having difficulty with the lack of face-to-face learning. Many of our middle and high schoolers are as well. I would like to see a hybrid plan offered where all students are in school at least 2 full days a week with 3 days virtual. End of comment.
Next comment is from Jennifer Rojas. We have experienced some amazing teachers in P-CCS in our time here. Recently, this is not the case. We understand that teachers are stressed. We know that they are overwhelmed with virtual learning and that it would appear that there is still a lack of communication. We still don't understand. That's dupe. Thank you. Go to the next one. Sorry. I caught the dupes before. Let me get the next one. The next comment that I have is from Tarwat Tarmoon. I do not understand why my children's ability to receive a quality full-time in-person education is being affected by parents who do not want their children to return to school. In my understanding, that is why the virtual academy was created. Is that not correct? End of comment.
This next comment is from Jason Finland. First, I strongly support kids returning to school full-time with reasonable safety precautions. I would like to hear the board bring back data on neighboring districts that have returned to school. Secondly, I adamantly oppose the 2.5-hour school day. This is completely inefficient and will further hinder what is already a very challenging year. From transportation to learning inefficiencies to parent-work-child care schedules, this proposal makes absolutely no sense. If you are working towards getting kids back in school, and we should, then it has to be all or nothing. A 2-on, 2-off schedule also does not work as the kids at home are doing busy work again. That does not work, especially for younger ages. Let's get the kids back to learning. End of comment.
This next comment is from Rachel Richards. I really think that it's very hard for working parents, especially as a single parent, to do half days every day except Wednesdays. Please consider this for us single working parents. Please consider some kind of full day for the elementary students. Thank you. End of comment.
This comment is from Joe Murray. Learn, prepare, thrive. It would appear that the return to school committee didn't learn that parents will fight for their students. They didn't prepare a well thought out plan, and they don't thrive to do what is best for students. Great leadership should live by the motto they promote. How about getting some different people involved in the committees, talk to parents, students, and teachers before creating the next plan? End of comment.
Our next comment is from Jason Cousins. The half-day hybrid plan is remarkably bad. Any person associated with developing it should resign or be fired. End of comment.
And that is the end of the comment section. Thank you for your involvement in this portion of our meeting. So we are going to be moving on now to administrative reports and recommendations. We will be starting with the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President McCoy, and I want to thank all of our citizens that commented today, spent the time to reach out to our board members, to me, to our administration on the behalf of advocating.
We can't hear you, Monica.
You can't hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep, it's good.
I can hear you.
Okay, keep going. On for our families that are advocating on behalf of their children, we believe that that is important. and we are all here and making some important decisions about what's best for kids. I've said for the past few months as we've had these conversations that we will all have different opinions on how we should return to school, and we need to respect that. At the same time, collectively, we need to figure out the best plan to move forward with returning our students to school. That has always been the plan in terms of finding, I continue to hear conversations about the safest way to do so. So we want to talk about where we believe we are as we want to make a recommendation this evening that will bring our students safely back to school. Tonight, the information that we are presenting to you is information on our updated COVID-19 preparedness plan. As you're aware, and that we've talked about through the last few meetings, there are recent legislative changes that require all districts to complete an extended continuity of learning plan. And we have it approved by the Board of Education. Legislatively, we have to have that approved by October the 1st. This final plan needs to be posted to the website for transparency. Remember that this plan itself is a fluid document. So this plan, we vote one time, but according to the legislation, every 30 days, we come back, we revisit this plan, we make any changes to the plan that we see fit as we move forward, we communicate those changes, and then continue on through the next month. Once we have the approved plan, it must be sent to our ISD. They will review that plan and they'll send it forward to our state on our behalf. Once again, monthly meetings are required according to the legislation. And during this monthly meeting, we have the opportunity to review and discuss any updates to our plans. We have to have an opportunity for families to have parent feedback monthly in terms of how our plan is going. And also as a part of the legislation, we need to monthly report on the weekly participation rates in terms of our students participating in our learning program. So with that information, tonight we want to walk you through our extended COVID learning plan, as well as some recommendations for how to return students to school. As you are aware, we voted in August for our plans on returning students to school. We had two options in August to start with the Safe Start remote learning option, and being clear from the beginning that the Safe Start remote learning option was a gradual plan to phase students back to in-person learning, with the charge from the board of creating a new hybrid model that would allow for 6 feet social distancing. So I've heard in comments this evening, well, how are you able to do a hybrid model now when you weren't able to do that before? If you remember, before school started, we were basing our numbers on the number of students that we had enrolled here for face-to-face in P-CCS. Once we had the start of school and we have the actual students that are here enrolled in classes, we've also had the ability to make an investment in some additional teachers to reduce class sizes. Looking at our enrollments, we're able to determine a hybrid model that would achieve that 6 feet social or physical distancing in our classroom and bring our students back. The other option was our P-CCS Virtual Academy, and that is the year-long virtual option for all families that had a choice at the beginning of the school year. With the Safe Start remote learning, the idea is that we make the decision as we review and monitor local transmission rates on COVID-19, regional information, as well as state information, and school district then determines in the phase-in approach how we're returning students to learning. The Virtual Academy is then that choice of the family for that option the entire year to remain remote, with an opportunity to choose to come back face-to-face the trimester for elementary or at the semester time for secondary. The same for those that have chosen the Safe Start remote learning. If they wanted to enter into the Virtual Academy, they would have that opportunity for a new choice at the trimester for elementary, or secondary level would be at the semester. Through the beginning, we have followed the Michigan Safe Start remote guideline from the state since it was published in June. I have heard so many comments this evening about our teachers and the success of our program so far, and I would be remiss if I did not take an opportunity to acknowledge the efforts made on behalf of our teachers, our administrators, our support staff to make the start of this school year in a fully virtual space an amazing effort. And I will say, oftentimes we're compared to other school districts. We had never done a fully virtual program. Many districts have had their own virtual academy for years. So this is our first time, 1,000 teachers teaching in a remote environment. And this is a heavy lift, learning how to teach in a completely different way. And they are rocking it. They are doing an amazing job. And I want to say, we appreciate you teachers. We appreciate you administrators. We appreciate you support staff for doing what's best for kids each and every day. As we talk about our phased-in model and our transition, our goal once again has always been to return students to in-person learning following recommended and required protocols from the roadmap. We've always stated that the target was the first week in October, but remember, we didn't say specifically it was going to be October 1st, target date. And that was determined based on the multiple data points that if we're able to do so in a gradual phased-in process, then that would be the approach that we would take. We actually started bringing back students. And as we said from the beginning, we were looking to bring back students in small groups, students with English learner services, students, for example, that receive special education services, students possibly receiving services in our categorical programs. Those are the students that we intended to bring in small groups first, making sure that we're allowing opportunities for assessments. And that has been occurring since September the 8th. That was our first group of students that came back, were our earliest learners, our preschool program, September the 8th. Our infant preschool special education programs began on September the 14th. Our students that are receiving services in our categorical programs, that's our cognitively impaired programs, emotionally impaired programs, our ASD programs, we welcome them back to face-to-face learning beginning this week. And I will say the energy in those buildings where students are back face-to-face has been amazing, and they are doing a wonderful job following the protocols that are in place, 6 feet social distancing, making sure that they are wearing their masks that are required, doing proper hand hygiene, and having a successful return to learning in person. So I just want to share that information. Now, as we move forward, the next phase of our plan is to begin returning elementary and secondary students to in-person learning following an agreed upon hybrid model. We have assured the board and our community that we would continue to monitor metrics that are available to us in our local area, our region, and our state as we make these important decisions. There are specific elements that we are required to monitor as a component of the roadmap, and that is something that we have to assure, even as a part of our extended continuity of learning plan, that we are following those requirements. I'm going to share a few of the different resources or sources that we evaluate weekly for trends. And a little later in the presentation, we do have Dr. Summers that is joining us this evening, is going to help walk us through some of this process in greater detail. This information was shared in the community that went out, the communication that went out to families on Friday, just kind of walk you through high level the different metrics or data sets that we use. One is the weekly P-CCS local data reports. And so this is information that is shared, that's gathering all of the information in our region, what's happening here in Canton, Plymouth City, the townships, our local transmission rates. And that is something that we'll talk about in a little more detail, but that is a report that we follow weekly. The Wayne County Schools COVID-19 weekly report. This is a report that comes out every week, and they share specifically 6 different metrics. And these include the total number of confirmed cases reported in out Wayne County, and that means all of Wayne County excluding the city of Detroit, the 7-day % positivity rate that's in the county, the hospital rate, and this is the occupancy rate as well as the inpatient beds or ICU beds. The testing capacity rate in out of Wayne County, and that's again excluding the city of Detroit, and the number of outbreaks event in out Wayne County. And so all of this Wayne County Schools COVID-19 reports can be found online. I gave that link to the letter that went out and is also included in this presentation. Another set of metrics that we Review weekly the COVID Act Now website, and this is available for anybody to review at any time. I really like this website because they begin putting this information in a graph form with it, which at times is easier to understand. And this COVID Act Now team, it's made up from, it has technologists on it, epidemiologists, health experts, public policy leaders. They're all working together to provide data and an analysis of the COVID-19 transmission in our area. So that is available for your review. And finally, we look at the Michigan data portals, and this can be found directly on the michigan.gov website. And there are multiple data points that we review from that information. We recently had new guidelines that are available, and they were made available to the district last week. And this was published on slide 5, Nick, from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. And this is actually for use by local health departments. So the goal, I believe, from the Michigan Health and Human Services is to bring some consistency or uniformity to local health departments across the state as they work with local school districts to help us make decisions about when is it appropriate to come back to school for in-person learning. And that is actually a part of the legislation that we as local school districts must work together with our local health department as we make these decisions and get guidelines. So when you look at this matrix, really there's a 4-step process. We determine what phase the region is in and what models of learning are allowable in this phase. And I see that this is small here, and we'll talk in another portion of this presentation, we'll talk in a little bit more detail about this. We then work with the local health department that identifies the county risk level. So they will take a look at the municipalities, Canton, Plymouth City, and identify the county risk level. We determine what's going on in terms of our school buildings and our district spread indicator. So you can see that category if there are no cases in your building, if you have cases in the building, or if you are in a situation where there is an outbreak in the building, some guidelines on which direction we would follow. We take all of this information and it's applied to the matrix to inform our decisions. Once again, we are required as a local school district to work with our local health department. So we depend heavily on Wayne County Health Department to provide guidance to us as we make these decisions about returning our students to person and in-person learning. We discuss strategies. Recently, and this is really ongoing, that's happening this week, Wayne County is working with us, the health department, and we will actually submit our plans to the health department, and they will grade our plans according to this matrix. They'll give us feedback and strategies on opportunities for us to improve, looking at all of the rigorous mitigation strategies that we have in place. Now, this is something that we've been working in collaboration with Wayne RISA that has helped us in our weekly meetings with the Wayne County Health Department to come up and utilize the state metrics for something in a local area that could really work to provide us meaningful and important information as we make these decisions to move forward. So we will submit this information, our information, to Wayne County Health Department for them to review, receive that back, and we'll continue to publicize that information on our dashboard once that is complete. So at this time, we're going to move into our conversation about some updates and recommendations that we have as we begin to look to bring our students back to in-person learning. This evening, we're going to begin with some updates from our reentry task force subcommittees. We're going to follow that with an update on our completed extended continuity of learning plan. And that is once again the plan that you are required as a board to approve by October the 1st. Next, we're going to share our weekly participation rates for students, recognizing at this point that students have only been in school for 3 weeks, but we just want to give you an indication, and we'll return every month and have weekly reports on our students' participation rates in our programs. And we really do have a strong response from our students participating as we're currently fully remote. Finally, at the end of this presentation, we're going to walk you through the details of the new hybrid model that we're recommending to begin transitioning our students back. We will open it up that time for questions, clarifications, and we'll really begin to talk about next steps. Now, I will say, as we have listened to the comments, as I've heard comments from you, we have to have some decisions at the end of this meeting. The ECOL, the Extended Continuity of Learning Plan, must be approved by October the 1st. How we are returning students to in-person learning is something that we are also deciding as a component of this plan. If when we get to the end and we're talking about clarification, if there's something in addition that is needed, we can talk about that potential if we need more time to discuss that. That would carve that outside of the ECOL. So we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to answer all questions that you have, and so that you as a board have the ability to make the informed decision that would help us to move forward with our transition plan. At this time, I would like to turn this presentation over to our Chief Academic Officer, Beth Rail, and she's going to talk us through the students' schedules and academic expectations. Ms. Rail.
Thank you. The Student Schedules and Academic Expectations Subcommittee encompasses all aspects of teaching and learning. The focus of tonight's update will be on the work that took place this summer and is ongoing this fall to successfully launch and support our school year. Back in 2015, the district did an extensive review of various learning management systems, but put the purchase on hold due to financial constraints. Building upon that initial work this summer, the teaching and learning team, along with a group of teachers, identified and implemented a district-wide learning management system known as Canvas. During the month of August, several optional voluntary professional development sessions took place to support teachers with learning Canvas, as well as the district-supported video conferencing tool, Zoom. Over the month, 18 sessions were held, and 2,484 participants took place in these professional learning experiences, took part in them. 933 participants attended Engaging Students in Zoom, 407 participants attended Introduction to Canvas, and 1,511 participants attended the sessions on Creating in Canvas. Simultaneously, a cohort of instructional staff members was identified and trained to support their building colleagues, ensuring the support was available in each building across our district. In addition to the district professional development sessions supporting our technology tools, P-CCS collaborated with Dell Education and Advanced Learning Partnerships to offer a P-CCS Summer Learning Series. This series supported 53 sessions over the course of 2 weeks from August 18th through the 27th. The sessions offered included designing virtual learning experiences, key aspects of teaching an online class, accessing and assessing remotely, strategies for engagement in a remote environment, and using digital tools for collaboration. Each session was facilitated 3 times on each scheduled day. The facilitators also provided guided support each day for anyone who wished to get additional support related to the session topics. The 2 opening days for teachers for the 2020-2021 school year brought district-wide professional development. August 31st focused on social and emotional learning. During this time, teachers reconnected with the rationale for implementing SEL and explored the resources that are being integrated this year to support our students. September 1st focused on Canvas and the knowledge and skills for teaching in a remote and virtual environment. Canvas supports instruction by providing the housing of activities. Think of it much like a virtual school building. Like a school, a learning management system can have multiple classrooms inside. Inside those classrooms, teachers provide activities, assignments, resources, etc. Canvas provides a variety of options for teachers and students to create and share content, as well as working collaboratively in both synchronous and asynchronous ways. Canvas also provides the ability for the teacher to create groups, assign work to those groups, and individualize the work to meet specific student needs. This slide and the next one shows screenshots from inside Canvas. No actual student names are shared during this presentation. Canvas also allows for notifications, tracking of progress, and various methods of obtaining support from either the instructor or from Instructure, the makers of Canvas. We're on the next slide, please, Nick. Canvas also integrates with MyStar, our student management system that is supported by Wayne Risa. In order to support teachers with both the technology and instructional skills needed for success in a virtual environment, various teams from the Teaching and Learning Department worked over the summer to create or expand the Digital Teaching Hub and to develop a P-CCS virtual learning guide. This included work from the Curriculum and Instruction team in collaboration with teachers related to the identification of essential skills and standards and the development of pacing documents to support the parallel tracks of Safe Start remote learning and the virtual academy for those students who will shift programs during the year. Simultaneously, we reviewed our curriculum and instructional tools to determine where we could implement virtual subscriptions and online resources wherever possible. Working in collaboration with both current and new vendors, the team identified and implemented as many tools as possible to support an online learning experience for our students. Here's a peek inside the digital teaching hub that houses various resources to support instructional staff as they use a variety of digital tools to support students. The virtual learning guide provides resources ranging from those supporting setting up and implementing a virtual classroom to critical component checklists and curriculum pacing documents for the core content areas. This guide also provides resources to support the best practices for teaching in a virtual learning environment. Recognizing that our families would need support related to the new tools and resources implemented by the district, P-CCS expanded the home learning hub that was originally created during the emergency remote learning experience in the spring. Additionally, a family tech resources page was launched to provide a deeper level of support for the classroom applications for learning that students would be engaging with. During the first week of school, interaction focused on building relationships between staff and students and assisting students with accessing and utilizing our technology tools, including the learning management system. To do this, the first day of school was launched by teachers, setting up and facilitating video conferences where they helped our students learn to navigate Canvas. To ensure access for students, the P-CCS integrated technology team distributed an additional 4,638 devices, 2,896 Chromebooks, and 1,742 iPads. At the present time, we have approximately 13,000 total devices that are deployed to students across our district. Technology has also worked with families who indicated a need for support with obtaining internet access by sharing resources, as well as obtaining and deploying hotspots. The Home Learning Hub is designed to be a resource for students and families that includes technology support links and additional home learning resources. The Family Tech Resources page provides additional assistance with the digital tools and resources used at P-CCS, including the learning management system and video conferencing tools. Along with our online, email, and phone support, P-CCS will begin offering a series of family tech sessions this week. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, sessions will be offered at noon to 1 p.m. to provide for a lunch and learn series, while evening events will take place on Wednesday and Thursday. These events will be live streamed and will be recorded for those who are not able to attend the live sessions. Throughout all of the work taking place this summer, P-CCS has kept a keen focus on our special populations, including students with IEPs and 504s, students who are identified for English learner services, and our early childhood programs. Our early childhood, specialized student services, and state and federal programs teams work diligently to identify and implement service delivery models that support our special populations in both the virtual and phased-in face-to-face models. Early childhood programming is taking place using both the in-person and virtual service delivery models at this time. Social emotional learning supports, we're on the next slide, Nick. Social emotional learning supports are also at the forefront of the work taking place to reconnect students to learning for the 2020-2021 school year. P-CCS is implementing the Second Step program in the elementary and middle schools and the Trails program at high school to support our students and their social and emotional needs. Throughout the summer, P-CCS has shared the goal of returning small groups of students to in-person learning as soon as possible to meet their specific individualized needs. During the week of September 8th, students with IEPs were able to attend in person in order to complete the required assessments. Screening took place for students identified for potential EL services, and our tuition-based preschool students were able to attend based on their small class sizes. The week of September 14th brought the return of our IPSEP program, Infant and Preschool Special Education Program, as Superintendent Merritt mentioned earlier. This week, our categorical classrooms at the elementary and secondary levels have returned for in-person instruction as well. The next steps related to the phasing of in-person learning will be shared later in this presentation. Next, we're going to hear from our Wallet School Committee, chaired by school nurse Kathy Edsit.
Thank you, Beth. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to introduce first Dr. Emily Summers and Dr. Gada Busen. Dr. Summers, I know you've heard from in the past, and she will provide a COVID-19 transmission update. And Dr. Gada Busen is a pediatrician, board certified in pediatrics and pediatric hematology oncology. And she is currently employed as a pediatric hematologist, oncologist at University of Michigan. We are very, very honored to have both Dr. Summers and Dr. Busen on our While at School committee, and they have both provided just invaluable information and guiding us through through this committee as our students to come back to school. So I'd like to first have Dr. Summers will provide a presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for having me this evening. I will try to keep this relatively brief. First, I will share some current data on SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 in kids, and then I'll move on to sharing the local metrics. Next slide, please. So early on in the pandemic, we all were facing a lot of uncertainty in terms of what the extent of susceptibility and transmission related to kids would be. And thankfully, we've learned a lot of information in the last several months. The first case that appeared in Michigan was in March. And since that time, we have found that indeed kids are less susceptible than adults in general, but we do have to acknowledge at this time that they do have susceptibility to infection and play a role in transmission. The American Academy of Pediatrics last week, at the end of last week, published data through September 24th, showing that we had surpassed 500,000 cases in children in the US. And they based this data on data reported by the individual states, in which they defined children pretty much through the age of 18, although there was slight variation between the states. So overall in the US, we found that 10.5% of COVID cases are represented by children. And in Michigan, in the middle of this graph, you can see highlighted in pink, we're right around the national average where about 11.3% of the cases in Michigan are children. Next slide, please. In this report, the American Academy of Pediatrics did note that there has been significant temporal change. In just the last 2 weeks, there was a 14% increase in childhood cases. So this demonstrates that social or other factors can indeed alter the demographics of who is affected by disease. But thankfully, when looking at things like hospitalizations and mortality, we still see, in general, low severity in kids. In terms of hospitalizations, among the 25 states that reported data, children were up to 3.7% of the hospitalizations. And among the kids who had COVID or an infection, between 0.2% and 7.9% resulted in a hospitalization. And that variation, again, represents the numbers that varied by state. And for mortality, 42 states and New York City reported data. The levels of mortality were very low among children. 0.26% of COVID deaths were from children, and in states reporting, only about 0.2% of all childhood COVID cases resulted in death. So we are still seeing low severity in general in children. And very recently, 2 studies were published that are relevant, that really get into the age structure of COVID. So earlier in the summer, we were starting to appreciate that younger kids, even down to very young children, could transmit disease and were susceptible. And this was based on some data out of summer camps and the like. And now we have a lot more data that has been accrued in the last couple of months. So this one study on the top that was published last week was a review of 32 studies. And they reported that kids younger than 10 to 14 years had a lower susceptibility to infection than adults. So they confirmed what we expected there. However, they also found that adolescents had similar susceptibility to adults. So again, this difference between younger children and adolescents that are around 11 years and older, based on most of the studies, is something that I think we really need to pay attention to when we're to inform any decisions and as part of our risk calculations. And just a note that this study did not address the transmission from these kids. And on the bottom half of the slide is a study that was released yesterday from the CDC. And this was in the flagship journal, MMWR. And this found that, again, the younger children have lower susceptibility. So in this case, they compared children that were in the 5 to 11-year age range and to adolescents who were 12 to 17. And they found that the kids that were 5 to 11 had 2 times lower the incidence of SARS-CoV-2 infection compared to the older children. The graph on the right just shows you over time since the beginning of March through mid-September that we are seeing overall an increase in cases in kids that peaked in July. And the point here is that the trends really are in parallel between this older and younger age group. So again, just the data taken together from a number of studies that based on the review and the CDC data and some other things that are out in the literature are all pretty consistent in the younger kids being at less risk. Next slide, please. So I'll move on to summarizing the local and regional data. So covering what we monitor and our metrics. Okay, so the slide here, this is what Superintendent Merritt alluded to. One of the things that we have access to on a weekly basis is a report for Wayne County. And in this report, they look at 3 categories of data. The first category would be epidemic spread and testing volume. In this category specifically, they report the number of cases in Wayne County and the percent test positivity. So that's the number of tests that are performed, how many of those are positive out of the total number of tests. And then the number of daily tests per million that are administered, with that being an indicator of public health capacity. On the right-hand side, you can see just the numbers from last week's reporting period. We had 515 cases in Wayne County, 4.5% test positivity, and over 3,000 cases, tests that were tests per million that were administered. The second category in the middle on the right-hand side here is hospital capacity. And this includes inpatient bed capacity and as well as ICU bed occupancy. And both of these numbers were around 75% last week. So that's an indicator of whether our hospitals can accommodate a surge in cases if that occurs. And then the last category would be outbreak events. And this would be outbreak events in Wayne County, meaning Wayne County excluding Detroit. For this report, they report clusters of 3 or more confirmed cases associated with public venues. And the next slide, please. So in Michigan, we are fortunate to have a nice transparent data reporting scheme. The state on a weekly basis is now providing data on outbreaks in schools. And this is updated every Monday by 3 p.m. The definition that this report uses is 2 or more cases in a school who have shared exposure, who may have shared exposure on school grounds and who are from different households. And the table down below is a look at, as of yesterday, these would be the schools that had an outbreak by this definition in the last week, a new outbreak. And they also in the same report have a table of existing outbreaks, meaning ongoing outbreaks that were previously reported and they and are still ongoing before they have resolved. So I did not put that on the slide just for the sake of space, but we do have access to that information as well. Next slide, please. So here are data from Wayne County. On a weekly basis, we monitor the data from Wayne County as well as Washtenaw and Oakland County. And I have a public health student who also assists me in reviewing these data, and we help aggregate the information and provide a weekly report to the school district. So this is a snapshot from one of the 4 regions that we are monitoring. And I will also mention for those of you who take a look at these data, this comes from the MyStart map, which is publicly available. And the color scheme just changed last week on September 22nd. So previously, you might have been accustomed to seeing the reports that had 5 categories of risk thresholds, and the coloring scheme was arranged from yellow to dark red. And now we have new risk level categories. They've added a 6th level, which is cases over 150. For incidents, they look at now the highest risk level being more than 150 cases per million per day. Previously, the highest risk level was 70 cases per million per day. And they've also changed the color scheme. They now label these categories also from low, starting with low, and then A through E for the next 5 levels. And this is to differentiate specifically from the economic regions that have been defined using a different numbering scheme. So they want to limit confusion between the coloring and the numbers, and that's why the data this week look different than they had up until now. Okay, so in Wayne County, on the top graph, you can see this is a rolling 7-day average. We have been, over the last 4 weeks, over the 70 cases per million threshold. So right now we're in level D. We typically look at a 2 to 4 week span of time in order to get a sense of what's happening in the region. And down below, I just listed that the test positivity rate has been in category A pretty consistently in the last few weeks. So we're at between 3 and 7% positivity in general over the last few weeks. Next slide, please. And here I have a snapshot of the categorizations that we put in terms of part of our risk assessment for Wayne County. And then again, we also look at Detroit and Washtenaw and Oakland separately. So here we can look at the 7-day incidence rate falling in category D, which I just mentioned on the last slide. We like to look at the incidence trend. So whether in the last 2 to 4 weeks, we've seen increases or decreasing rates of disease or stability. So right now we're following in the middle category. We've had less than 1 week of decrease. And the testing capacity on the right-hand side, that's what I showed you on the last slide. We've been doing fairly well in that category. I will say that previously the categories for testing, the lower end that we were looking for was less than 5% of a positivity, and that's the threshold that the WHO uses. We would like to see it down around 5%. And so we've had many days and weeks where we've been in the 4s, and sometimes we crop a little bit over that, but I think we're doing fairly well on that metric. And then the next slide, please. So here I have a slide with Plymouth and Canton specific data. I always hesitate to show the really local data because we have so much movement between localities that from a disease transmission standpoint, it really makes sense to look at a larger region. However, it's always nice to just have a pulse on what's going on in our local communities. And of course, we are not excluded from COVID by any means. Right here on this graph, I've graphed the Canton, Plymouth City, and Plymouth Township lines separately in the colors. And then the shaded gray, the thicker gray line in the middle is just the aggregate of Plymouth, Canton, and both Plymouth City and Township and Canton. So if you see this graph here, we're falling around the same as Wayne County overall in this level D. What we're calling now is level D, and that's in the 70 to 150 cases per million in the 7-day average. Over around September 10th is a real peak of cases. That's probably somewhat due to like the end of summer festivities or activities catching up with us. And thankfully, we've started to see a trend downward. So we're hoping that we can be really pull together as a community and really be practicing as safe behaviors as possible to keep these rates coming down. The overall message I really want to make clear is that the best thing we can do to get kids back in school, and the safest way to do so, is to push the community rates of transmission down as low as possible. Next slide, please. And then also as part of risk assessment, instead of looking only at numbers and specific metrics, there are modifying factors that we need to take into account. And part of this is done in concert with the local public health authorities. So for instance, various scenarios and local factors need to be accounted for. And these could either raise or lower our concern in relationship to the proposed thresholds or the levels of disease incidence. And again, in collaboration with local public health officials, we have access to other information that might help us adjust our interpretation of the metrics. So an example scenario I have listed at the bottom is For instance, if we have a localized contained outbreak linked to a specific setting or event, such as a party, but we have prompt case investigations and contact tracing, it may not indicate broader community spread. So in other words, if we can kind of capture what's going on quickly and intervene quickly, and if we find that it's in a relatively isolated setting and can implement all the public health mitigation practices, things like isolation and so forth, it may really not be an indicator of broader community spread. And this is one of the reasons why the contact tracing and the case investigations are so important. So the interpretation of spikes, maybe if you do have a spike related to a party or some other circumstance, you'll see rates rising, but the implications in terms of the school district and decision-making will have to be interpreted in terms of what the public health department and other modifying data would indicate that we might want to consider. And this is a recap on the slide that Superintendent Merritt showed. So as she mentioned, on the 16th of September, the state of Michigan came out with guidance for local health departments and school districts. And right now we're falling in this middle area in what I would call C or D levels. So the way that we interpret this would be that the higher, there's a trade-off between the level of transmission and community rates of disease and the types of risk mitigation strategies that we need to take. So the higher the levels of the disease, the more risk mitigation that we have to consider, up to and including remote schooling. So in the rows that I have indicated here for C and D, which would be high and very high levels of transmission in the community or risk determination, we have the option to be in person in school according to what the state is allowing. But as we move from the green towards the orange, it's indicating that we have to be more cautious. So on the left-hand column, I'll just walk through this because I know this is a little bit small. If we have no cases in school buildings, then there's less mitigation that's necessary. But if you look towards the right-hand side in the orange box, that's where we need to consider remote instruction in the affected buildings for 28 days. And that's in buildings with evidence of ongoing transmission. So these trade-offs are incorporating the metrics as well as the information about modifying factors and consultation with our health departments. On this slide, we have a sample framework for how we can integrate risk information with what we deploy in the school systems. So this is a sample framework with modes of instruction that are possible and the idea of triaging the student populations that we bring in during the pandemic. So at the top, we have higher levels of risk, and that's where we would have remote only, so no in-person instruction. As we move down in lower risk assessments, then we can start to bring kids in. And in particular, on the third row, we can feel more comfortable bringing more wide spread fashion, the in-person learning. So this would be with rigorous controls implemented that we would recommend a prioritized phase in, starting with a lower elementary, moving to the upper elementary and then middle school. And again, this is taking into account what I was mentioning earlier about what we know biologically about children and their age, where the youngest ages have the lowest risk of susceptibility to infection. And coupled with that, we also, I think most of us would agree that the youngest kids have the highest need for in-person instruction. So with those two factors taken into consideration together, that's what we figure into this whole prioritization scheme. And underlying all of this is, of course, that the fewer numbers of kids in the school, the better we can do in terms of implementing the risk mitigation strategies that we need to do. And then finally, the last phase in would be adding in all grades, including the high school. And depending on the level of risk in the community, that would relate to whether we can also relax mitigation controls at the same time. Next slide, please. So I'll talk just briefly about risk mitigation and the idea of stacking or layering controls. So there's really four broad categories that we think of from the public health perspective for risk mitigation. And these are personal controls, administrative controls, which include processes and policies, The third would be engineering controls, which are physical approaches. And the fourth are public health controls. Next slide, please. I'll get into the personal controls in a moment, but first I'll just mention that to visualize what we're talking about when we say stacking or layering, one visualization we like to mention is think of a layer of several slices of Swiss cheese. So with Swiss cheese, each hole representing the potential risk for transmission. If you layer a bunch of slices of Swiss cheese together, hopefully, even though each hole might represent some risk of transmission of disease, hopefully that when you layer another piece on top, the holes won't line up. So you're capturing, or you have an opportunity to reduce transmission from a second control or a third control where you might have had some break in your mitigation strategy from the first strategy. So this is the idea, is that no single strategy is perfect, but that you want to combine as many as possible together to have your best comprehensive approach. So in terms of administrative controls, I won't go into great detail. I'll just give you a few examples. This is including things like cohorting or group distancing, limiting the numbers of kids in classes by doing some sort of a hybrid model, implementing symptom screening, and these sorts of things. And the main thing I want to mention is just to the extent that we can be flexible, that creates a lot of good opportunities. So if there are opportunities for things like outdoor education or the like, those are always, the more we learn and the more flexible we can be and be nimble to the circumstances, that really helps out in terms of what we can do administratively. Engineering controls include physical approaches like rearranging desks. The thing I want to really emphasize in this section is ventilation. So this would mean increasing outdoor airflow and filtering indoor air. And the reason why I want to emphasize this is that over the last few months, there's growing evidence, even more and more than there was this summer, that there is the potential for aerosol or airborne transmission of disease. So just very briefly, not to get into great detail about transmission, but we had highlighted this summer that over the 6-foot distancing rules or guidelines are based on what we call droplet transmission. So the idea that heavy droplets can fall like a trajectory and usually do not travel more than 6 feet, but smaller particulate matter can travel further distance and stay in the air. And at the moment, the best data supports that this is one of the viable ways that we see transmission of the virus. And the best way we can mitigate that is through enhancing ventilation. So my recommendation here is that there are some simple things we can do. We know that opening windows and doors whenever feasible is extremely important and effective. And also, if there is not an opportunity to do that, standalone air filtration purification units can really do a lot to improve the airflow and reduce the propensity for airborne transmission. So this is something that, because we have better data now than we did early on in the pandemic, we want to really focus on this as one of the mitigation strategies. And the school is definitely aware of this issue. And then we've talked about different public health measures. So yeah, go ahead on the next slide. So for the personal measures, I think we're familiar with the obvious, like wearing a face mask. I support eye protection, hand hygiene. The two things I want to mention here that are not so obvious are cooperating with case investigations and contact tracing and following isolation and quarantine directions. So it may be intuitive to do these things. However, I want to emphasize that from feedback from health departments and published data, we are finding that unfortunately, there are lots of situations where persons are unwilling or tentative in terms of their interactions with case investigators. So I really want to emphasize that as far as what everybody in the community can do to help decrease transmission in the community, please answer your phone if you see a number from a health department or an unrecognized number, because it could be a contact tracer. And then please be forthright and truthful if they're asking you questions, because it for one, adds a lot of burden to the case investigators when they have to call back somebody when they learn inconsistent information. But moreover, this is not a punitive process. This is not to get anybody in trouble, but it's really essential to breaking our chains of transmission. Similarly, I would say that we have learned that across the country, there are examples of people breaking quarantine orders. So having a positive COVID test and defying quarantine orders, that is really an unacceptable situation. And so we just want to emphasize the community cooperation and that none of the case and contact tracing investigations are punitive. Next slide, please. So here I just want to make a plug for influenza vaccination. So you might say, what does that have to do with COVID? But I really want to emphasize that with all the public health community and the American Academy of Pediatrics really want to get the message out that this season it's more important than ever to get your influenza vaccination for a few reasons. First, we want to limit competing respiratory disease because that can get confused in terms of the symptoms with COVID. And so just from the pure standpoint of practicality, if you have coughing and other respiratory types of symptoms going on, that's going to cause disruption and investigations and testing. So the more we can limit the flu, the more resources we have to focus on the fight against COVID. The second thing is that if you get kids vaccinated for flu, then we know that they reduce transmission in the community. There have been school-based vaccination programs for influenza that have shown that even though it's the kids being targeted by the vaccination programs, hospitalizations among the elderly fall in the community. So what you can do to keep our hospital capacity available is to have kids be part of the flu vaccination programs. Just yesterday, a national poll came out that's run by Mott Children's Hospital, showing that only a third of patients plan to get, a third of parents plan to get their kids vaccinated. So I again want to emphasize the importance this season more than ever. And for kids that are 6 months to 8 years of age, they may need 2 doses of flu vaccine spaced 4 weeks apart. So this would include kids in this age range who are getting the flu vaccine for the first time and those who have only previously had 1 dose. So we want to make sure that in those situations, families plan ahead and target getting the first dose by early October. Next slide, please. And one more just piece of education is related to masks. So we know that masks work, but there are gradations in terms of the effectiveness of masks. So on this infographic, I want to emphasize that the best quality masks are surgical masks and multi-layered cloth masks for settings like schools. So we want multi-layers and tightly woven fabrics, and recognizing that if you wear a fabric mask, it needs to be laundered each day, and surgical masks or disposable masks need to be disposed of and replaced on a daily basis. And then on the right-hand side, we see these a lot in the community. So I want to emphasize that there are some masks that are not recommended, and those include bandanas because the material is somewhat porous, materials such as fleece or nylon that are also very porous, especially in 1 layer, and masks with vents. So please, if you're considering what you can do for your family, go with the surgical masks or the multi-layered cloth masks. Next slide. Okay, this is my last slide. I just want to summarize by just mentioning that the decision-making for school reopenings or closures really is a balancing act. There's no zero risk scenario. We need to acknowledge that. So decisions about whether schools are open or modes of instruction during the pandemic require a risk benefit analysis and also the integration of communal value judgments from all the members of our community. There's no single metric that can determine these decisions. So as frustrating as it is to not have a number that we can use to really let us know what we should be doing, we need to recognize that there is no single metric that can tell us what we should do. We do know that the higher level of infection and spread in the community, the higher the likelihood that the virus will be introduced into the school. So that means that with high levels like we have now in the community, we have to really be really cognizant of the risk mitigation strategies and not relax those by any means. The better positioned and equipped a school is for implementing controls and responding to new information, the better the chance is that we can mitigate risk in the spread of disease if it is introduced into the school setting. So again, related to what metrics we want to guide our decisions, the same degree of infection in our population may be more or less tolerable based on the ability to mitigate the risk and enforce the controls like I've mentioned. And lastly, there really needs to be recognition around the concept that with this novel virus, the best evidence is evolving rapidly. So as I showed the data early in this presentation, those data just were published in the last 2 to 5 days. So as my job and the public health professional jobs, we, part of what we do is to monitor every day, several times a day, any new information that comes out so we can respond to anything that really would make us cautious or any information that would prompt new concerns. So just recognizing that we're learning every day new information, and it requires the ability and willingness to respond to the new information and to potentially update our policies and procedures. So that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. Gada Abusin, who will discuss COVID-19 and the impact on our students.
So, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk on behalf of the children. And I would like to thank the district and the schools for everything they do. So I am talking from a position of being a physician or a pediatrician that treats actually immune compromised kids. And at the same time, I have 4 children in the district who are immune competent. And so I kind of know the difference between the two, but it's very important. And I would like to really quickly, because it's already late at night, to share a couple of short stories. I wanted to make sure that people understand that prevention actually works. So wearing masks and isolation actually does work. And this is from a personal setting where my husband actually did contact the COVID and he was very, very sick. And none of not myself or my children actually did contact it, even though we all live in the same house. And the reason for that is doing a very deep cleaning, a strict isolation, and using disposables at the same time. So it did work in my household setting. And the other part is we work with immune compromised children in the hospital at Mott. And what we do is we are very also strict with our isolation and prevention. So we wear masks, we wash hands, and none of our children who are immune compromised contacted the COVID. So to take these two experiences and implement and think about what Emily just said is very important, because the importance of it is if we can prevent the transmission of the virus by being strict with our measures, then the benefit will outweigh the risk. So the American Academy of Pediatrics actually has multiple publication about school and returning back to school. And I want to bring to the attention of the board that lengthy time, and I am quoting here the American Academy, AAP, the lengthy time away from school and associated interruption of supportive services often results in social isolation, making it difficult for schools to identify and address important learning deficits, as well as child and adolescent physical or sexual abuse, substance abuse, depression, and suicidal ideation. This is in turn places children and adolescents at considerable risk of morbidity and in some cases actually mortality. So in population where the transmission rate is lower than the community, with the prevention measures are available and policies and procedures in place, the risk for children being not going back to school is higher than staying at home as a population for this specific age group. Next, please. The CDC also published multiple publications about returning back to school. Schools play a critical role in supporting the whole child, not just the academic achievement for children or students. And these are very important things to actually think about when we are talking about in-person transition to school. Social and emotional health of students can be enhanced through schools. Mental health of the students can be fostered through schools supports and services. And continuity of other special services are all important for student success. Next, please. And there is multiple, and I kind of attach few of those with a special emphasis for mental health and emotional health for children and adolescents. It's been 6 months when they are staying at home, and even if the educational is taken care of by virtual setting, which I can argue with that, having my children are actually doing virtual, and I know how much difference is going in each one and each one and their learning styles. The emotional health is and mental health is actually affected. One of the things that with this isolation, the children will need a lot of intervention just to get back to normal, which is a new normal for us at this point. I don't know how we are gonna, as a generation of kids with the isolation, deal with the post-pandemic mental health issues. And next, please. We actually have at MOT special recommendation that it was distributed to us. It's actually made by consensus statement. Basically, our infectious disease specialist, mental health, and psychiatry, they all came with recommendation regarding the siblings of patients and regarding how we can consistently provide for our population. And what I wanted to bring to the attention to the board, that the question of can the brothers and sisters of a child who is high risk return to in-person school? The answer is yes. We are actually letting them go back to school for brothers and sisters, even if they do have a sibling who is immune compromised or those siblings are high risk for contacting the disease. We are telling them they need to be very strict about their prevention measures. We actually do send letters for these siblings to go back to school. My specialty is actually bone marrow transplant. We actually don't allow kids to go back to school for 1 full year when they undergo bone marrow transplant, because they are the most immune compromised, but we allow their siblings to go back to school. We will not allow the patient to go back to school. But with our measures, we kind of very specific on that. And I want to reiterate what Emily just said about the flu shot and the flu vaccine, because we are now offering the flu vaccine to all our patients who are eligible to receive it and their siblings. And we are encouraging everyone to get the flu vaccine, because by getting the flu shots, we are decreasing the transmission of the influenza. And by default, whenever a COVID vaccine is available, we are not worried about our high risk population because they already received their flu shot. And so I kind of reiterate what Emily is saying about the flu shot, and we encourage everyone to get them. Now the flu shot is available. I guess this is the end of I think this is my last slide here, and I will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Abusin. I'd like to provide an update on the implementation of our school health readiness plan. There is an important feature on the district website called the COVID-19 Toolbox. It can be found on every school website, on the district website under Health and Safety, and on the Return to School Hub. This is really an important site for you all to take a look at. The site has a wealth of information, including the Wayne County Health Department protocols for managing COVID-19, resource documents, as well as many educational resources for parents and children. Also on this COVID-19 toolbox is the state of Michigan school-related coronavirus outbreak reporting chart that Dr. Summers mentioned in her report. Our staff has been educated about COVID-19, including how to best protect themselves and their students while at school. Wayne County Health Department protocols are being followed as we manage COVID-19 exposure among our staff and students. We have had a number of COVID-19 exposures and several positive COVID-19 cases among our school population. The positive cases to date have been related to exposure to household positive contacts. There have been no transmission of COVID-19 within our school buildings. The Wayne County Health Department protocols were followed and all affected individuals have recovered without incident. We also have been managing student and staff illnesses effectively since the start of school. The school nurses have been providing direction in the management of COVID-19, as well as providing education for both staff and students. Isolation rooms have been established in each school, and staff has been provided with the isolation protocols and checklists to ensure the health of each ill student who will need to be in the isolation room until parent can pick them up from school. Next, please. So, what will your child expect when they return to school? Well, your child will wear a mask in the classroom, in common areas, and in hallways. There will be mask breaks provided for hydration breaks, nutrition breaks, such as having a snack or lunch, and outside at recess. Classrooms have been reconfigured to ensure appropriate distance between students. There will be lots of hand washing upon arrival in the classroom, before snack, before lunch, after recess, and as needed. Supervised isolation area in each school building for those ill students to wait for their parents to pick them up has been established. Next, please. So what are the staff expectations during the school day? All staff will perform daily staff screening prior to the school day. All staff will wear a face covering when teaching. Your child may also see a teacher wearing a face shield as well. All staff will be aware of their personal space when teaching, and as feasible, maintain a 6-foot distance as much as possible. All staff will be practicing hand hygiene, hand washing frequently. Staff will reinforce with students those behaviors that help to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. School nurses have been working with the Wayne County Health Department in the COVID-19 case management for both possible exposures and COVID-19 positive cases. Next, please. So what are the parent expectations for when students return for in-person learning? It is the parent's responsibility and the district expectation that the child will be screened for any signs of illness prior to the school start. If your child is ill with any symptoms suggestive of COVID-19, please keep your child home and contact your child's medical provider. Your child should wear a mask on the bus and into the school. Make sure that you send a mask to the school with your child. Have your child practice wearing a mask or a face covering. Teach your child how to take off the face covering and put the face covering back on. And make sure that your child knows that they will be expected to wear a mask when at school. Practice good hand washing. Your child will be washing their hands a lot at school, so certainly start practicing that at home if you haven't done already. And please be aware that there may be some allergy restrictions in your child's classroom, and this will impact any food that can be safely eaten in the classroom. Next, please. So how are we addressing student and staff illness? Well, if a child or a staff member develops any symptoms of illness, they should go home as soon as possible. Your child will be waiting for you in the supervised isolation room. A medical note is required for return to school when a student or a staff member is either sent home with an illness or is home with symptoms that may be suggestive of COVID-19. If your child has a medical condition that may present with symptoms similar to COVID-19, such as seasonal allergies, provide a medical note from the medical provider with that information. Your child then will not be sent home if they have symptoms that are indicative of those with their seasonal allergies. However, if the symptoms worsen, your child should be seen by a doctor to rule out other symptoms of illness. Please alert the school office immediately if your child or anyone in the household tests positive for COVID-19. Do not send your child to school if you are waiting on the results of a COVID-19 test. Students and staff will be required to be quarantined if they or any member of their household test positive for COVID-19 per Wayne County Health Department protocol. The school nurse and the administration will work directly with Wayne County Health Department, and we have been working directly with Wayne County Health Department, and we will continue to follow the Wayne County Health Department protocols for the management of COVID-19. Next, please. So how are we managing COVID-19 positive cases in the school setting? Parents will be notified if your child's, if there is a, parents and staff will be notified of a confirmed positive case of COVID-19 in the school. The name of the affected individual will not be shared with parents. Parents additionally will receive notification if your child is determined to be a close contact to an individual at school with a positive COVID-19 test. Close contacts are identified as those students and staff who are less than 6 feet physical distance and have more than 15 minutes contact with the affected individual, and that's with or without wearing a face mask or a covering, face covering. Maintenance will provide additional cleaning and disinfection of the affected areas. Next, please. We are following the COVID-19 case scenarios with action steps. And these offer detailed protocols on how we manage various situations involving possible and confirmed COVID-19 cases as students and staff return for in-person learning. You know, these guidelines, which are available on the COVID-19 toolbox, can appear to be confusing. But please know that the school nurses are well educated with each protocol, and they work directly with the Wayne County Health Department. And we have been doing this and providing direction and managing COVID-19 with the entire school community since the start of school in September. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce then Debbie Piaz and Kelly Spalding from the Transportation Committee and for the next part of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good evening. Durham School Services continues to be committed to the health and safety of our employees and our passengers, and this commitment has only strengthened during this pandemic. We continue to rely upon the guidance from the CDC to direct our actions to keep our employees and our passengers safe. Employee safety, student safety, vehicle cleanliness reflect our current thinking and approach based upon the CDC guidance and our recent transit experience. We are monitoring the CDC website daily for additional information as well as information from state and federal governments, and are committed to applying the latest thinking on how we provide safe transportation as it becomes available. We also continue to engage in a great deal of dialogue with our team members to prepare for our schools to resume. We need to be completely aligned with our processes to give parents confidence that their students will be safe while riding the school bus. As you can see in our updates, the following center-based programs have returned face-to-face. September 8th, Cook School, Northville. September 14th, Garfield Skills Center, Webster Elementary, Emerson Middle School, Churchill ASD program in Livonia, along with our ISEP students at Allen and Gallimore. Every Tuesday, we assist with food distributions, and we are also happy that our athletic teams are back and we have been able to attend some of their events as well. Our most recent groups have returned yesterday as CI, EI, ASD special population routes within our district, as well as Madonna and Goals. Next slide, please. Same drivers for 2019-2020. We have been working closely with our union to make sure that the safety of our students is our #1 priority. Staff will continue to drive their routes that they ended in March as much as possible for those that are returning. Our students have built a great relationship with those drivers, and we feel that they would be more at ease returning to a friendly, familiar face, or should I say their eyes. We want them to have a smooth transition as they return. Driving safely and our students for our screening for our employees. Durham School Services has implemented screening of employees for COVID-19 symptoms on a daily basis prior to the start of each shift. Each employee will conduct a self-screening that consists of temperature checks using non-contact thermometers and answering questions to determine employees have symptoms or not for the COVID-19. If an employee's temperature is 100.4 or greater, or if an employee has experienced any of these symptoms, COVID-19, the employee will be sent home before returning to work. And after being sent home, the employee must either have clearance from a health provider or a public official. 24 hours must have passed without a fever, without using a fever-reducing medication, and any symptoms of a respiratory infection were present. And at least 10 days has passed since their symptoms first appeared. Employees who are ill are directed to stay home. If an employee becomes ill after starting work, they will be sent home immediately. If an employee tests positive for COVID-19, we will follow the CDC guidelines and require any employee who was in close contact with the infected employee within 48 hours of an onset symptom self-quarantine for 14 days and report to us immediately to any developing symptoms. If the employee who tests positive was in close contact with any students or any school personnel within 48 hours of onset of symptoms, we will notify the district, work closely together to ensure all school personnel and parents of the students who have been exposed are notified. All our employees have had the COVID-19 training along with our protocols that have been placed into place. Cleaning and sanitizing our buses. We are sanitizing the buses twice per day, once after the AM route and once after the PM route. In addition, we will also be using antibacterial cleaning supplies to enable the spot cleaning of surfaces that becomes contaminated during the route prior to the start of school. If we learn of any passenger on a bus that has tested positive for the virus, we will also take the vehicle out of service for a minimum of 24 hours prior to disinfecting it and putting it back into service. Hand sanitizer has been mounted on every bus, and each student must use this as they enter. We have also complied with the Michigan State Police for regulations. Student ridership and face mask. Based upon guidance from the CDC, we are providing non-medical face masks for employees and requiring their use while in the workplace, including while they are driving vehicles. We are also providing gloves for use when performing tasks like wheelchair securance or touching surfaces that may be contaminated. Face shields are also available when needed. Students will be expected to wear a mask when riding the school bus. Masks will also be available on the bus for distribution if a student presents without one. We are also working on procedures to assign seating to help eliminate students crossing pathways. Recommendations: face-to-face transportation will require a mask to be worn during ridership both to and from school for both students and our employees. For those riderships, although bus ridership is one of the most safest ways to travel to and from school, some parents may still want to transport their students by personal vehicle, which may cause an increase in vehicular traffic at some of our buildings. Therefore, additional parking lot supervision may be necessary. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to Kristen Hennessy for nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Nutrition Services has continued to provide Safe Start remote feeding to our students. In late August, the USDA announced the extension of waivers to allow us to offer free breakfast and lunch to children 0 to 18 and up to 26 with an IEP. To ensure that the students were being fed while they were learning at home, we have provided a pre-order system for enrolled P-CCS students that reserved meals for families. We have 4 meal pickup locations with different times to accommodate our families' needs. In addition, we deliver meals to homes when needed. Currently, we are also providing meals to programs that have currently come back to the schools, such as our preschool programs, and just this week, students in the categorical programs we are sending meals home with when they attend. We have created menus that we consider fan favorites, and we continue to change those menus because we're hearing from children that they want to have something that gives them comfort because they're missing the meals at school. And those menus are posted on NutriSlice. As we transition into bringing students back, we will still continue to meet the needs of our families that are getting virtual learning and continue to have pickup meals for them as we continue to look for ways to feed the students as they come back to school. I'd like to now turn it over to Rich Walsh.
Rich, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Having our buildings clean is extremely important to us. However, we also understand that this has been a challenge as well. We continue to work with our partner GRBS on staffing. We are also looking outside to other cleaning companies to help to achieve the level of staff needed to accomplish all tasks. Here are the plans that we have put in place. Our plant engineers are walking buildings early each morning to see if anything needs to be addressed before staff arrive. Our kitchen and paraprofessional staff are on special assignment to continue to address touchpoint cleaning in our buildings during the day on a 4-hour rotation per the Michigan Return to School Roadmap. GRBS has also shifted their staff schedules around to be able to have the additional staff during the day to address bathroom cleaning and any tasks that may have been missed. Central office cabinet members will start building walkthroughs to review the cleanliness of the building and address staff concerns. During the focused cleaning on Wednesdays, we will work with the staff and GRBS to make sure every surface in classrooms is cleaned and disinfected. During the day, we will start in the rooms that staff chose to work from home. Once the room is cleaned and disinfected, a sticker will be put on the door to help direct the evening staff on what rooms still need to be focused in. This will allow the night staff to spend the time to clean and disinfect every surface in the classrooms. We are continuing to explore other options for hiring additional cleaning staff in anticipation of the P-CCS cafeteria workers and unassigned paraprofessionals returning to their original assignments. We are seeking proposals from other commercial cleaning companies, as well as posting P-CCS positions to assist with the additional cleaning protocols in the Safe Start to School plan. These costs could be funded from the state coronavirus relief funds. We are planning on posting these positions by next week. We have continued to stress the importance of using the Google Docs sheet to capture missed tasks and document how issues have been resolved. As we plan for students to return, our PEs and GRBS will work together for midday cleaning. We will make sure all desktops and surfaces are cleaned, trash is emptied, restrooms are cleaned, and in a 2-hour window between student cohorts with the use of the electrostatic sprayer, we will be able to spray a classroom using the ProCure V solution in 4 minutes with a 10-minute dry time. We continue to order and stock PPE to have adequate supplies available. Next slide, please, Nick. We continue to order and stock to have PPE to have adequate supplies available. We have received face shields from Nissan, masks from Wayne Risa, and we have continued to partner with Risa for a lower cost on needed PPE. We have installed floor decals in our buildings to help with traffic flow and social distancing. We have now received our entire allotment of the Clorox 360 machines ordered to date. After listening to some concerns about the Clorox 360 solution, we researched other solutions that are EPA and CDC approved to be used against COVID-19. After looking at the research, we selected the product ProCure-V with the active ingredient chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide has been around since 1944 and is used in water treatment plants and fruit and vegetable plants as a food-safe sanitizer. ProCure-V can be used in the electrostatic machines and will allow us to effectively and efficiently disinfect all surfaces in our buildings. Our summer construction is substantially complete. Our HVAC systems have been set to maximize the amount of outside air that is brought into each space. We have set the units to exchange the air at a minimum of 4 times per hour. We have ordered MERV 13 filters and will be installing them when they come in and where the HVAC units can handle them. And staff will be encouraged to open windows when possible to allow fresh air. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Hal Hurd.
Thank you, Rich. I will be giving an update on extracurricular activities. All of our fall sports have been reinstated and are able to participate in competitions. All participants are required to wear face coverings. Face coverings may be worn, but student athletes are not required to do so while in active participation in cross country, golf, and tennis. Face coverings are required in football, soccer, and volleyball. This includes all times during active participation and all times during non-active participation, when 6 feet of physical distance cannot be maintained. There are no provisions in the Executive Order 180 for medical intolerance reasons or medical waivers. The KLAA, our Athletic and Activities Conference, has provided spectator guidelines for all competitions. Only 2 spectators per participant. There is an adaptation of 1 spectator per participant due to the size of the natatorium seating area at one of our park buildings. There will be no concessions available at indoor or outdoor competitions. At this time, there will be no band or pom or dance team performances at football games, but there will be a separate showcase for each program. The pom dance team showcase was held this past Saturday, September 26th, and the band performance is upcoming. Off-season workouts, for which a number of our interscholastic teams participate in under the MHSAA guidelines, will be allowed as the assistant principals for athletics and activities have reviewed the protocols put in place for the fall teams that we're hosting indoors practices and competitions currently. They unveiled their plan for indoor off-season workouts for teams on Monday, September 28th. Also, the assistant principals for athletics and activities created plans for in-person meetings for clubs and activities, beginning with those that are connected to academic programs, as they will be allowed to meet in person. Other clubs outside of those that are connected to academic programs will meet virtually until we return face-to-face. These clubs will be allowed to hold face-to-face meetings outdoors if they submit a plan to the assistant principal for athletics and activities for approval. The indoor club meeting size will be limited to 15 or less if there's enough space to physical distance. Outdoor club meeting size is limited to 100 or less with physical distancing. There will be a temporary freeze on new club approvals. Students and advisors will have to fill out the COVID screening forms before attending each meeting, and each participant will wear a face covering. Cleaning protocols will be established with the maintenance department, and each advisor will provide a clear plan of protocols, meeting times, and meeting spaces to the assistant principals for athletics and activities before approval will be given for a face-to-face meeting. That concludes the extracurricular activities update, and now I'll turn it over to Mr. Nick Brandon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hurd. The communications team remains dedicated to keeping the P-CCS community connected with us so we can stay better connected with the P-CCS community. There's a variety of enhancements to our outlets and to our programming that we've done recently and will continue to do to better serve our community. And up front, we just really want to acknowledge the challenges of communication right now. And just like everything in education, we want to dedicate ourselves to continuous improvement. We want to make sure that we're serving our community in the best ways possible with our various outlets. And we want to continue to improve and make sure we're meeting the community's needs during an incredibly challenging time for communication in a district as large as we are, with as much information as we have to share during this time. One of the major things we've done is revamped and reorganized our Return to Learning Hub. We recommend all members of the P-CCS community to check out our new Return to Learning Hub. It's better organized. We took kind of the long scrolling list and all the vast information that we've had to post during the last couple months as we return to school. And we've consolidated it into a much more attractive, easier to navigate format. And we know that our community is going to be able to find information easier through this new hub. We're excited today to announce our next community town hall, which is going to take place Tuesday, October 6th at 4 p.m. Again, that two-way communication is such an important thing between school district and community. And this town hall will be another excellent way for us to do that, to stay better connected with our community and to open up those two-way communication dialogues so we can stay connected. With that too, we're also looking forward to bringing forward some P-CCS webinars, a series where we can get some of our teaching and learning professionals out front to the community, explaining a lot of aspects of the various plans that we're going to be talking about more tonight and plans moving forward in the coming weeks and months. So we're excited to launch that series as well. Again, trying to find multiple outlets to reach our stakeholders in as many different ways as possible. We've enhanced our presence to Canvas and our home learning hub on our website, as well as on our P-CCS app. So you can look for that update on our app. Our reentry FAQ will continue to be updated with continuous updates, especially now that we'll have more updates for our reentry plan in the coming days and weeks. We'll continue to make sure that that FAQ is updated. The LPT3 podcast continues to be a very successful way for us to reach the community. Today's episode that was released today includes some website navigation tips. We know there was some feedback from the community about that things can be challenging to find on the website and how much information there is on the site. The podcast from today has a segment within it that talks about just some navigation tips and tricks to help better find information on the district website. With that, one thing we want to make sure and continuously communicate is the way that we offer translation functions on our outlets for our families who need different languages in terms of our content. A lot of this is internal. We have some work to do as a district to make sure we're posting things in a format that can be translated. PDFs and JPEGs and some of the practices that our district has done in the past, really challenging to translate that. So we're dedicated now to make sure everything goes through our district website or a Google document, something we know that can be translated easily. And we're going to continue that work district-wide. That's not just a district thing, that includes all of our buildings and all of our individual program outlets. And even tomorrow, we're going to have some conversations with our content managers about just this idea, but we're very dedicated to making sure that the accessibility is there for different languages. And then our version 2.0 of our communications handbook, an idea that came directly from the communications subcommittee, is in the works. And we know we're going to be launching that to our frontline communicators sometime very soon to make sure that our secretaries and those who work in our buildings have the right information to communicate when they get engaged by members of our community. Just a couple quick things to show. This is an image of our new Return to School Hub. Again, we're really excited about the new format, and we know it's going to be a lot easier for students, families, and community members to find information about return to school. Also, with our translation function, our official website does a really good job of this. There's a drop-down menu in the upper right corner, and we're going to post content in a way where we are sure that it can be translated on the site. Again, getting away from just posting PDFs or JPEGs, but posting things in a format that can be translated into a lot of different languages. You can see this is one of our recent news items translated into Romanian. And then we also will continue to utilize Google Documents. Google Translate is a really strong function that works, and that's why we like Google Documents along with the live aspect of it. If you take a Google document and you select all of it, such as our reentry plan FAQ, and you drop it into Google Translate, this function will turn it into many, many different languages. And what you could see here is an example of our FAQ translated into Vietnamese, really with a one-click function in Google Translate. So we'll continue to utilize outlets where we can reach our community in the best and most diverse ways possible to keep our community better connected with us. With that, we'll go to the final subcommittee of this segment of the presentation, our Human Resources Subcommittee, and Dr. Liz Vartanian-Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I would like to begin by saying thank you to all of our staff members for their continuous dedication and commitment to our students and families. The Human Resources Department continues to serve the staff in our school district. Since the beginning of June, the focus of the department has been staffing. The Human Resources Department organized 2 job fairs to secure additional teachers for our students and school community. We are beginning the interview process to secure 3 additional school nurses. We are also hiring healthcare technicians to serve in the supervised isolation clinics in our schools. Premier substitute teachers were trained before school started using our learning management system Canvas as well as Zoom. All of the Premier substitute teachers have been placed in long-term assignments. Daily substitute teachers have been trained using Canvas and Zoom and at this time are working in our buildings. Our teachers have received extensive details on how to set up substitute teachers as alternate hosts to their scheduled Zoom meetings and/or personal rooms. Lesson plans can be uploaded in our frontline absent management system. Substitute teachers check in at the school office and they receive a device if instruction is being delivered in a virtual format. Also, the teacher evaluation process has been launched for this school year. Teachers have received an overview of the process. The union leadership teams have been working with Kurt Tiskowitz and I to address staff concerns and questions. Through this work, we have been able to respond to questions and put in place communication pieces with which update our staff on a regular basis. 200 of our special education paraprofessionals have been given a device from the technology department to connect with their students during synchronous and asynchronous instruction. The Department of Specialized Services has also planned professional development to provide additional training for our paraprofessionals. The technology department has been working to support staff requests. 391 monitors have been distributed. 300 headphones have been ordered for staff use. 181 staff members have submitted a request for headphones, which will be delivered this week. 1,407 technology service requests have been submitted by our staff to the technology department. Since August 31st, 1,201 of these requests have been resolved. The technology team continues to service our staff and school community efficiently and effectively, as well as providing service for our students. Beginning in July, the Human Resources Department has worked with staff members to support accommodations and to approve leave requests. We provided accommodations for 66 staff members and approved 87 requests through the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. A year-long leave has been approved for 22 of our staff members. On a daily basis, Kurt Tiskowitz and I respond to staff requests, questions, and comments. Our goal continues to be to support our staff needs so they are able to support our students. Redeployment of staff continues to be an option as we fill essential positions. Now, our superintendent, Monica Merritt, will present information on the extended continuity of learning plan.
Thank you. At this point, I am going to pause. We're at a point in our presentation where we have attempted to make all of the updates to our continuity of learning plan, the assurances, as an expectation, as I started off at the beginning of this conversation, a legislative expectation is a approval of our extended continuity of learning plan, our assurances, any changes to our continuity of learning plan by October the 1st. So at this point, we have gone through those elements. I'm looking at the clock. I am thinking of the amount of comments that we've heard from our families. I know the amount of questions that we've had from board members to this point concerning our next component, which is our hybrid model that's up for consideration. So at this point, I want to pause and have a conversation. One, I want to give an opportunity for you to begin to ask questions about this component of the presentation, separate from the hybrid model. I know that we have some guests that are on the call, and I want to be respectful of their time as well. And at this point, after going through that question, those questions that you may have for that component that would allow you to move forward with an approval of the extended continuity of learning plan absent the hybrid model. And what the hybrid model is the explanation of how we would begin to move forward with a phased in approach of bringing in our next set of students. So I want to kind of talk about that to say, is there that potential as we go through that second component this evening, answer questions about that we would carve that piece out and talk about a separate meeting, hopefully as soon as possible, where we can specifically spend time talking about that model. So with that, I'd like to stop and address questions that the board may have about the items in our continuity of learning plan that you have heard to date.
All right, so similar to other meetings, we're gonna go around. Everybody will have a chance to ask some questions. 2 questions per round. We're gonna start the opposite end of the alphabet tonight. We will start with member Sidhu, then it'll be member Savage, then me, member Lazarowitz, member Kehoe, member Brooks, member Brzezinski, and we'll go around till we're all done.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking everybody for putting in the hard time, the long hours in coordinating all of this. I know this is hard work for everybody. So as we try to pull all of this together, I'm seeing updates from different subcommittees, and I'm wondering how all of this does fit together to bring students back. I see pieces of puzzles, but would like to hear about a cohesive plan to support student learning. While I appreciate these updates and the details of each of the different components, I would like clarity on how these pieces fit together to help us with a big picture overview of the plan. And what is in the extended continuity of learning plan? So is what we just heard part of that? And if it is, I don't see a link to the extended continuity of learning plan in our document. So that's my first question.
It is included in your document. I have to look to see what page that is on. It's the link. This is our original plan that you approved. And so we are sharing updates to those plans, which we're required to do. If you look on the bottom of page 7 of the form, you'll have a link to the COVID-19 preparedness and response plan. So and that's as a part of this extended day template, we'll continue to circle back, and we are required to inform the board of any changes or updates that we've made to those plans as we move forward. And that would be an every 30-day explanation. So you should see those links as a part of the template to our old plan.
Superintendent Merritt, would it be helpful to do the next couple of slides, which do specifically speak to the components of the ECOL, the extended continuity of learning plan, interdependent of the hybrid model? So, because if the question from the board was, what are the parts of it? I can speak to the components of it and just kind of walk through those. What would be the will of the board here?
What my understanding of the question I think that she was asking is, extended continuity of learning plan is the element that really is dealing with our learning components, which is something when I think the initial requirements of the roadmap came out, we had to do a continuity of learning plan, COVID-19 preparedness and response plan, and included all of our safety and all of our different committee work that you've heard this evening. That still exists. In addition, we have an extended continuity of learning plan that has to be voted on as well. But all of those components we need to continue to update any changes that we have to the entire plan as we move forward. So in addition to our existing plan, this extended continuity of learning plan that we'll go over the components of next. But I think Vice President Sidhu was asking about these components and why we were going over theirs and how they connected to the extended continuity of learning plan. Is that correct?
Correct. But at the same time, when I click on the link on our agenda for the approval of the extended continuity of learning plan, I just see a one pager. So if we're approving something, I'm wondering if we can have details of the plan that we're approving as an attachment to that. Again, I'm having a really hard time putting all these pieces together with the subcommittee updates and having a conversation about some changes that you guys are looking at and what the extended continuity of plan is going to include, minus the hybrid learning option. I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to visualize, where is that document?
So this is a document that you've had for 2 weeks that you've been able to give feedback on. As we did last time with the continuity of learning plan, the document or the template itself is fluid and that changes. So as you look, if you think about the last time you approved the plan, you had the resolution that approved the plan because we took this opportunity to talk and any tweaks that we needed to make to that template before we moved that forward to RISA, we did. So this is the extended continuity of learning plan. And if you look at the template itself, at the bottom of the pages, you see the, I think that was page 13. There's a link to the COVID-19 preparedness response plan. So these are all of the elements that we have to continue to adhere to. So for example, on that first page where it talks about the assurances, number 5, we're signing off on the fact that we're—
Can you please bring up the presentation so you can tell us where we're going? Because we're not following you. So you're mentioning these page numbers and I don't think we're finding it. So if someone could just share the document and point us to where it's at, it would be helpful.
Mr. Brandon, can you pull up?
I can. It's going to take me a minute to open it. Just hold on.
So I'd like to have you share the document that you published today, the actual board presentation, and show us where that document is there, and then we can link through. I don't want to open up the second document because I assume it's linked.
No, we don't.
Monica,
We don't have the template linked to the document.
Why not?
This is the same process that we followed before with the continuity of learning plan. That template, as I said, that's fluid template. We shared with you. You've had that for a few weeks now. After we go through this, as we're making any tweaks, any feedback that we receive from the board, that document is finalized and then moved forward to the ISD and posted on our website. According to these requirements, we need to have that posted by October the 1st.
Okay, so I think it's important for us to walk through this together. So I want everyone on the board and the public to see what we're approving tonight. And so I get it that it may not need to be linked because we're actually going to sign a one pager to submit. And this is a fluid document, but I think it's important for everyone to see what is being approved. So if you could walk us through that and say how all of the subcommittees that presented today, how does it fit into this extended continuity of learning plan?
Yes, and so that is actually the next step when we're looking at, that's the next slide that's coming up. So that's why I just paused, because I wanted you to have that opportunity to ask any questions, not asking you to approve. That's at the end of this meeting, but I know that we have a couple of doctors here on the call. I wanted you to be able to ask any questions that you had. Now, if you'd rather us continue to go through the presentation, we can do that. I just wanted to be respectful of and give an opportunity to ask those questions. We've been going now since 7 o'clock. So if your will is that we continue to walk through, we can do that. Or if you'd like to ask additional questions about the subcommittee or the transmission, the matrix, this might be a good time to do that. So just let me know which direction you'd like to go.
Okay, well, let's talk about the matrix. So one of my wonderings is how is the information that was shared today being included in our extended continuity of learning plan, and how will that help influence the next direction of whatever plan we're going to propose or share?
So as you notice in terms of the assurances, there's not a location in the extended continuity of learning plan where we are to include the metrics or the data points that we use, but as an assurance, you are signing off to say that at a minimum, I believe it's those 6 areas that we have to make sure that we account it for. And so those are the things in the while at school committee and at the opening of this presentation, we walked you through the various data points that we use in terms of making those decisions. So we look at the P-CCS weekly information, we look at the out county, Wayne County information, we have all of the information that's on the michigan.gov page, and the final is that COVID Act 19 page. From the State Department, there is now a matrix that they have shared with the local health departments. And that is really your indication of, with looking at all of those data points that are required from the roadmap, when it's appropriate, using whatever mitigating factors that you have to either be in person, to have a condensed version, which is a hybrid model, or to be fully remote. So that is really the matrix that the state has now provided last week for us to use our individual information. As Dr. Summers shared, and I might have her jump in here as well, when we look at that ranking, that health department is then sharing that with Wayne County Health Department. We then work with Wayne County Health Department for guidance. So right now, Wayne County Health Department, they're working on their variation of that metrics. And what we will do is submit this information that we have shared with you in terms of the PPE we'll use, our hand hygiene, the cleaning protocols. All of those are a part of this grading system that Wayne County Health Department will utilize in order to give us a grade. So there's that total number of points that will be on their grading system, approximately, I think 120 points. They'll say like 80 points is the number that you're shooting for. This process is it's in process. Here in Wayne County, we had 2 districts, and we're working with RISA, with the Wayne County Health Department. 2 districts in the county were able to share their documents already with the health department as a sample so they can work that through the template. We all, the remaining 31 districts, will have an opportunity to move forward and share our plan, that our approved plan, our metrics that we're just going over in the earlier part of this conversation with Wayne County Health Department. They will give us a grade in terms of our PPE, our safety protocols, all of those assurances that we just went through. And then we'll continue to utilize that overall matrix in terms of if we have no numbers of cases in a building, then we do this. If we have cases in a building, then we do this. If we have a spread or an outbreak, these are the protocols to follow. So Dr. Summers, I don't know if there's something in addition you want to add to that.
I don't really have anything too specific other than to mention that the health departments are really looking to work collaboratively. So if there were cases to occur in a building, they would help troubleshoot to see if there was a breach in some sort of a risk mitigation protocol. I can say that of all the things we've discussed as part of the Health and Safety Committee, I think we're covering all the bases and doing as much as we can from the safety prevention standpoint. So the things that health departments would try to enforce, I believe we're really attentive to and being proactive in terms of putting those types of risk mitigation factors into place.
Okay, well, with that said, I'd like to ask about one particular piece of that was shared, and that's been continued to be shared, which is the 6 feet of distancing requirement or recommendation. I want to hear again what your thoughts are about that and about the school districts that are not requiring that and just saying we're going to try. So what are your thoughts about maintaining that 6 feet of distance and adhering to that versus school districts that are saying we're just going to try and see how it goes?
So I think it's essential, absolutely essential, to adhere to the 6 foot recommendation. Just to put it into context, even though the 6 feet is not a magic number, we do know that we want to enforce about 6 feet. If more were possible, that would be even better. But 6 feet is what the public health community has settled on. In Europe, it might be termed 2 meters. At any rate, that's going to significantly disrupt any droplet transmission, which we believe is the most prevalent mode of transmission. There is still the ability to have spread of these smaller particulate matter that can be lighter and travel further. And that's where the ventilation and things like opening windows and things of that nature can come into play. So, you know, I really think it's foolhardy to not enforce two of the big controls that we can put into place are the distancing as well as masks. And I've heard reports of districts that have not enforced the masks, and they've ended up, there's a school district in Michigan that I think had to quarantine 400 people because of lack of mask wearing and lack of distancing and other things of that nature. So just to be aware of how this comes into play, aside from the biologic disruption of disease transmission, which is the main idea, there's also the practicality of if you are not maintaining that distance, that's going to require larger groups of kids to be quarantined if there is a suspected case.
Okay, thank you. I'm done with my questions for now.
Leonardo?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I got a couple of observations to make. One for Dr. Summers. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. There is actually no effective vaccine at the moment for COVID-19. Has anybody ever thought about that? I mean, I know the Ecol plan is probably a good plan, but it doesn't have a timeline. It's only to satisfy the Michigan state, correct?
I'm sorry, the what plan did you say?
The Ecol plan is only there to satisfy the requirements of the state. Am I right, Monica?
So I would just say, as far as a vaccine, you know, there's no telling when a vaccine will be proved to be safe and effective. So
Right.
that's not something we can count on. Really, the two big advances that we're hoping for would be advances as far as prevention with a vaccine, or if we can really boost up some sort of rapid testing that is feasible to implement in a large scale situation like a school. So without rapid testing and vaccines, you're right, there is, you know, that's not in place now, and it won't be for the next several months. So, you know, we really need to work as a society to do everything else that we can to reduce transmission. And those big items are physical distancing and wearing masks as far as what most folks can do on an individual level.
Okay, the governor today extended the state of emergency till October the 27th. We're still having 700 to 1,000 cases of coronavirus recorded every day. That doesn't seem to be going down. How is this going to affect your data and calculations?
So it is true that cases are not going down. You know, the nadir in terms of the lowest rate of cases was around June. And starting in July, we had a steady creep of increase in disease rates in our state.
Right.
So the good news is that Michigan has fared much better than many other states. So we're in a relatively good place in comparison to many other states. There are a few states such as New York that have done even better in terms of really lowering their disease rates and levels of testing positivity. So I think in general, in terms of our state, we're in relatively, you know, I wouldn't say that, I mean, there's just no zero risk scenario like I mentioned. So any movement of people in the population or increases of people in indoor spaces, that's not without risk. I think the big situation here is that we have learned over the last several months that there are some measures that actually are quite effective, such as the wearing of masks. We've learned that in the healthcare settings, if rigorous PPE is used, they can administer healthcare safely. So I think we're in a better position in terms of knowledge than we were even 1 to 2 months ago. However, we have to be extremely cautious. And if we are prepared to do any sort of return to school, having some sort of a triaging is what makes me the most comfortable.
Okay, so what would you think if it all started to increase over the next couple of months? What would be your reaction then?
So that would partly depend on any modifying factors. So one thing would be where are these increases happening? So in collaboration with health departments, would we be able to discern trends which would increase or decrease our comfort level with schools being open? So going back to the idea of our increases restricted to certain settings like a long-term care facility or just a single super spreader event like a wedding. So those could really cause spikes in the population data without having as much of an impact on schools per se. On the converse, if we're finding that cases are spreading at the community level without being able to, through contact tracing, know how those cases were transmitted, that's a bigger concern because that means there's more spread that's getting out of control. There are a few rebound markers that would be significant, such as if we saw a 3-day consecutive increase of a 10% level of increase or more. So there are a few red flags that would be more concerning than just a general increase in rates. So it's really hard to say a blanket statement of if things increase, how does that make me feel? I do think that from my perspective, it requires a weekly or daily assessment of the data and close collaboration with our health officials to really figure out what's going on in our areas.
Okay. Question for Monica. Just very quickly, the learning plan that's done for the state, does it have an actual timeline, or is it just something that has to be submitted to the state and then you tag on the hybrid thing onto that? Is that the idea behind it?
So the idea is the extended continuity of learning plan, and we'll talk about what are the components that are in there. That is what has to be approved one time by October 1st. But we have a reaffirmation meeting every 30 days. So when I say that's a fluid document, as we change our modes of instruction, there's just a component in there. If you look at what is currently there, it is our Safe Start model and our P-CCS virtual academy. So if, for example, separate of this, the ACOL is something that is approved, we look at our hybrid model. And once we get to a place where if there's any change to how we're delivering instruction, and that is something that is voted, we would update that. And then every 30 days, we have to come back and talk about any changes that would take place. You are not required as a board to vote anymore on the plan itself, but you have to have a reaffirmation meeting every 30 days so we can share with the community any changes, so that we can share our participation rates with our community, and so that we can have an opportunity for public to have input or feedback on how the plan is going.
Okay, so what we're voting on tonight is basically just the plan that will be submitted to the state.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's good. I'm done.
Okay, so in one of the slides, it was in the presentation, it was 27 of 94. It was about the accessibility of SARS-CoV-2 infection among children. So at the top, it talks about children younger than 10 to 14 have a lower accessibility. And then down at the bottom, it says the incidence in children 5 to 11. And I guess what concerns me partly is that, when you're talking about elementary kids, no, not that one. It is, no.
It's page
Yeah,
40.
Okay.
Page 40 of the PDF.
Yeah, right there. When you're talking about an elementary school, fifth graders could be 11, 12. I mean, I don't know. I guess when we talk about kids and we talk about whether or not they're liable to, get it and transmit it, there's no firm line where, oh, now you're 12, you have like an adult rate, as opposed to last week when you were 11. And I'm just wondering what that would do in a school when you have, like, say, kindergartners who maybe have a really low, kind of incidence rate, but then you have these older kids. If that changes any of the thoughts on putting kids into schools or, you know, the groupings of them?
Yeah, so yes, indeed, the studies that you show on that slide, the difference in the rates the age ranges that are reported are simply because of the studies that are included use different definitions. So the top study that I referenced had a review of 32 studies, and each of those individual studies used slightly different cutoffs that fell between 10 and 14 years of age, whereas the study below specifically defined the 5 to 11 year category versus 12 to 17. So in my professional opinion, I think that, you know, age is a crude proxy for probably what's more important would be, you know, when kids transition through puberty. Biologically, that would make more sense in terms of where we are seeing some sort of an inflection point. So we're never going to settle on an exact age because every kid is going to be slightly different in terms of their rate and, you know, stage of development. So rather than, you know, split hairs in terms of the age, because I think we'll never settle on an exact age, I think the point that I would just enforce would be that the early elementary is clearly in the range that I would consider to be in the safer zone. And then as you creep up towards the, you know, 10 and onward age range, then that's where we start to have a growing level of concern. Prior data, there were studies that were done in kids of 0 to 9 years of age that clearly showed differences in terms of the levels of virus that they had when they took swabs. So anyway, I think that we'll never have an exact answer, but the younger kids in like the primary grades, I think would be just more squarely in the safe zone. Well, I shouldn't say safe, but the safer zone.
And I would add to that, thank you, Dr. Summers. What we want to emphasize is something that Dr. Summers said earlier in terms of there's no way to eliminate risk regardless of age, but it's really about the rigorous mitigation strategies that we have in place in terms of our plan as we work to bring students back. And so that one main job on the board was to go back and find a plan that would allow us to have the reduced density within the classroom. So when you look at that matrix from the healthcare department, at any time when you're in a higher rate, that would be their recommendation, that you are in a reduced capacity. And so having that 6 feet or reduced capacity of students in a classroom, having the requirement to wear masks, making sure that you're following proper hand hygiene and cleaning and safety protocols would be all rigorous mitigation strategies in terms of that plan for returning.
Okay. And then my next question for right now is like one of the, you know, talking about, you know, people, you know, cooperating with contact tracing and those kinds of things. What is the district plan if a family refuses to cooperate with that kind of thing? Like, do we have, is there some kind of a policy that we will enforce if, you know, a contact tracer is trying to get a hold of a family and they're just like, I'm not going to speak to you?
I'll start and then ask Nurse Atsit to step in, but that is really the Wayne County Health Department that is working on doing the contact tracing. And so we work in collaboration with, but they're who works with the staff member, the student member about their particular situation and then inform us and we take guidance. So when you look at the specific protocols that we have to follow, there's very specific scenarios in our binder that were to say, you know, if this person is as a positive or a suspected case, then this is the protocol that you would follow, but then they would work. So we would have the control, I'll use that word, over responding to in that classroom setting, who was in that classroom setting. When they look at contact tracing, it is within 6 feet for over 15 minutes. And so that would be that component, but they're also working outside of the school day, you know, and that's the health department working with that individual to determine. And as Dr. Summers is saying, that has to be an individual responsibility to be truthful on those conversations, like who you may have been with over 6 feet, over 15 minutes. So the component that we work on is the exposure or where that person's contact was within the school system. It's a collaborative effort. I don't know if Kathy, if you had something to share to that. Or...
Superintendent Marin is absolutely right that we would work with Wayne County Health Department to provide them with the names and the contact numbers for those close contacts that were determined to be indeed close contacts of the individual who tests positive for COVID. Again, identified as though the close contact is an individual who is less than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes.
Thank you. All right, John.
Okay, 2 questions. Some of these elementary schools and middle schools, they don't have windows they can open up. What are we doing for fresh air going to the classroom? Are we buying air purifiers, or what are we doing?
In that area, and I'll ask Mr. Welch to step in and assist, where we talked about in the cleaning area, looking at well, actually, I'll ask you now, Rich, to step in to talk about the HVAC and the fresh air supply and those recommendations in that space.
Yes, sorry. So we are maximize the amount of outside air that we can take into the buildings. We're rotating that air every 4 hours, 4 times every hour. I have started to look at air purifiers as well, and getting quotes on those prices of that and how many we need in some of the smaller elementaries that we can't. We are trying to get more kids in,
So you're looking into purchasing air purifiers?
Correct.
You haven't gotten the cost and how many we need, correct?
Correct. We've gotten, we've started to work at, Kurt and I, Mr. Jiskowitz and I have started to work on the amount of that we're going to actually possibly need. And I've talked to 3 reps already about availability of them. We've got 2 different companies that have given me quotes already on them. So we're just trying to put all that stuff together.
So we're looking at multiple opportunities. So if we have a window, for example, and that would be strongly encouraging when we look at the Wayne County Health Department's grading system as a part of that component, they would say, when possible, have your windows open, have your classroom doors open. And so that's work that we would continue staff to do. But also looking at other ways, we have our HVAC systems. As you heard, we're getting the MERV 13, and we'll have those filters rotated in as they get here. There are some rooms just in terms of our buildings that are older where we know that we don't have that system that would allow for that. So exploring other ways. It was kind of, even as we talked in the Wallet School Committee and looking at more recent science on the transmission, as you heard tonight, and things being the 2 words, and Dr. Summers, if I say the wrong word, but aerosol. So even in having that 6-foot distancing, if there's other mitigating factors that we can help in terms of that addition of air purifiers in some of the rooms that are just smaller rooms. Looking at potential of plexiglass on some of those rooms. We have those right now in office spaces where it's less than a 6 feet if a teacher or a student in like a speech therapy is working closer. So exploring multiple ways that we can continue to, once again, go back to that piece that I talk about, rigorous mitigation strategies, and what can we do in various different scenarios that we can make sure that we're providing additional areas of support and strategies to try to help mitigate spread.
Okay, and thank you. And I got one last question. I'm kind of going a different direction for English learner services. Do they have like office hours that are beyond 3 o'clock, maybe till 5 o'clock? Because you have family members that work till 5, and the only time that they can probably get to a phone and talk to someone is between 4 and 5 or 5 and 6. Do they extend the courtesy of answering telephones that late?
So I would say that within our teachers, we have to work within their contracted hours, but I definitely would say you utilize the email system, utilize your building support, even working with your building principal who who may be able to help direct you in that information. And so you wouldn't have, in terms of the hours that teachers are available and they go home, that's a certain amount of time. So they're contracted hours, they wouldn't be there at school at 5 o'clock, but keep that communication open, anything that you need and whatever supports that we have in place with principals, with central office staff, will work with you and the teacher to make sure that any support that is needed in that time period, they could work around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my first thing I want to just comment on, there was a question or a citizen's comment that we did not read that was commenting on us wearing masks. The board members that are wearing masks are wearing them because we're in the same room. We're wearing masks in the same room because we wanted to understand what it would be like for students and teachers to be in a room wearing masks for many, many hours during the day and being 6 feet apart from each other. So if someone thinks that we're trying to just have some sort of virtue signaling, that is just not the case. We're trying to make sure that we understand the process and how our students and families and everybody would have to deal with this process. That's why we're wearing masks. My second comment is to thank you, Monica, and the team for all the hard work that's gone into this presentation. It is a fantastic presentation. You've really filled in a lot of the details. I'm very frustrated that it came out 30 minutes before the board meeting instead of it being provided on Friday when you sent the intent in the letter to the community, because I think we would have addressed a lot of the citizens' comments and addressed a lot of anxiety if we've got this materials out before. But I recognize the comprehensiveness of the presentation and the materials that came into this. And I want to applaud you and all of the contributors to that process. I do hope in the future we can pull that in sooner and deliver those materials simultaneously to try to address some of the anxiety and concerns that the community has. My question goes to the new materials that we received from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. And this is, to me, a real game changer for us in terms of what we're doing. When we started this process, we were indicated that we were in phase 4, and people still talk about the process of phase 4. But the risk factors never really aligned to what was happening with phase 4. And we've worked really hard to try to have those conversations on how the risk factors differ from the economic engagement model that is phase 4. And the new Michigan Department of Health and Human Services guidelines give us that matrix and those tools to help be able to address that. I have a request that we include not just the matrix, but actually the whole document, because there's a lot of good materials in that document that explain how to use that matrix, how those calculations are done, and that it's written in very plain language that even people in the community with access to the resources that they have, like the Michigan Start Info.map or Michigan Start Map.info site, that they can look at those same statistics and figure out at any given moment where we're at in this risk profile and in this process. And making it so that we can use that would be critical to have that information included in the links to the resources, not just the chart.
And so I do want to clear, just for clarity, that the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, that matrix that is created was for the intention or the purpose of sharing with local health departments. So that local health departments have similar uniformity in providing guidance to local school districts. So that information is not, it was shared with us, not by the health department, but we kind of got it as secondary as we're working with our local health department. So I know that you maybe had some information that you shared that was a 2-page information. So what you'll see, and Dr. Summers, you can help with that in terms of what is out on a site and that other information or explanation around that. This is information for the health departments. And so we further then, Trustee Kehoe, work with Wayne County Health Department, and they're still in that process of what we shared. When we give them our plans, they'll grade us, and they'll use that similar version of that matrix locally to guide our information.
That's fine. I understand, and I know that those factors are mitigated by the work that happens at the health department level, but I think it's really important. This document is referred to as a local health department and school district guidance for increasing and decreasing intensity of in-person instructions in Michigan school districts. So maybe we have to get permission for that, but I think it would be important for us to distribute this.
Yes, very good. I thought you were sharing that 2-page of the interim guidance that you received, and that wasn't an official, that hasn't been passed up to us as a school district officially. We have that matrix that we shared. So maybe I was.
Well, so it is the same document. From what I understand in my conversations with my legislatures, is that this is a final version of it. I don't know whether we're permitted to distribute it, but I think we should find out if we can, and if we can, we should, because it's great material. My question to Dr. Summers and to the administration on this is, in the document, there's 2 different categories that they describe in the matrix around for in-person with mitigation measures and in-person with strict mitigation measures. And they specifically call out the difference between mitigation measures and strict mitigation measures. Mitigation measures are called out as including the required measures for the Michigan Safe Schools, Michigan 2020-2021 Return to School Roadmap. That's all the items that are required there. But further, the strict measures are called out as including all required, strongly recommended, and recommended measures in the Return to Schools Roadmap, including universal use of cloth coverings for ages 4 years and older. So my question to Dr. Summers and to the administration on this is that I recognize that it's almost impossible for us to do every single recommended and highly recommended items in that Michigan Safe Schools list. And Dr. Summers, you mentioned earlier, or maybe it was Ms. Merritt who mentioned that there was a point scale that's used in evaluating those safety protocols. Is there any information that you can share with us on how that process works? And are certain activities and actions in that point scale rated higher than others, like requiring masks are worth 50 points and marking the hallways are worth 2?
Excuse me. Sorry about that. So I will just start with the definition of the strict measures. I will say that this is also evolving. So for instance, my understanding is that starting on October 5th, that face masks will be required by the state for even the younger kids. Up until this point, it was optional. And I believe the reason for that change to requiring for the younger kids is because there were schools that ran into issues without that requirement. So I would say that I don't have all of the minute by minute information at this time as far as what they're calling strict versus not just the routine mitigation measures, but the health departments for sure would be looking at those items with us. So I guess the short answer is what they're referring to as strict in this document, it might be a moot point because there's already been some legislative change since that report was published just a week ago. And as far as the point scale, I don't have access to that exact point scale as far as how we're rating the measures. So I'll turn it over to either Kathy or Superintendent Merritt, who might have that information. Just briefly though, I would say that I believe we're addressing all the components that we're in the position to address, with the ventilation issues being heavily scrutinized at the moment due to newer data that has come out related to the biological transmission. I think that's the one component that maybe wasn't discussed as thoroughly earlier in the summer.
And so in terms of the information that you're sharing from Wayne County Health Department, we actually received that information yesterday afternoon. And so I will share that's still, what do you call that? What am I trying to say?
Flux.
Interim kind of information, but I will share that in board notes because that actually has that information that they will use in our rating system. And like I said, I'm just talking off the top of my head, but it's about 120 points that you could receive in different areas of our plan is rated differently. So if it's looking at the 6 feet, there's a rating for there. Looking at wearing mask or requiring mask, there's a rating for there. Looking at all of these different elements that we've shared with you this evening as a part of our plan, they will rate that and give us a score. And so I'll share that information with you. We will forward our information to them, and it would be my hope that they would return our rating back to us within I'm hoping by next week.
Okay, excellent. So, ultimately, this is to me a great document because it finally puts into practice some of the data and the science and the decision criteria in a uniform way. I mean, prior to this, each individual school district was asked to make their own decisions on this process, and we weren't qualified. I mean, we brought in experts like Dr. Summers and sorry, I've forgotten her name, the medical doctor that from Mott that's here to help us with those decisions, but we had no real guidance in this. My question then comes, or I guess more the point I'd want to make, is when we look at where we're at right now in terms of our community spread and our risk factor, we're marked at that high and very high level. And we're kind of bubbling back and forth on there. If you look at the data on the MySafeStart or whatever it's late, I forgot the name of the site. On the website, you see that over time, those numbers actually go up on any given day, because what happens is the data gets perfected by the various health departments, and they actually get more information based upon when those cases occurred and the contact tracing. So we're not, we can't necessarily look at something that's just from yesterday's data. We have to look back, and I think Dr. Summers, you're already doing that in the presentations that you provide for us. My question and commentary for the administration and for the community is ultimately, if we end up having cases, we start moving to the right and we start moving down in this matrix, and we're more likely to have to return to virtual. And so I want to, as we have the conversation about going back to hybrid or perhaps even full in-person, how tolerant are we as a district or as a community in the ping-ponging that may have to happen as those numbers change?
I think that's a great point, and I think that this will help us all. And I appreciate the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services for providing this guidance and uniformity, because this will then say, as we've seen, we have different families with different opinions, but this keeps that to the science. And I really do applaud the board, that initial conversation around let's slow down and stay virtual because of that piece of the roadmap that is recommended but not required, and that is that 6 feet of social distancing. So because we are already at a place when we're saying, as we're bringing back the hybrid model is what we needed to seek, then that's putting us in these categories. The majority of these categories would require or recommend that you're in some type of a hybrid model if you're down in a very high or high category. And the only time that that would change is if there's the evidence in a building of ongoing spread or transmission or an outbreak. So that particular building would then have to be nimble enough to pivot back into a fully remote environment. If it's very high, they would have to do it for 28 days. If it is at the highest, that you would have to be in a fully remote environment. So this is not just us saying here in Plymouth Canton that, hey, we're deciding we're staying remote, but we would have this matrix to say, this is where we are according to all of these criteria that we have to acknowledge and continue to follow as according to the roadmap. And then that helps us to determine what stage we would be in terms of our delivery model. And so I agree with you, it's very helpful.
Thank you. And just to let everybody know that's watching, every single person on this board, every single person in the administration wants to do what's best for kids and to keep everybody safe. And we know and we believe that the best place for kids is to be in school, but we want to make sure that we do that safe and that we give people the right choices. So thank you.
I do want to say, as I've seen preliminarily, the factors, and I know I don't want to speak too prematurely, but as we look at all of the indications and how things are weighted, we anticipate that our score will be a very high score, because we're really working hard to not just meet the recommendations, but the requirements, but we're also looking to meet the recommendations in our plans. And so I know this has been a long evening, and you asked the question, like, where does all this fit in? But all of this is a part, it's a lot of work to make sure that we're ensuring that our students and our staff is safe. And so I think that our strong, rigorous mitigation strategies that we have in place that are in part of our plan, we will get those grades back, and we anticipate that we will be in good shape with those scores.
My concerns are with the the possible infection in asymptomatic of students and the likelihood of them transmitting or the transmission to adults and teachers and parents and family members. Is there any data on that? Are they still here?
Sorry, I had to take my headphones out. Can you hear me on this other
Yes.
way? Okay. So the data on transmission from kids is starting to accumulate. We do need to acknowledge it's a possibility. So in fact, that's probably in my mind the larger question to us as a community in terms of our value judgments and just our risk benefit analysis. So if a kid does get infected with the virus, we expect the kid will fare well. So we expect that most kids will stay relatively healthy, they'll experience relatively mild illness, and that they're unlikely to end up in the hospital. However, we do know that they can transmit disease. So if they're asymptomatic and transmit to somebody else, then it's hard for other people around them, like in the household, to put in strategies to help avoid the inter-household or intra-household transmission. So that is a big risk. And in my mind, that's the bigger question as the community weighs this is, what do we tolerate in terms of transmission in the community? I mean, personally, it gets to the whole idea of where should we be prioritizing things get open? Should we have schools open or bars and restaurants open? I mean, we want to keep the community transmission levels as low as possible. And anyone who has an asymptomatic infection, whether they're a kid or an adult, can contribute to the chain of transmission. And so we just have to try to balance all the different factors together. And within the school, hopefully the strategies that we're putting into place, the preventative measures will limit the transmission to others around them in the school. But if they're back at the house and not wearing a mask within their house and so forth, then it becomes a riskier proposition.
Okay, I got just one more question about, well, it's more of an observation about transmission. Seems more likely when there's a transition from K through 8 or K through 5 to middle school. And since there's going to be a lot more exposure to a lot more students and a lot more teachers and a lot more other people there, I was kind of wondering whether it'd be just, it would be good just for having K through 5 go to school in person, or the other, middle school. Because it seems to me like there's more possibilities of kids in middle school getting it, because they're just starting out in that class changing environment. So do you have any comments on that?
In terms of the age of the kids, I do agree that the elementary school kids are in a zone where I'm more comfortable. In the middle schools, I think in terms of like transitioning between classes, I would recommend that we use administrative controls, such as instead of having kids change classes, cohorting the kids in some way so that there's not as much of a inter-classroom movement. So I feel like there's some administrative controls that can address that aspect. But the age, like I mentioned before, once you're getting into the middle school and onward, the kids are going to be more similar to adults. And, that becomes a lot more of a decision in terms of the risk benefit, both whether the older kids have as much of an in-person need. And again, I agree with everybody else on this call. We want, we all wish our kids can be in school. Everybody believes school is the best place for them educationally and in terms of emotional and other types of well-being. So there's no denying that. But from just purely the perspective of COVID, transmission of this novel virus, I really become more concerned in terms of the middle schoolers and on up. And then the whole risk benefit equation also bringing into whether they have as much of a pressing need to be in person compared to the youngest kids.
Thank you.
Hi. I wanted to thank everyone for this presentation. It was very informative, and Dr. Summers, thank you so much. And thank you to your colleague who also provided us with some really important information. Dr. Summers, on one of your slides, you talked about the 14% increase in child cases over the last couple of weeks. And, you know, I'm not asking you to give a definitive explanation for it, but do you have any inkling, do you have any opinion on why that happened?
So if I had to speculate, it would be a couple of things. I think we might be catching some of the younger college students in that metric. So most of the states were reporting kids up until the age of 18. There were a few states that only reported up to age 14. So I don't think the college issue would be explaining the whole thing, because that would only maybe be catching maybe freshmen in college. But I think also there's a lot of end of summer activity, whether it's folks who have gone on a vacation as a last, summer activity, or maybe late graduation parties or whatnot. So I think that, from the perspective of what we would expect in general for trends, we expect a lot of movement to happen at the very end of a summer. And then these cases that are happening early-ish in September, like a weekend of September, the timing is, it's right after Labor Day and all of this other stuff. So that would be my guess. So it's just a reflection of more social movement.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, I'm not sure if it's for you or for Nurse Adsit, but it pertains to that matrix that the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services put out. And looking at that, if we can bring it up. Can we get that page?
Yes, I'm just pulling it.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the matrix when it gets up, that last column, I believe, says that it says buildings with evidence of ongoing transmission. And so obviously when we have a case, and we have had cases in Plymouth Canton, when we have a case of COVID-19, we want to make sure that as much as possible, we're preventing any transmission. So what I'm wondering about is, at what point do we what is the evidence of ongoing transmission? How do we make that determination that there is ongoing transmission?
So that would reflect whether there are cases that we believe were developed based on a school exposure. So I had mentioned that, for instance, on the Michigan's website for outbreaks in schools, when they report those on a weekly basis, they consider outbreaks 2 or more cases within the same building, and they have to be persons who are not from the same household. So let's say that then you do some sort of contact tracing, and you understand that there are other cases that develop COVID or infection in the same school, and they don't have any other common sources of infection outside of the school. You would consider that ongoing transmission. Whereas the difference would be in the middle column, if you have cases in staff or students, but no ongoing transmission. The example there would be somebody comes in, whether it's a teacher or a student, who probably were infected outside of school, and then there are no other cases linked to them from within the school. So they're more like isolated cases based on community exposures, but that the chain of transmission did not go forward within the school.
Okay, so if we take what the state is reporting as ongoing as a school outbreak, that would be 2 or more cases. So then at that point, we're looking at the possibility of an ongoing transmission. Is that sort of?
That would be the starting point for sure. And again, once you have a defined case, the health department steps in and helps adjudicate any of these decisions. And they're contact tracing and collaboration with inputs from the school is what would really lead to the designation of whether there's ongoing transmission or not. But as a general guide, the idea is that the cases are linked in the school and not thought to have been exposed from other elements outside of the school.
Right. I was just, I mean, because obviously any transmission starts with one person and then, you know, goes from there. So I was just trying to understand, you know, is it, you know, 10 people? Is it 2 people? Is it 3 people? But what would be some sort of evidence for that ongoing transmission?
It's a fairly conservative definition that we're using because this is a, you know, reportable disease. So if it was 2 students from the same, if they were siblings, we would not consider that a school-based outbreak. However, if they're unrelated persons who live in different households, that's where we would begin to perhaps define it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I will be very respectful of Dr. Summers' time. I know this is late. So just a question, and I guess looking for feedback from you with regard to the matrix and the other additional information that we're getting. As you mentioned, we're learning more and more, and we're getting better at analyzing the data and trying to figure out which pieces are more important and which pieces deserve a higher precedence on that ladder. Is there any way that you, with Nurse Atzit and others in this return to school team, can come up with like a 1 or 2 pager recommendation for us that we could clearly articulate and share with our community with regard to these are the metrics that we're using for whatever phase that we're in for hybrid, and as we have to pivot in and out of the different phases, at what point do we go to remote, and then at what point can we have more students in a classroom? So I guess I'm just looking for a clear guideline that we can share with our community, because this is a lot of information. And I see that we've pulled it from different areas, from the Michigan Health Department, the Wayne County Health Department, from you. So is there any way to get maybe a 1 or 2 pager pulling all this stuff together?
I guess the first thing I would say would be that the reports that we draw from, a lot of that contains the same sort of information in some sort of a maybe different format. But for instance, the website that I think was called COVID Act, now I forget the name of it, that pulls data from the Michigan State Statistics. And however, I think that site probably has a little bit of a lag in comparison to the data right from the Michigan websites, just because it has to go from one place to another. So in essence, the data that we use for incidence and test positivity, and from which we also draw the trend information, the primary source of information really is from the Michigan State, it's called the Michigan MDDS, it's their disease surveillance system, which is what feeds into the MyStartMap website, which is publicly available. So for me, that's the primary source of information that we should lean on to pull in information about hospital capacity, which includes the regular hospital beds as well as ICU bed occupancy levels. That information, frankly, I think if there were enough of a change in those metrics, we'd be getting kind of like a top-down decision from the state where we're really running into a problem with that type of, we're in trouble if we're running out of hospital capacity, clearly, but that's going to be more of a statewide or larger region decision versus what we can do as a district. So I would say, you know, we can help you summarize the information in a better way if it's helpful, but just to not feel like we're having so many competing inputs of information, there's really a few key metrics that I would lean on most heavily. And in fact, my student and I are providing a weekly kind of assessment, which is like the chart that I showed that was in the shades of blue and purple in that table form where we have 3 columns. So we're providing an assessment from that on a weekly basis, which I think ties the information together.
Yeah, I would say
if I could piggyback on that as well, we look at the transmission metrics, but also it's important to look at the mitigating measures that we have in place, as Dr. Summers showed in one of her slides about the stacking or layering controls for the schools. And we are addressing and have in place all those mitigating measures. And so that is very important to consider too. You look at the transmission metrics, but what are we doing to help prevent transmission in the school and in our school community? So that's also very important to look at too.
And I would say in addition, as
Right, I agree, absolutely. I think you're
from the health department, that's very specific kind of to the question that you were asking. That grade, they specific categories are weighted differently. So we'll have that from them to say which carries more weight. And so that will be something that will continue to help guide our decisions.
perfect. Thank you. That's it for me for Dr. Summers.
Leonardo, do you have anything that you need from Dr. Summers? Leonardo, do you need anything from Dr. Summers? Okay, all right. The only question I had really that I'm not even sure is Dr. Summers. It could be also Nurse Adsit. In the addressing student and staff illness, it said that a medical note is required for the return to school when a student or staff member is either sent home or is at home with symptoms that may be suggestive of COVID. So if you have somebody that seems like they're symptomatic with COVID, are they required to have a test to come back or just a doctor's note or?
There's three things that you can address this in three different ways. The first is to see the medical provider and obtain a medical release to return to school that includes the medical diagnosis. The second thing would be receiving a COVID-19 test. You need the staff or the student would need to stay home until the test results have been completed. And if the test is negative and the child or the staff person is asymptomatic and fever-free for 24 hours without the use of medication. And then the third would be if the parent or staff member opts not to go see the doctor or receive a COVID-19 PCR nasal swab, they would have to remain out of school for 10 days because the individual would be assumed to have, with the symptoms suggestive of COVID, would be assumed to have COVID and return to school after the 10 days and with symptoms improved and fever-free. So those are the three conditions under which the student or staff would come back with symptoms suggestive of COVID.
Thank you. Patrick, do you have anything for Dr. Summers? Sorry, John, do you have anything for Dr. Summers? No, he's good.
So I do have two questions. One is that from the data that I've read on COVID tests, the incubation period is between 3 to 5 days before the tests really become accurate. That you could have been exposed and it takes that long before that happens. So, if we had somebody that had close contact, do we keep them out of school for that 3 to 5 days before they have a negative and then they have to have a negative test from there? How do we deal with that process?
If a student or staff member is a close contact, we would follow the scenarios from the Wayne County Health Department, and that would be scenario 4, and they are quarantined for 14 days. So even if a close contact goes and gets the PCR, the nasal swab, and it comes back negative, the quarantine trumps the negative test. So the person still would have to be off for the full 14 days because they were a close contact for that very reason that you could develop symptoms anytime before the 14 days. So that's following the Wayne County Health Department protocol.
Got it. Okay, so that helps with that. And then my second question, probably, it may not be for Dr. Summers, it might be for Rich. It's around the ventilation. There's two questions on ventilation. One is, we're getting 4 air changes per hour. And I listened to the Livonia Public Schools board meeting that they had yesterday, where they did vote to go back. And one of the things that was key for them is that they were not able to maintain the 6-foot social distancing throughout their process. In some cases, they could be as few as 3 feet. But they were focused on a number of other protection measures. And so they got a score that allowed them to do that. And one of the things that they discussed was that they were doing air changes 8 times an hour, because they had upgraded their air handling equipment throughout all the schools a number of years ago, a few years ago. But it sounds like ours are about 4. Is that what you said?
Yes, they're 4 times an hour on average.
Okay, and so we could have some that are at 12 and some that are at 1.
They're at least, I'll say at least 4 an hour.
Okay, so it's not on average. It's a minimum of 4.
Yeah, and that's due to the age of the equipment or the efficiency of the HVAC unit.
Okay, and then towards that, how much of that is an outside air change?
That's outside air.
So it's 4 outside air changes per hour, because that's really high to do 4 outside air. I mean, even in a hospital setting, there are usually only 2 or 3 outside air changes per hour.
Jim?
And the outside air changes, the 4 changes is total volume. The outside air changes are close to 4 because we've got the outside air dampers open at 100%. And that will obviously change with weather.
Okay, well, that's good. And then my related question to that is, if we can buy air purifiers, why aren't we buying them for every room, for every school, for every location? Why don't we have belt and suspenders?
We are looking at what would be available to us based on supply chain management and not only just cost, but also availability of product. And so we just started to do that in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
Ed, so there's not a we can't for anything. And as we hear, when you hear the science changes, like as soon as we got information, that was just something that we started looking into. I think it was last Friday when we started having that conversation. So by all means, we are 100% committed to making sure that we can do whatever it takes to continue to make sure that our strategies are rigorous.
Okay, I don't have any more questions, I think, for either of the 2 doctors here, and I really appreciate their stuff. I know I'm the guy with all the questions, so you can rest assured that I'm done. Right. We're trying if we can let them go.
I was gonna say, we can't hear the other.
I said I don't have any questions for Dr. Summers. Thank you so much, though.
So yes, I think that we are done with Dr. Summers. We really do appreciate her hanging around till 12:37, because I'm sure she's super excited about getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep before she gets up.
Okay, if you're all set, then I'll just say goodnight, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for your efforts, everyone on the board and the staff and Superintendent Merritt.
Thank you so much. We're so fortunate to have you and Dr. Busen as a part of our Wallet School Committee. We appreciate all the work you do to support keeping our students and staff safe. Thank you.
Okay, have a good night.
All right, President McCoy, I don't know at this point, do you want to have a quick break before we enter the next phase, or which?
We still have more questions.
Oh, we still have more questions, yes, but we need to take a quick break because it's 12:30 and we've been here for a while. Yes, a break would be great.
All right, we're going to say 10 minutes, and if we can ask Brandon to put up a notice for anybody that steps away, realize that we're 5 minutes. I'm saying 5. All right.
All right, is everybody back? Is Tim sleeping?
Yeah. Tim looks like he was in bed and he just.
Is he snoring?
Yeah, I think Tim, you can cut off your camera, I think, at this point.
All right, so are we all back now? I believe we are. Okay, so what were you saying before we went on the break, Monica?
So I shared in terms of where we were there, next steps. I did hear Trustee Kehoe say he had more questions. I don't know if that is, do you want us to continue on the slides and then do our next round of questions after there? One thing I just wanted to clarify for tonight, and also looking at the time we had our summer programs update, I would like to recommend that we table that presentation and we don't do that tonight, so we can get that at the next meeting that we're together. If everybody's in agreement, I can ask those panelists, they can go ahead and go to bed. So thank you for that. And so then what I would suggest at this point is that we continue on with the remaining slides. And this in particular will talk about just the requirements in brief with the ECOL, what's contained in it, our weekly participation rates, and then have a discussion over the recommended hybrid model that, once again, you would not be voting on the hybrid model itself this evening.
So I still have a few questions on the first portion of the presentation. So I don't know if we want to talk about those or.
So it's your preference. We have another set of questions, and if you want to just get through the slides and talk about them all, or if you want to do that now, I'm open to whatever way you want to go.
Let's just get through the slides. Let's do.
For those of us that didn't get to ask our second round of questions, could we finish that round and then?
Well, the second one was just for Dr. Summers.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see the rest of the slides and then we'll do our question.
All right. Do you want me to start here, Monica, or is there something you wanted to start with first? Go ahead and jump in back.
All right. Sorry, excuse me. The components of the Extended Continuity of Learning Plan, known as the ECOL, are educational goals, instructional delivery and exposure to core content, academic standards, assessment and grading, equitable access to technology and the internet, and specialized services. As we update and revise the ECOL, P-CCS will continue to use the NWEA assessments to monitor progress towards our goals. Those goals, as shown on this slide, sorry, I'm a little tired, are all P-CCS students will be proficient and demonstrate growth from fall to spring in English language arts as measured by the NWEA assessments, K8. And all P-CCS students will be proficient and demonstrate growth from fall to spring in math as measured by the NWEA assessments, K8. You'll recognize these goals because they are from our student improvement plan. Our modes of instruction continue to include 2 dedicated tracks: Safe Start Remote Learning with P-CCS that began virtually with a plan to transition students to in-person learning, and the P-CCS Virtual Academy, which provides a guaranteed remote option for the entire 2020-2021 school year for those families who do not want their students to attend in person. Families of students in the P-CCS Virtual Academy track have the option to return to the Safe Start track at the semester in the secondary level or at trimester times in the elementary level. P-CCS, this is the next slide. P-CCS will continue to implement the Michigan academic standards to meet the needs of our students. The curriculum for core content areas is aligned to state standards, and it's housed in Atlas Rubicon wherever appropriate. We regularly assess students at the district and classroom level to determine if they're making progress towards meeting these standards. At all levels, teachers will record progress in MyStarQ, other appropriate learning management systems, or district-created progress monitoring forms. In contrast to the emergency remote learning period from the spring of 2020, grades are mandatory. To ensure equitable access for students, P-CCS will continue to implement our one-to-one technology initiative and provide the opportunity for device access. Additionally, resources and information on obtaining free or low-cost internet access has been provided to families. And again, a supply of hotspots has been purchased to support those who cannot afford this access. Finally, P-CCS is working in collaboration with families to review and update any data-driven accommodations or services needed in IEPs, 504s, and for students who are identified as English learners. Next, Kurt Tuskowitz will share with you updates on P-CCS's district weekly interaction rates.
Thank you, Ms. Rail. As Ms. Merritt mentioned earlier, we're required to monitor weekly interaction rates with our students. We are using our daily attendance rates to report, to generate these interaction rates. And here's a snapshot of our interaction rates for the first 3 weeks of school. In week 1, which was the period between September 8th and 11th, we had a 98.10% participation rate. In week 2, which fell between September 14th and September 18th, we had a 97.98% participation rate. And in week 3, September 21st through September 25th, we had a 97.79% participation rate. We will continue to monitor these numbers daily and keep the board up to date as we are required to do monthly. And I will turn it back over to Ms. Merritt.
Thank you. And so once again, at this point, we only have 3 weeks worth of our participation rates. We're really proud that our students are engaging in learning on a daily basis. We will come back every 30 days as required, and we will give that week or the month, the whole 4 weeks, that report for that month every 30 days. So with that, now we'd like to transition to our conversation about the proposed in-person new hybrid model that we've heard a lot of feedback during our citizens' comments throughout email since the communication went out from the district this weekend. With the proposed model, in response to the board's requirement for the creation of a new hybrid model, that was the charge that you left for us as a committee, as an administrative team, once we made the decision on how we were going to begin instruction for the 2021 school year. The key goal, or the main goal from that work, was to develop a true hybrid model that would allow for 6 feet of physical distancing. And I know, once again, I'll go back to questions that we've received. How were we able to achieve this at this time when we weren't able to earlier? And so, as we shared for the past board meeting, we had an overwhelming number of families that chose the P-CCS Virtual Academy. It's close to 4,000 of our families are working now in the Virtual Academy, which allowed our class sizes to be reduced, and we could really go to work to try to find a hybrid model, looking at the square footage that we had in each of our buildings to see if we could come to a plan that would bring our students back with this reduced density that would allow for the 6 feet where possible. So in order to examine this new hybrid model, a steering committee was formed. It consisted of central office administrators and representatives from transportation, facilities, nursing, and nutrition services. The purpose, again, of this committee was to explore these hybrid models that would incorporate this physical distancing while providing the best instructional experience for students. So that is something that is key that I will continue to talk about each evening, this evening. The model that we developed, we believe, is the most instructionally sound model for our students. A subcommittee was then developed at each level for elementary, middle, and high school, and they were asked to develop a proposed plan within this hybrid category for a return to in-person learning. Each smaller subcommittee included representation from various departments and various stakeholder groups. The district level committee viewed this charge to be the identification of the best, once again, instructional model for student learning within the hybrid category. That was our charge, and that's what we look to do. Looking at this timeline, of course, we had to begin this work after school began. At the start of school, we had the actual number of students that showed up or enrolled in our Safe Start program. When we were looking at these two hybrid models that could achieve the 6 feet of social distancing, two models that were explored was a half-day hybrid model. So that's 4 half days of in-person learning, and a full day hybrid model with 2 full days of in-person learning and 3 days of fully remote learning. So that's where the committee started, looking at those two models that could achieve a true hybrid scenario based on the student enrollment. Due to the timeline and the challenge for teachers at the beginning of the school year, as I shared early in this report, our teachers have been working so hard delivering instruction in this remote setting. This is the first time that we've had to do this across the district, and so they've been doing an incredible job. So we knew at this point to try to pull them from their classrooms as we're working with making sure that we're I'm going to use the word, making sure that we can find appropriate substitutes. We chose at this point to have the committee members that really began with a smaller group of committee members and they got together to review the information that's related to the instructional delivery model. They reviewed health and hygiene practices, transportation and cleaning protocols. The committee also collected information from other Michigan districts during this process. And additionally, the subcommittee discussed the impact of multiple models on students, teachers, and families. Given the information that was reviewed, it was determined that the half-day model presented to our community this weekend was the most instructionally sound model for the required partial capacity in-person learning. At that point, we solicited information from our teachers. Together with the PCEA leadership, administration requested input from elementary teachers using a feedback form. And this input was incorporated in the initial plan and was adjusted. When we initially went out to that plan, we were looking at a different model that actually had even some more asynchronous or synchronous time on Wednesday, but getting feedback from our teachers, it was so important that we could incorporate more planning time and true grade level collaboration time in the schedule. In order for this model to work for teachers, they have to have an opportunity to be able to work together. And when I continue to talk about, I cannot emphasize enough that work of developing truly two lessons. You're teaching kids that are in front of you, and you're providing for instruction that for our students that are away from us and not in in-person learning. And that's a heavy lift. And so we need to make sure that our teachers have that appropriate time to be able to work together for that adequate planning. We understand that we have started this work after teachers were back in school. Once again, I shared that before, in navigating through a whole new way of teaching with a new learning management system. So we needed to make sure that we had an opportunity to make some decisions and to advance that model to teachers for feedback after we chose that model. As we look now and looking at the feedback, could we have done that differently? Could we have reached out to community differently? Absolutely. There is a way to even do that now. We want to talk about that this evening. But this was truly a situation where we know that we will not satisfy everyone with any one model. Our families, we know, want choice. And with those constraints around us as educators, we brought forward the model that we feel is the most instructionally sound model to have kids face-to-face in front of their teachers and peers for as many days during the week as possible through this hybrid model. So those were really the lenses, the lens that we looked through as we made this decision. Our most important priority was to return students to live instruction, maintaining really the consistency of what school looks like in terms of in our new normal, as many opportunities as possible to get students face-to-face in front of their teachers. When we look at the benefits and challenges, there are definitely benefits and challenges to all hybrid models. The half-day model that we are proposing, once again, offers the best instructional plans for students. And while there are many benefits to others half-day models, we really like to highlight some of these that were for consideration with our committee. The half-day model allows students to develop a pattern of returning to school and learning face-to-face. This is especially important for our young students. The ability to have consistent contact with their teacher provides daily routines which support greater continuity of learning. When we look at our 4 half days a week of in-person instruction, this most closely resembles the instruction that our students receive when they're attending school 5 days a week. Think about that, a full day hybrid model with 2 days of in school, 3 days of out of school. It truly doesn't allow for students to have live interaction with their teachers most of the week. So I've heard feedback from families saying, hey, this is reducing, we're only getting 2.5 hours a day. But I want to be clear, if we were going to 2 full days, then that's 2 full days that students would have with their teachers. True, that would be all day, but for 3 days and including the weekend, that would be 5 days that they would not have live interaction with their teachers or their peers. So that was something that was a strong consideration for us. So when we look at the repetition and the routine that is so vital to young learners, in that other model, that is not really able to be achieved coming to school just 2 days a week. We have heard concerns once again that this is only 2.5 hours of learning, but we believe that this 2.5 hours of learning live instruction with our teachers, as you consistently hear, are doing an amazing job, and we all will agree that they can better do that amazing job face-to-face with their students. And this time that they are there in the classroom will allow them to focus on creating rigorous lessons. We're focusing on the core areas and addressing numeracy and literacy during these times. We're tailoring these lessons to really provide individualized supports for students each day that they are there face-to-face with their teacher. We all know, and we talk about consistently in our district, the importance of relationships. They're so vitally important for our students and particularly our youngest learners. So our team truly believes that this 4-day model will support and enhance our teachers' ability to really develop and build those vital relationships with students. That's in a manner that's a little bit more difficult to do. And once again, they're doing an amazing job virtually, but you're able to better build those relationships if you're consistently working with them 4 days in our model a week. And once again, if you're only with 2 days a week, where there's 5 days in between the time that they're in person together, we believe that that's a little bit more difficult to achieve that goal. And that is so important, especially when we think about their social and emotional development at this time. As compared to a virtual model, a half-day in-person model allows teachers, once again, to focus on literacy and math. Developing literacy and numeracy skills is best done in person. Additionally, literacy and numeracy concepts would be taught in smaller groups for more individualized instruction. So we truly see that as a benefit of this model. In-person instruction allows for less screen time for students. The remote portion of the day, so students are in school face-to-face with their teachers for a half day. The other time that they're at home, it may include some screen time, but it will also be extensions from their in-person learning, which will not require technology. So work that they are doing with their teacher during that time that they are face-to-face with the teacher, they would have that opportunity when they are at home to continue some of those extensions that would or at times require screen time, but at times could be done independently without technology. We think about what we hear on our end at times is this has truly been a challenge for some of our families in this remote learning environment, especially for our youngest learners, because they're not able at 5 years old or 6 years old to always work independently. So this current model of 100% remote is requiring a lot from our families to be there and help their students navigate that technology. So when we think about remote learning in this model, it now becomes a way to really complement, once again, that in-person instruction that has taken place. This will lessen the concerns that families have about having to teach their kids every single day. That means that work that they're feeling they have to do in that asynchronous setting. Students will have live instruction with their teachers, but when they are not with their teachers, in many cases, once again, this remote instruction would then be directly tied to the work that they have done while they were in person on that day. The screen time issue is something that we've heard a lot about from families, and this hybrid model gives us that opportunity once again to limit that amount of time in a given day, all while addressing, when they're face-to-face, they have that opportunity to address social emotional enhancements and needs that students will receive by being with their peers and teachers in person. When we look at the half-day model that's on the table for consideration, it creates a scaffolding approach to returning to school, supporting the ability for our students to learn and practice new routines in class. This is our arrival, our dismissal protocols, before having to navigate to a full day of instruction that's sitting in desk or tables with a mask on for 7 hours. So we're thoughtful in terms of this reintegration with the goal of eventually, when we are able to do so, transitioning our students to full day face-to-face instruction. We know that that is their best environment. So as we look at this half-day model, we're creating this opportunity for them to learn these much needed protocols and get used to wearing the mask. This is truly, as we continue to talk about, our new normal, so that they're able to do this in a way that resembles getting back to school in a full time. These new routines will be so important once again for our youngest learners. As we're transitioning students back to in-person learning, we want to ensure safety. You've heard a lot about the transmission of COVID-19, and at this point, what you heard from our panelists earlier, we will not be able to prevent COVID-19 from being in our locations. It's completely impossible to eliminate all risk, but it's all about our rigorous mitigation strategies that we're using. So as we're transitioning, we're focusing on safety. We believe that this half-day model removes the need to navigate at this point lunch, recess, travel time within the school, and allows us to gradually roll in these new safety protocols for our young learners, helping them once again to learn and get some stamina with wearing their mask, learn the other routines, learn to work together with other students to make sure that we can successfully transition them to a full, eventually in-person learning environment. Now that we've shared the reasoning or the why for the development of this hybrid model, I want us to look a little bit at some more specificity. In this model, students will attend in-person school for an AM or a PM session. Each session is 2.5 hours long, with time for cleaning in between the two cohorts. So students will attend school for 4 half days. The days are Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. During their half days of in-person, students will focus once again on literacy and math and preview the work that is expected for them to do during that remote time in the other half of the day that they're not there in front of their teacher. During this morning or afternoon time, students will begin and learn practice their routines. What is so key about this model, with the reduction of 50% of the class size, this will also reduce transitions and routine practicing time to allow students more focused time on instructional time for the learning of the core content. So I know people are continuing to ask, what will they be allowed to do, or how much can they actually get done? And we're saying our teachers will be able to deliver focused instruction to our students during that time period that we believe is so valuable. Wednesdays, once again, will be all day remote learning. And let's explore a little bit about how that would look, give you some details about that. So at the beginning of the day on Wednesday, students get an opportunity to log into Zoom. And what's kind of exciting about this is their opportunity to see their whole class. So anytime we're in a hybrid model and we're divided, kids will only be with their cohort and would not have that opportunity when they're in person to continue to engage with their peers. And they've been together now for 3 weeks. This is their class, this is their unit. And so on Wednesday, students have that opportunity to log into Zoom and meet as an entire class. Students will engage in connections with each other, The teacher will have the ability to check in on their work from the previous day. They can talk together about learning expectations for their remote day on Wednesday. Teachers will be available to answer during that morning check-in time any questions that students may have, and really ensure that they are set up for success on that day. So after we finish that check-in on Wednesday, students would work on a variety of assignments. Some may be computer-based in Canvas, others may be, once again, a continuation of the work that they learned during their in-person time with their teacher. Additionally, students can engage with content from their special teachers during this time and use digital resources such as IXL to really build their skills. Our teachers, once again, have been working very hard, extremely hard, in doing an amazing job learning this new model in terms of teaching in a remote environment. When we think about that other model that was of consideration, this 2 days in person, 3 days remote, teachers literally would need to create every lesson for in-person and asynchronous learning. In a half-day model, reading and writing and math would be done in person. That's for both groups. And that's going to reduce the amount of time that teachers are required to create these other lessons. Truly, once again, teachers are going to be required to make the full day lesson plan for the students that are in front of them and the full 3 days of asynchronous lessons for the students that are not in front of them. We've minimized that by having them have that ability to see all of their students on one day, teaching those consistent lessons in reading and math and in writing together. And then it would reduce that amount of time for the creation of asynchronous lessons. But once again, that Wednesday time to work in their PLC is so important so that they can work together to build out those asynchronous lessons. That is a lot of work. We are so committed, and I can't say that enough, to returning our youngest students to in-person learning. And the proposed timelines that we've shared for doing so really does begin soon. And so, as I said early, I know this is a lot of information. We definitely want to pull this out, give you information, give you the opportunity to ask questions that we could hopefully get to a place where we can move forward with making a decision on that model to return our students to school. As we've discussed in previous meetings, our plan is to return students to in-person learning in these small groups, beginning once again with our youngest learners. We've noted on the timeline, our kindergarten students would return to school first, giving them 4 days to practice being a learner. So we're looking at that timeline right there. Our kindergarten students, according to this schedule, recommended schedule, would return on Monday, October the 12th. And we really want it to be very intentional about allowing their very first experience in school, giving them that time to practice being a learner, giving them that time to be on the bus by themselves, learning all of these routines. Due to the COVID-19 regulations in the spring, we weren't able to bring our kindergartners back for our orientation. And as our families know of previous kindergarten students, that's such an amazing opportunity for them to meet their teachers, look at their classroom, and really get a head start on those routines. And so since we haven't had this opportunity, we do believe that this slower start with kindergartners will afford teachers an opportunity to truly make connections with their students and begin to help our kindergarten students learn in this new environment. Knowing that families are so anxious to get students back to in-person learning, we have identified a plan to bring all grade levels back to October the 26th. We've heard this week through email and communications that some families are concerned if they have 2 or 3 families in elementary or students in elementary, if we're bringing back the kindergartners on the 12th and 3rd and 4th grade on the 22nd, that would be a problem. So we are definitely committed in this gradual approach to trying to get all students K through 5 back by October the 26th. So just to review those timelines, Monday, October 12th, kindergarten students, then our 1st and 2nd grade students would return on October the 19th. On 3rd and 4th grade students would come later in that same week. That's Thursday, October the 22nd, and 5th grade would return on Monday, October the 26th. Once again, having a few days between each grouping allows for students to learn routines and practice physical distancing in small groups. When we think about the placement of our students in this half-day cohort assignment, placing them in AM or PM is a major component of this half-day plan. And in order to determine who would be placed in each section, we prepared a process to generate random assignments. And that was our starting point. From there, we made adjustments in the schedule, knowing that it's important to meet the needs of students that might require additional support. And we want to make sure that we're balancing that between our AM and PM sections. Our principals and our support staff met to identify these needs and schedule students based on what we can accumulate, based on what's best in terms of what we're accounting for in terms of those needs. Also, what's important, and we've heard from families, we wanted to make sure that we can ensure that families were assigned to the same session. So if you have a kindergarten student and a 5th grade student attending in this program, they will be assigned to the same either AM or PM. Families will remain in the same session. That is an important component. In order to support Safe Start families who may not be ready to return to in-person learning, I want us to be very clear. This has been a question that has been asked. Do they have an option to remain in virtual? And although initially we had said that once you made that decision that you had to wait until the trimester for elementary or secondary, you'd have to wait till the semester. We know it's important as we begin to recommend to move in this manner. If there are families that are just not ready to move back to in-person learning, we are going to provide an option for another window into the P-CCS Virtual Academy. Now, this window will only be for kindergarten through 5th grade students. We would open up that window and allow any families currently enrolled in Safe Start that are not ready to return that option of joining the P-CCS Virtual Academy. I want to talk through that a little bit. Currently in the Virtual Academy, we have 173 openings. These are across all elementary Virtual Academy grades. That means K through 5. So if students are requesting a move to the Virtual Academy, they will be placed with a new highly qualified P-CCS Virtual Academy teacher. So I do want to make that clear. We will have that window for families that want to remain in a virtual space. They may choose the Virtual Academy, but they would not be able to stay with their current teacher. They would be placed in with a new P-CCS Virtual Academy teacher. Initially, we would try to fill these areas that we have available that would make sure that our Virtual Academy classrooms remain within class size parameters that have been established by the board. It would also be necessary, depending on the number of students that may opt for this choice to remain virtual through the Virtual Academy, we may have to hire additional staff to support those classroom students. I do once again want to emphasize, we think that this is a way that we can help families and support them with this transition. This will be a choice that is available to them, but it's important for them to know that they will not have their teacher from the current Safe Start program. They would have a highly qualified teacher in the Virtual Academy. Another aspect of this plan that we believe is important to help support our community is our expanded extended day offerings. We have our goal of expanding extended day to include this time during the day. Currently, our program is before school and after school. We would open up during this time period where students are still in this half-day model. We would have extended day open for the entire day. All of our elementary schools and 3 of our middle schools are licensed to provide this service. So we have a total of 17 sites. With the current staff we have of 50, we can provide full day care that includes extended day at 5 elementary schools from 7 to 6 p.m. That's before the AM or half-day session and after the PM or half-day session. And the number of students will be impacted by the available spaces that we have in the building and our ability, once again, to make sure that we're adhering to physical distancing guidelines within that program as well. To provide full day options for family at all 17 sites, additional staff members are needed. So we are in the process right now. We have those positions posted and hope to bring on more staff members that could support this for our families that might have issues with care during the day by having this hybrid model of coming back in a half day. Once again, extended day enrollment will depend on availability of space and staffing. And as you are aware, we're currently in negotiations with the PCETA group We are looking at an ability to be able to run a parallel program as well, that if we were not able to fill all of these locations, we could use a contracted partner to supplement our buildings, just once again with the goal of making sure that we can provide this service for families, not looking to outsource our extended day program by any means, but for this time period, making sure that we can provide the adequate staff for all 17 sites, so we would have more opportunities or availabilities for families that might need to exercise this option. We recognize that families may have previously arranged childcare arrangements. So another option that we would offer as a part of this half-day plan, working with transportations, families can request an alternative drop-off or pickup point through the transportation department if there's another location that their students are staying in the day within the boundaries of their assigned school. So if the student, for example, has an assignment or a place that they're staying for their care during the day right now that we're fully remote, and if that's within the zone of their school, we can work with transportation and students can be picked up and dropped off at another location for their care within that zone, not at their home. And so that is an additional accommodation that we would be willing to make in order to support the needs of our families in this program. As I bring closure to this component, we really fully, I think all can agree that a fully face-to-face approach is the best approach in education. So we started this work once again after our teachers returned to school. Our teachers are working so incredibly hard on teaching in a remote environment and learning new tools and resources. So we intentionally had representation through this model, but had to respect all of the work that was going on with them as well. In terms of the survey, we went into this work with a singular and sharp focus, a focus on what is best for students. We made the decision not to survey our families at this time because we anticipated that there would be, as we've seen tonight, parents are divided in terms of what option that they want for their students. So we wanted to make sure that the recommendation that we move forward kept a focus on the priority of returning our schools, returning our students to a safe environment in which they can receive direct instruction from their teachers. Once again, as I shared earlier, in hindsight, should we have done a survey with our families to gather more feedback? We could have. We made this decision because once again, we also have heard from our families if they believe that we're doing surveys, but we're not using that information. We want to make sure that we can lift up a recommendation that we believe is best for students and provide opportunities to support our families as they navigate this new plan. So with that, our focus truly was on elementary at this time, and you're looking then at the next step, which is our secondary plan. And our secondary students, this includes our middle and high school students. At this point, we are recommending that they continue to receive instruction in a fully remote environment. As the committee completes its work, and they are working now on developing transition plans that will allow us to bring our secondary students back in a hybrid model. We will update the community next month on our progress with secondary transition plans to in-person learning. Tonight, as we go through, we can answer some questions on some of the ideas. I think we've heard from some feedback, different programs, small programs that we're looking at that possibility of being able to bring back at that level. But once again, our focus right now is to transition our elementary school students back in this model that we believe gives the majority of time face-to-face for focused instruction with their classroom teachers 4 days a week to resemble really more normalcy of what school actually looks like. We want to make sure that we're using our rigorous mitigation strategies, making sure that we're working to continue to monitor, keep students safe, making sure that we're trying to mitigate the spread or containment of any potential COVID-19 cases, have success with this program, and the ultimate goal of trying to get our students back full days, 5 days a week, and then look to that transition next of our secondary students. So at this point, I just kind of want to share what our process would be, or what our next steps would be. This is a little bit different now in terms of what I want to try to make this clear. We would, if we move forward with this conversation this evening about our ECOL plan, we would ask that you consider our approval of our ECOL plan absent of this change in delivery model in terms of the hybrid model. We will pull this component out of the decision this evening and then talk about what our next steps are. If we can have some special meetings to continue our conversations, if we can workshop this. I want to talk about that as the next step to give you an opportunity to vote on the hybrid model that we're recommending as we move forward, separate from this process this evening. And then once again, in terms of our next steps of the whole process, we would have our next back to school plan update. So the board at the Tuesday, October 27th meeting. So in the meantime, if we're able to get decisions on the hybrid model, we would update our ECOL to recognize that change in that delivery model at that time. So at this point, I will stop and open this up for continued questions from earlier and more specific questions about the hybrid model. I will also ask that members of the team that are present here this evening are available to answer any specific questions that you may have as well.
All right. Go ahead, Anupam.
She did some questions that were left over.
Fine. Kate.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, I think, for Nurse Adsit. Since we have had a few cases of COVID-19 in a couple of our schools, I'm wondering how has that gone? Like, how is the process that the Wayne County has given us, Wayne County Health Department has given us to follow? How has that gone? And how are we keeping track of when those individuals have to be quarantined and things like that? Do we have, you know, because obviously we're going to have people who are quarantined at different times. How are we making sure that we're keeping track of those 14 days or those 10 days?
First, to address how we're keeping track of those, we have a spreadsheet that we're following that's shared with the nursing staff and administration and HR. So we are keeping track of that. That includes the beginning date of the quarantine and when the quarantine ends and any specific information. So yes, we're tracking everything. I'm sorry, in the first question, I'm sorry.
I was just wondering how the process is going, like, because now we've had a couple of cases, so we've been able to, you know, since we haven't been inundated, which is great, but we've had a couple of cases. So just how has that process been going? Just, you know, now we're sort of testing out our procedures.
It's been going very well. Staff have been very transparent in any exposures at home, which is where the exposures happened. And students have found to be become or test positive from different activities outside of school have been pretty transparent on everything. So, you know, again, and you're right that the close contact is very easy right now, but we do not anticipate that it's going to be difficult. As you heard from Liz, we are in the process of hiring 3 more nurses, and that's definitely going to help with the case management. But we have procedures and guidelines in place, and we have all the supportive documents and letters that need to be sent out, and they have been communicated with all the staff members. So we're ready to go. We're ready to go, and it's worked really well, and it's been pretty seamless.
Okay, and just to sort of follow up on that, for the cases of COVID-19 that have been reported, like I think there's been a couple of schools that have reported cases. I'm assuming they're staff members, but I don't know. But you said those cases were from household contacts. So my question is, if there was a household contact who was positive for COVID-19, why were those staff members at school, or whoever they were? Maybe they weren't staff members, but why were those individuals at school? Did they not know that their household contact had COVID at that time, or?
They reported the contact when the individual tested positive or exposure. It was a pretty quick transition towards that. So there was very little exposure at the schools. So again, staff was very astute and good at identifying and letting us know and communicating to us right away. So it was very little exposure at the schools. But
so I guess I'm just trying to understand the timeline. So there was a household member who tested positive for COVID. The individual who is associated with P-CCS was still going to work, and then they found out that their household member was positive. At that time, they went and got tested and found out they were also positive, or, I'm just trying to understand the timeline, because to me, it seems like if you have a household member who tests positive, then you shouldn't be, within one of our schools.
Nurse Sassett, I'll jump in. When we look at the protocols from Wayne County Health Department, it's very specific. So there's a window. So that window from the time that they maybe even had symptoms, that person could have already been on our environment. And so when they say 2 days before, so they really have strict protocols in place. So as soon as they hear and we know, then that triggers our process. We follow that Wayne County Health Department protocol. So it could very well be that when they find out, because they were in our environment 2 days before they found out, that's still included in that timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the protocols are scenarios 4 through 6. They're available on the COVID toolbox for access by all staff and parents. But we are following the protocols, and there's certain conditions in which the quarantine starts.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my 2 questions for now.
Okay, first question. Let's see. On a lot of the citizens' comments and emails that I've received in recently, a lot of parents complained about transportation with a half day. And I think you might have probably answered that with extended day, lasting all day long. Because they were wondering how they were going to get their student after a half day back home. And you also answered that too with the bus transportation, dropping them off at other destinations. Let's see, how can I put that in a question? Will that information be forwarded to the parents so they can understand that those types of questions that they had, that they're really concerned with because of both family members working and not being able to either afford additional care for their children? Will they be, are their worries going to be satisfied with any kind of communication?
So definitely the goal for our team would be to be able to support families any way that we can. Will we be able to solve all concerns? No, but we're offering these additional, as we think about this plan, the plan being on the focus of what we believe is the strongest instructional model for students, and then how can we support families as we adjust to that plan. So we will communicate once they would hear their location, AM, PM, once again, making sure that all families are together. If there's any other instructional accommodations that would be talked about at the building level, opportunities for extended day services would be made available based on availability, once again, and also that transportation. Now that transportation protocol is currently in effect. So that's a policy that we already have, but being able to make sure that we're communicating to families that we could drop off within their school zone if they have, you know, the kids are staying with the neighbor for their learning or something along those lines. But so definitely work with our families for all of the supports that we would have in place.
Another question that we had was, you talked about the starting days, or the days that they'd be going to school, but you didn't say anything about the time of day that they started in the morning and what time they ended in the morning and the afternoon session. Do you have some exact times for me?
Yes, we do. So in the morning, our session would be 9 a.m. to 11:30. And then in the afternoon, the PM session is 1:30 to 4 o'clock. And then we would utilize that time in between the AM and PM cohort to make sure that we have the appropriate cleaning protocols in place to ensure cleaning and sanitizing before the next group of students would arrive. 9 to 11:30, 1:30 to 4 o'clock.
In the past, that we were always talking about students starting at a later time during the day for, because we didn't want them to start so early. So they're starting at 9 o'clock, like, okay.
Elementary.
Yeah, just the elementary, yeah. Okay, I think that's it for me for right now.
Patrick.
Okay.
Doug, you need to move you.
There we go. Perfect. So Monica, I think it's good presentation. And again, I commend you on pulling all this stuff together and really answering a lot of questions that we got over the last 3 or 4 days. From my perspective, though, there's still a lot of anxiety with the community in this process. My suggestion, and I don't know how we approach this, is that if you could maybe snip out that portion of the presentation, take the feedback from the board and send this out to the community. I don't want to wait until the 6th. My concern is if we wait to the 6th before we have that town hall, we have almost no chance of being able to approve going back to school on the 12th. So if tomorrow, for example, you were able to pull this together and put a comprehensive presentation, which I think you actually have it, on what that hybrid process looks like, and send that, because your narrative was fantastic as well, because you really helped to explain a lot of the issues. And then we could use that as the basis of a survey to get feedback from the community around this. I think that a lot of people, quote unquote, I saw no reason why we would ever want to do this. And I think that you provided a lot of very good reasons why this is a good choice. I think it may still be very difficult for a lot of families. And I think it is going to be important for us to consider that. But given the things that you've articulated, I think you've mitigated many of those concerns. So is that a possibility? Is that something that we could do? And when I say tomorrow, I actually mean today.
Yeah, that's right. At this point, what I will say to you is we are so committed to trying to be able to move forward with this model. We will do whatever it takes. This is a time for us to come together again as a community and make sure that we're accounting for answering questions, giving the assurances that you have as a board to be able to move forward, and our community has to be able to get on board on what we believe is the the best instructional model. So something that West Bloomfield shared with us, this is a model that's currently being used. It's been used since the start of school in West Bloomfield. They have a lot of success with the model. They utilize these webinars, and I think that Mr. Brandon shared that in his meeting. So even though we're planning for a virtual town hall, which I think we continue to do as well, but maybe even that webinar, which is an opportunity to just tape this, having some of these questions answered and putting that on the website, sending that out so people can see for themselves this early. We are updating the FAQ to address questions that we're receiving all the time. And I do continue to apologize. I know President McCoy has been responding to a lot of our emails on behalf of us all. And I do have a ton of emails, but I have your questions. We're forwarding those and getting those into FAQs to make sure that we get those questions answered for our community. So absolutely, whatever it takes. I think that we then, as you said, later today, come together as a team and talk about what multiple opportunities that we can create, avenues of communication for our families so that they have their questions answered and that they understand our why and really other, I'll use the word contingencies or areas of support that we can offer to help, but not be able to guarantee for all, but help families as they're making these decisions.
Thank you. And I think the opportunity is to have a good explanation about why these choices were made, why this model is chosen, why we believe that this is the best thing educationally for students, and the things that we can do to mitigate that, and then give people a short period of time to digest that, and then follow up with a survey. Because ultimately, if you've taken the time to explain this to everybody, and you've given them all the explanation on it, and 99% of our community says this is not going to work for me, then I think we have to take that into consideration as we're going through this. On the other hand, if there is no way that we're going to be able to satisfy everybody, so there's going to be a number of people that will be upset in the process that it doesn't meet their specific needs, and that's just kind of the nature of the process. So my second question, and it's kind of related to this, is I think we need to be super, super clear that when the teachers are teaching the other cohort, they're not available for doing instruction. That instruction is asynchronous. And so I think that is, people think, oh, well, I can just have my virtual education that I've got right now when I'm not physically in school. And we'd have to have double the number of teachers to do that. So I think that process has to be made super, super clear. Even tonight, you got the message across, but it wasn't clear. When we talk remote learning, it is asynchronous. It is on your own remote learning. And we have to make that really, really clear to the community.
I'm so glad that you brought that up again. So if I didn't make that clear, that was such a high factor in terms of giving weight, because as people are looking at that, and what we do hear that a lot of our community wants full face-to-face. And so I think they're looking at that hybrid model of 2 days. And I know it works better sometimes with family schedules, but I think they're thinking that's more time that they have with the teacher. But the reality is those 3 days of asynchronous, they will not have live contact with their teachers, except for that Wednesday morning of full class time. That is completely on your own, because the teacher cannot be in 2 different places. And so this model of half day is for 4 days a week, students will be directly in front in small groups in front of their teachers and their peers. Versus having to go asynchronously. So definitely we'll communicate that aspect, I think, for understanding and clarity. And as we're thinking through how we can do that, looking at this presentation that we have right now, and maybe putting a verbal behind that and getting that out there tomorrow, and just really making sure that we're very clear on some of those components as to what led to our decision.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to do one small follow-up on that same top thread, so I don't have to take the circle us back around. On that async time, you mentioned the specials. Are those specials done synchronously with the specials teacher?
So at this point, I may ask Ms. Malloy to jump in as well. And so that is still as work, in that we'll work with our specials teachers that may, at this point, we know that our specials are receiving their lessons in an asynchronous format, but being able to have this time to plan together as well. So that might be able to extend more live time with our specials teachers. And so that could be, the time that they're there, just looking at exploring all kinds of methods of delivering that instruction during this asynchronous time could potentially increase this live time that they would have with their specials teachers. So we would have.
Okay, and that's
Yes.
great. And I do know that is what West Bloomfield is doing, and that process is working well because they only have, an hour and a half to 2 hours of async time when they're not in front of their normal teacher because they have those specials baked into the process. And that's generally synchronous, and at least from what I understood in that discussion.
So I definitely like looking at that model, and that's conversations that we've had. We haven't actually done that work yet with our specials teachers, so I don't want to get on this call and say that I'm committing to something that hasn't been communicated to our teachers. But
fair enough. And then the last question related to that, is there opportunities for us to use paras or other support staff in that time to provide assistance for those students if they're having problems with the async? I'm done.
Okay, so I don't necessarily, I think if you could help me with that question again.
So if students are struggling with their async work, is there any way that we can provide support for them while they're doing the async?
May I ask a clarifying question, please? Hi,
Yeah.
Good morning, I should say. Do you mean like almost like a help desk or a helpline if they could call in or connect with a paraprofessional that would be attached to their classroom?
Yeah, something like that. Because what I'm worried about is those kids today when they're doing async work, the educator is their teacher is available to them. Whereas if we have this async time, there's nobody available to support them.
Yeah, that would be a challenge. Certainly we are willing to explore lots of different options. We can definitely explore that. It's not typical that from my learning around with other districts that's available, but we certainly could be, we certainly could look into that and see what we could do. It's a good suggestion.
Sorry to my fellow board members for all the extra questions. Thanks.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, my battery's dying on my laptop. So if I shut off, I might have to go into the room with you guys. I'm just giving you a heads up on that. I'm at like 5%. So I have no questions. So I just wanted to make a statement about my computer.
I don't know if we have maybe a charger around that we can help you with.
I got a cable. I think it's the battery that's not that good.
Go back to in the communication piece. Mr. Brandon was showing putting a document into Google Translate. And I'm wondering is that what we're doing with documents? Is that how we are translating documents for our families into Google Translate?
It's just one of two options that I showed. The first one was using the district website, which is more common. And you may have noticed that we've been utilizing the district website more as a communication tool in terms of linking people to the actual communication on the website. That's very intentional because the translation function on the website is so good. So I showed that graphic first. The second series of graphics I showed was just wanted to show the community why we use Google Docs for some of our communications as well, because the Google Translate function is easy in that in terms of a copy and paste out of a Google Doc. So I was just trying to show the various ways in terms of the common outlets that we use, our website and Google, on how you can use translation functions there.
I'll hop in and layer a little bit on what Nick's saying though. Also working through Department of State and Federal programs, we use translation services. So when we have a document that is going to families, we use translation services. We also have a number of folks in the district who speak multiple language and do translation for us. We pay them to do that, as well as, yep. So then we also have some folks who speak multiple languages. So I think what Nick's really referring to is the website and how the website can be translated versus how additional documents can be translated. So we have translation services that we provide for that.
Yeah, that was really what I was trying to get at, because often Google Translate does not translate it into like a speakable.
Right.
And I just wanted to make sure that things that are being sent home or that parents have to access are actually being translated in a way that is understandable to them.
Yep.
So that they're being reviewed. Okay.
Yep. We also use Language Line as well.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with Language Line, it helps
I am.
translate verbally. So
Yes, I am. It's very convenient if you have a child who speaks a language that you don't and you want to communicate with their parents. It's a great service. And are all the parents aware of that? Like, if parents have questions that they need an answer to, are they aware that there is that service offered to the parents, and how would they know to do that?
if you're referring specifically to like Language Line and stuff, our EL staff support that. So we communicate regularly with families. In fact, even over the summer, while many students were doing summer things, our EL staff was communicating regularly with our families who are identified English learners. So as we work through all of those things, we try to communicate and really over communicate with our English learner families, because we recognize that language barriers can be a huge obstacle to access to education. So we want to overcome any of those barriers.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel a lot better, the translation piece. And then, so, you gave a lot of information tonight about, the half day and some of the supports. When would families be able to get information about extended day? They're gonna need like details and specifics. And it's not that I don't love getting 100 emails a day, but it's the more information we can put out publicly, the less people have to ask me for it, especially when I don't have it. So do you have a timeline for when that would be a thing they could find out about?
So I know that Ms. Trucks and Mr. Ruggiero on the call. Right now, we do have our extended day staff that is back. They're here, and the plan would be able to, I believe, open that program on October the 12th at the same time. But let me ask Mr. Ruggiero to follow in so we could begin that communication. Once again, right now, we, in terms of the staff that we have versus all of the sites, so we could at least begin that conversation around what's available.
Right. Good evening, everyone. We have a letter prepared actually already. We were just waiting to see where we landed. But we are prepared. We have a letter prepared, and we also have to survey our families to find out where, who's coming back as well. But we're in pretty good shape. We're ready to go. We just need to find out where we're landing here.
Well, I guess that if you're going to put out a half a day plan, like, families are going to have a lot of very specific questions. For instance, if my child goes in the mornings, can they have care in the afternoon? Can I drop them off at 7 and then they go to class and then go back to care? I mean, they're going to have questions about those kinds of things. Are those all going to be addressed so that families have that information before they have to make a choice about whether or not, for instance, they might want to stay virtual and do something else?
We'll get it out to them as soon as we can. We are talking again tomorrow with the union. So we're just working through some things, but yeah, we'll be ready. We'll go as fast as we can.
Okay, thank you. Also, I think you mean you're talking to the union today.
Right, today. Right, exactly. Sorry.
That's okay. Leonardo?
See if we can get this. Yeah, I have a question for Monica. My daughter is in the Michigan Virtual Academy. In the plan that you've detailed, you said that you would be trying to get secondary education pupils back in front of their teachers as soon as possible. Does this apply to the Michigan Academy pupils as well, the Virtual Academy ones? Or is she in it for 2021 as was originally agreed?
So I just need some clarity. If we're looking at the P-CCS Virtual Academy, that option is available for the whole year. So
Okay, that's good.
they have an opportunity to choose if they want to at semester time, but that option, they would remain remote. This is for our Safe Start students that we're speaking.
Okay, that's excellent. She loves it. So I'm happy, she's happy. That was my question.
Okay, well, good morning. It's 2 o'clock. And I'm going to try to pull some pieces together and try not to stay here till 5 o'clock in the morning. First, I want to say, I think everybody here wants what's best for kids and wants to make sure that we can bring kids back safely in the best way possible while outlining clear protocols of cleaning, about metrics, about scenarios. And as we do that, as we create these plans, these are things we've been talking about for quite a while. And one of the things I wonder about is how do we, in this whole process, ever since we started in July, respect our families with their challenges and honor their voices as we make these plans and iterate those plans. I wonder how we can pull them along rather than put a plan out and figure out, okay, this isn't working from this level or that level, recreate, put something out. Now it's maybe not. And sometimes the communication comes out too late. And then we keep doing this. And so I'm trying to think about how do we kind of go back and say, let's bring our families along and say, these are the things we're thinking about. What challenges do these propose for you? And then how do we help mitigate those challenges as we propose these plans? And then help clarify, like, for example, we just heard today that we are going to take care of families that need the afternoon or morning care. That could have been easily mitigated if we had these communications protocols or pulled our families along early enough or had some parental involvement in this process. So I guess one of my struggles is how can we honor the voices of our families? And I know we can't please everybody, and that's not what I'm asking. How do we honor our families' voices?
So I think that the answer that's coming to my mind is that we have to make every effort to do better with that. And I would say we've been behind, but the best way I will say this, and a lot of people will say, oh, you've had this work since March, and why does it feel like you don't have a plan? But I just want to remember that we were marching towards a plan where we were looking at the option A scenario that would have allowed full face-to-face to return, and we pivoted from them, and rightfully so. When we look at this matrix right now and where we are with the health department and the number of cases, so that was August 11th that we then had to build a new plan. And so I think that as we get to this point, what is so important is to make sure that multiple modes of communication, as I shared, you know, the ideas of webinars and virtual town halls, and just continuing to allow for voice. I will say this, and I think that this, at times, trust has been eroded because people will feel as if they've taken a survey and then we go in a different direction. And so we want to make sure that we're asking the right questions on our surveys and also setting expectations. So if this is getting information back and to kind of let people know ahead of time which direction that we would go. So I think it's a great question. I think that we have to commit to saying that it's a priority to do. We have to get it right. I think in each situation, you look back to say, how could you do things differently? And how can we get better? And we're always on a path to continuous improvement. I think that we have to remain together in this as we plan, because it can't be one group planning. It has to be our collective Plymouth Canton community in our voice. And I know that in this whole piece, as we continue to say, one single plan won't make anyone happy. I think the success comes from being able to communicate expectations early, answer questions early, and then bring people along. But ultimately, I've said this from the beginning, as you said, everybody wants what's best for their family and families. And at times we make decisions here that we believe are best for our community, and it might not meet the needs of all of our community. And if they have choice and it's not Plymouth Canton, we have to respect that choice in this space. We hope that everyone would return here because we believe in our school district, we believe in our staff, we believe in the educational experience, and we need to respect people through this process. Everybody's doing the best that they can for their students. So I know that was kind of a long answer, but I think we have to do better.
No, thank you. And I think everybody is understanding that, and the continuous improvement, that reflection of how do we do better? How do we get better? And so as we learn from the processes that we've had over the last 2 months, and as I hear about the secondary plan, that there's a committee that is formulating the secondary plan, I wonder if we could sort of get ahead of it now and say, how do we bring the community along now rather than wait a month and have a plan be proposed to them and they're blown away again saying, I had no idea this was going on. So again, I don't know what that looks like. That's up to you all to figure out. Do you bring do you do a webinar with some families? Do you have a cohort of families that come from different schools in the middle school and high school areas, just so you're getting a broad voice? Whatever that looks like, but I wonder if we could do that early, like next week, and have a couple of weeks where parents are part of that process, and then to come out and say, hey, we've been very thoughtful and intentional about getting community feedback. And we've heard these are some of the barriers from families, and we've removed those barriers. These are some of the barriers that we are not able to remove, but we still think this is the best plan for our kids. So that's my ask to you with regard to trying to get ahead of the next plan that is in discussion for the secondary students.
Absolutely. So in terms of,
thank you, I'm done with this round.
Frustration also when people wanted to hear that plan, but that was exactly our thinking. So this was a balance here. There was some urgency of getting to our elementary school students and getting that information out. The committee at secondary hasn't stopped meeting. They are continuing their work and really kind of looking at how we do that differently at that level and allow for bringing our community along. So that is absolutely that plan in terms of that secondary work and being able to do it a little bit differently and slow down, getting more input. And for that, we'll still have to help to manage expectations of families that are also going to be ready for us to bring our middle school students back right away. But we do want to take that time to be able to get the proper feedback. And I will say, even in terms of the teachers and having their input on the committee, I think as as we're getting into the rhythm and routine of school, maybe having some more opportunities for them to work on that level. But one part of the system that we've put in place, and this is something that was shared with us from West Bloomfield to really capture that voice, is the implementation of learning design teams by building levels. And so this has a team that we'll have stakeholders, teachers, support staff, parent representatives at each of our buildings that will have that opportunity to really talk through this implementation of the plan and be that communication to all staff and school community at that level. And so that is already underway at elementary, and the same thing would happen with our middle schools and our high schools. So really working to find avenues that we can include multiple components of voice, and so that people are heard and we have full transparency as we continue to work our plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm done for this round.
Thank you. So I have more questions on the previous presentation, but I wanted to get to one that I think is, to me, it's very important on the half-day plan, the hybrid model. And hopefully I didn't miss something, but I've been paying attention, but it's late. So I'm wondering about the students, the elementary students who receive special ed services and the half-day hybrid model. When would they be receiving those services? And would they be synchronous or asynchronous?
Hi, I'm happy to talk about, oh, Julie, are you going to jump in? Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe we can just both go. But absolutely, we always want to make sure we're honoring that really critical reading and math time for students. So we don't want to disrupt that. And so we'll do our very best to work around that. And so our instruction for special ed will always be synchronous, but it may be virtual. It might be a combination of some time when they're in, even in their half days, we might still be able to see them a bit, but it will be also synchronously in that other time. So our plan is to get really creative about how we group kids and how we work around their most critical instructional times to ensure that we're meeting the IEP requirements. And students that, we already have students coming in individually who are coming in with their parapros or coming in already for face-to-face special ed instruction. So we may begin to look at that as well to figure out how we're meeting the needs of all the students.
Okay, yes, because I mean, when you have 2.5 hours, it's really going to be difficult because you don't want them to be pulled out of anything important in the classroom, but you still want them to be, obviously getting the services that they need and deserve.
Yep.
Exactly.
Another thing we've been talking about with our students with IEPs, 504s, and also those students who are identified for English learner services is the opportunity to bring them more, like more time during the day too, if necessary, and how we'd figure that out. So again, it's a challenge, but it's in our awareness and conversation about how we maximize time.
Okay, thank you. So going back to the other presentation, I don't know if Hal is still online, but I thought I heard him talking about the clubs and activities, that there were going to be some of them meeting in person, those that are connected to academic programs. And I'm wondering, is there an example of what one of those clubs or activities would be?
One of the examples would be like the robotics club, would be for one of the clubs that would meet in person after they have their kind of figure out their plan of what they're going to do. And then they also have some conversations with the assistant principals for athletics and activities to make sure that plan is approved and make sure that they have enough space allocated indoors in the buildings. So that would be one example of a club that would.
Okay, and that's a very large club.
Yes.
So I guess I'm a little concerned here because we don't have high school students back for class, but yet we are saying that it's okay for them to meet for clubs and activities.
Well, it would not be that large. The entire club would not meet at one particular time. They would have to break down into smaller segments. As I said, like there would only be groups of 15 or less that would be under that.
Okay. And I understand athletics. You said all the fall athletics are back in session. there had been a suspension of some of them.
Yes, they're all back in session and competing.
Okay. Okay, well, that's my 2 questions for this round.
I promise I won't go over. On transportation, the beyond the school boundary, I understand the basics of that, but not all of our schools are where the daycare or care facilities are. If we have enough students, more than 5 or more than 10 that might need to have transportation to a facility that is outside of that school boundary, is that something we can get creative with in order to provide that support for parents, especially if we don't have enough extended day in a particular building?
Kelly had to drop off, so I'll answer on her behalf. I think we have to look at board policy and transportation policy within the state of Michigan to see if that's allowable and whether or not we have the flexibility to change that.
Can you guys look into that and get back to the board?
Sure.
Okay. And then my next question is also on extended day. I think it's going to be really crucial as I don't even know who it was that asked about it, but we need to know how many schools or how many classrooms we have available, because I think that's ultimately going to be one of the biggest challenges. Is as I read through the materials that you provided us here and some of the information you gave us in notes, it's space available as well as staff available. How soon will we know how much space available do we have?
So we know how much space available in terms of rooms, but the staff is the issue to that point. How many rooms can we have staffed? But then there's another component of that in terms of who's already on the waiting list, who's found different accommodations and not returning. And I don't know, Frank, can you help with that kind of question? I think the biggest piece, the first step is getting out there and trying to find out who on our waiting list that's already paid is still interested in using that, and then simultaneously working at the buildings that we have the staff for. And then, as I said, continuing that other process of finding additional staff members to support the other buildings. Frank, you want to help me?
Yeah, exactly right. You're right on the money with that. We have about 1,000 people on the waiting list right now that paid last year before COVID hit. We need to survey. We assume many of them will not be coming back, but we don't know until we ask. Again, with staff, we're down staff right now. We are trying to hire. We've got information out about positions available. I think Lisa actually hired a person this week. So we're working on it. We're trying to get into new places where we haven't advertised before for staff. And again, we're working with our friends in the union to try to figure everything out as well.
Right. So I guess I understand the union negotiations and the staffing, and my assumption is that we're going to be able to either solve that, or we're going to have some other option that's going to be palatable to everybody in that process. Mm-hmm. If, let's say, we did not have a resourcing issue, how many, with the rooms that we have available in all of our elementaries, how much space do we have while still meeting the safety guidelines that we have around social distancing and the number of kids that can be in a room? I mean, do we have room for 1,000 kids, or do we have room for 10,000 kids?
I think we probably would have to get back to you with that information. There is a little bit, and help me if I'm saying it wrong, Frank, there's a relaxed guideline this year under COVID that before where you have to have classrooms that are licensed. Now, if that building has a license already, then we could utilize different space. But of course, that space could be limited because we're also looking to run this parallel to having kids back in the building. So looking at what other available rooms could be there and utilized. So we'd have to do a little bit more work to actually get to that number for you, but we can look at the current rooms that we've had identified and the current.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Because the AM PM, the before school, after school is not really my biggest concern right now. It's more about serving those kids that need to have their when they're not in person. And so obviously there's going to be people in the classroom. So those classrooms won't be available. How soon can you guys pull that information together about what is the maximum possibility that we would have?
Monica,
I can give you an update in board notes. So I don't know what I don't know yet, but we'll talk later today. Tomorrow, and
we've been working on it. We have been working on that. We've been surveying right now. So
right, but
we have everything yet, but we will get it.
Yeah, it's about the space in the buildings. It's the potential spaces or the potential students is what I'm trying to understand what the opportunity is, because that's going to end up being factoring to the conversations that we have with the community.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
John.
He's there.
There we go. No questions? Okay. All right, I have a question about the availability of parents to make a choice to put their children into the virtual academy. So there's 173 openings across the elementary virtual academy. And like anytime you put kids in a school, they're not evenly spaced out. But so for instance, there's 18 for second grade, but for like say fourth grade, there's 45. And given that we know often children are spaced 2 to 3 years apart, you could imagine that you could have a first grader and a fourth grader, or second grader and a fourth or fifth grader that you would like to put into this virtual academy. But there's many more spaces for say fourth and fifth. So my question is, with limited space, how would the decision be made about who would get those spaces? Would children in a family be prioritized? I mean, I'm just wondering.
So sorry if I wasn't clear with that. So what I was trying to demonstrate is we have those number of spaces that are currently available that with existing classrooms, we could add students without increasing FTE and not going over class size. But we would also commit in this plan to hiring additional teachers as well in the virtual academy, because what we wouldn't want to do is limit. If we're at this place where we're saying we're ready to move and there's a significant number of our families that would want that option, if we open that window, we would commit to hiring, if needed, additional teachers to staff that. And I do think, as we think about our earlier conversation around being in a better place for budget, also in terms of our federal support that we've had for COVID, all of this virtual academy is associated with that. So that wouldn't be our concern as much right now. We would want to make sure that we have the staff to support the needs of our community. And so even when we look to that plan, if we're able to remain on track for students, if we have to hire, we could still utilize, like currently all of our premier substitutes are Canvas trained. We also have other staff members that we're using as a part of our plan right now. If we had to have a temporary start in order to until we're able to hire that teacher. So the answer is not limit the number of candidates on that option if they use during the window.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear, so then if parents don't have to worry about there's a hard cap. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure before, parents start calling and writing and they get quite a few of my questions answered. My last question for right now, and maybe for the end, because I'm getting really tired, is so somebody had emailed about this idea of kids wearing these mesh masks to get around the requirement for a mask. So I'm hoping that our guidelines are tightened up, because they talk about, like, the best practice was in there, that it's either a surgical or 2-ply cloth mask. Can we have something put in there to make it so that it's not optional and it's just like, well, this covers my face? Because that just doesn't really, I don't want people arguing it's the letter of the law when the spirit was contain the droplets.
Yes. And so I appreciate that information, and we'll pass that on to our Wallet school committee that would be able to update. And I think Dr. Summers tried to address that with the different masks, but now to be able to translate that over to our component. So once again, as we look to things that are recommended, but what we're saying is we want the most rigorous protocols. So we're going to require some things that might be recommended elsewhere. Kathy, is that enough?
Yeah, that's fine. And certainly we can put that visual that Dr. Summers has shown through the presentation and the COVID toolbox, so that that'll be a good reference for parents for face masks. So we'll include that in the COVID toolbox as well for an educational document.
So to be clear, I don't want it to just be a reference. I want it to be parents understand if your child shows up with this, we're going to give them a mask that they're going to put on, because I don't want them to say, well, this is the best idea, but this is, this is not as effective, but it's a mask, because they will show up that way.
Yes, and what we can do is we can offer, we do have surgical masks for children, child-sized masks, and then we can provide, we then will probably, I know, do a follow-up phone call to the parent to say, this is not acceptable. Just providing education, and that will enhance the understanding.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. Leonardo?
No, I haven't got any questions, Patty.
Yes, I have a few to follow up on with regard to extended care for our families that need that support. What is the cost for that?
Monica, you were on mute.
I was asking for some assistance from Ms. Trucks or Mr.
Yeah, I think Lisa's off right now. I don't want to tell you. I'm not thinking clearly right now either. It's a little late for me. I'll get you the number. We came to there's a different number now at this point because our ratio is going to be lower. So it's a little bit higher. I don't even want to guess. We will let you know. Absolutely.
Okay. With that, just a follow-up question, because where I was really trying to go with this is we have a lot of families that are struggling and they didn't prepare to be in the situation where they would have to pay for extended care. So how can we as a district support them with some families that need financial support to cover daycare or extended daycare costs? Is there something that, go ahead.
There is financial aid available for families who need it, as there has been in the past. And we work with them.
Excellent. Okay, I just want to make sure we're supporting our families from every aspect, every level. These are really hard times and we want them to know we're here for them. Particularly, this is something that we might have to take up later. If there are needs, unmet needs, we could talk about it as a board to say, how do we better support our families? My next question is more around the half-day schedules. And, we've been talking about daily schedules and what schedules look like. Again, I think here's an opportunity for us to get clarity up front before we actually have this model or this hybrid plan be into implementation. Can you, Monica, you or your team talk about what that half day looks like? So if I am the morning face-to-face, what does my afternoon look like? And if I'm the afternoon face-to-face, what does my morning look like?
Ms. Malloy, are you available to jump in? Or Ms. Brady, Dr. Brady?
Okay, Mr. Keyhole, that was my cat. So just for fun, he was on my lap and then freaked out because I turned my camera on. So let me just talk about what happens when they're face-to-face. Let's start there. So that's kind of immaterial if it's morning or afternoon, because it'll be a similar experience, whether it's morning or afternoon. So as Ms. Merritt had discussed, the priority would be literacy and mathematics for that face-to-face time for students. So students will engage in a variety of literacy activities. It varies obviously by grade level a little bit on what they'll do. Kindergarten looks a little bit different than 5th grade. They'll participate in writing lessons, reading lessons, and some word study time. Because of the
I guess I'm more
amount.
concerned about the asynchronous time.
Okay, I'm just trying to give you a frame a little bit first so that you know, so they're not missing any content, that's all. The asynchronous time, those lessons are being done there, but let's take 4th grade writing or 3rd grade writing. They might need more time to finish some of those activities. So that lesson will be introduced to them. They will get started on those concepts for writing or reading, for example. But then on their alternate time, that other half of the time, they might need to finish some of those things. So that's that continuation of learning from face-to-face time that was discussed earlier today. So that could be a portion of their time. Additionally, there would be time where students would need to work on science or social studies concepts in their non-face-to-face time. That could be asynchronous, meaning that it's done using a computer, but it also could be materials that they're taking home with them to do at home. So it could be a mixture of those two pieces. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's screen time involved, but it would be activities that they would need to complete. So it's continuation from the morning. So it could be, they might need to do something reading related. They might need to finish up some writing. They probably will have some math components that they might need to do, but then also the science and the social studies would be done in that other time frame.
Okay, and so again, just to avoid some of the confusion that we keep hearing about from parents is, I don't know what is expected of my child when they're not online in a face-to-face class or a Zoom class. So when they have that independent time, I think it's really important for us to be really clear and consistent from every class, every building about the expectations. So there are not discrepancies that one class is a free day in the afternoon, yet maybe there's reading involved, and another class has a really well laid out schedule. We keep hearing that over and over again in our families, that the schedules are not consistent. So I just want us to get ahead of that to make sure that the schedules are clearly outlined for families, they're structured and they're consistent and they're well supported.
So one of the things that Ms. Malloy and I have started working on is obviously the schedules that we are currently using would need to be adjusted, right? The schedule samples that we had shared with you earlier, those, when we would go to a hybrid model, that would need to be adjusted. And so those would be provided for teachers so that we can give consistency.
Great, thank you. Those are my.
Thank you. So this is sort of following up on some of the things that Anupam was talking about as far as, the parent input and communication. I'm wondering if, I think looking back with hindsight, we've had a couple of instances within the last couple of months where, administration has proposed some things that then the board and the community have maybe not been on the same page with, to put it nicely, I think. So what I'm wondering is, going forward, how to mitigate that and how to make sure that that we don't get to a point where we're getting a proposal at a board meeting and that we can't necessarily agree with without getting more information. And so to try to mitigate that kind of situation, I'm hoping that we can have parents on committees, or at least, do something like focus groups or something like that, but also getting board input. If we could have board members on committees also, or just something so we're not in this situation again where everyone's in an uproar and, we're telling you to go back to the drawing table. Not that we are in this case necessarily, but just, some of the issues that we've had with some of the recent proposals where I think if there had been more communication back and forth between the community and the district, and also with administration and the board. So it's not really a question other than I'm saying, can we please do this? So.
Are you look? I'm sorry. I thought you said it's not a question. And yes, we are. I think that was my response already to Vice President Sidhu, is absolutely that's what we are intending to do. So if you're looking for an answer, then I continued with that response. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And I heard that for the community's voice, but I also wanted to make sure that we have the board involved as well. So.
I'm trying to figure out, are you waiting for a response from me? Or are you satisfied?
No, Patrick's gonna go, but he's getting a charger or something.
Yeah. No, we were not waiting for you. We're waiting for Patrick.
Okay, Patrick's ready.
Add to that a conversation that I think would be helpful for us as administration in terms of work with the board. Is it's so oftentimes 3 weeks before we have time together, and we get kind of confused in terms of our communication protocols. So I recall in a meeting in June where I think one school had watched the video before the board, and there became a whole discussion online about, hey, don't get this information out ahead of the board. And then on the flip side, last meeting, we want to get communication out before the board's heard it. I really think that it would be helpful if we do some workshops, more settings. So in between board meetings, especially during this time of COVID-19, so that we don't have to have so much time in between our communications. I would love even, and we haven't really talked about this timeline yet, but us to get a meeting within a week of now, so we can really just be in this workshop setting, having it start earlier than the 7 o'clock, so we have time to answer questions, feedback, input, and multiple opportunities to do that. I think it would be so helpful for all of us to improve those communication channels.
Totally agree, Monica, and I think that would be very helpful for us to do that. I think there also might be valuable for us to see if we have potentially board representation in some of the committees. As Kate told us, or told me before, we had board representation on the redistricting or the boundaries review committee, and that may help get us ahead of this. I mean, we ultimately have to make it so all the board members are aware, but I think that the workshops and then potentially having people involved in the committees would help. So I'll use that as one of my questions. The next question I have is one that we've talked many, many times. We talked about it extensively at F&O. It's clean. Clean is not where it needs to be now. And I think that the administration has acknowledged that. I have real anxiety about whether GRBS is actually going to be able to hire all of the more than 40 staff that they say that they're going to have by the end of the month, which is today. So, I mean, and if they do hire them, when are those people going to be on board? Rich, you're on mute.
Yep, sorry. Debbie, do you want to handle this first?
Sure. So, all as public school employees with regular constant contact need fingerprinting. And so, some of it is going through the hiring process, identifying the people, and then they have to be fingerprinted. So a little bit at the mercy of state of Michigan in that respect. And then going through the training process. So it's about a 2-week process. I know we've been updating the board on a weekly basis of where they are in the hiring process. And we've also described earlier tonight in the slides about alternatives to GRBS and other contractors to do smaller pieces of the district, as well as hiring our own staff with individual positions. So we are taking a 3-pronged approach to this issue, and we'll update the board again in board notes this week.
Okay, so you don't have any updates as to the progress on those things yet. We'll find out on Friday.
Yep, I'll have more actually probably within 24 hours to 48 hours.
Okay, great. It just ultimately, that's kind of, for me, it's a prerequisite for us allowing us to have kids back in class. So I hope that we can get this fixed.
Yep, and we still have our repurposed staff that are on board until such time as they're return to their original assignments, either in the cafeteria or in paraprofessional assignments.
Okay, one last related question on that. If it takes 4 minutes to sanitize a classroom, it doesn't seem like you could do that at Workman with one Clorox machine.
Well, what we'd be doing is we're talking about possibly pulling down the middle and high school Clorox machines into those areas during the day while we are still just rolling out the elementary levels, because the Clorox 360 machines are not really needed during the day at the middle and high school. So we would be able to pull into bigger buildings like your Workman's, Dodson, to be able to accomplish that.
Can we buy more machines?
Sure, we can.
Let's do that. I mean, at least that's my recommendation, is for the administration to bring that forward, and because I think you'd find the board would be very supportive of that.
Yeah, we already have 3 spares or 4 spares right now.
Right, but you may, if you're going to do an entire elementary school in 2 hours, you may need 2 machines for each school.
Definitely, we can look at that.
I mean, at least from my perspective, that would be, it would be supported by the funds that are available in COVID process, and B, it would help provide the protection for us to do this. And if we're talking about having a day staff plus us hiring our own staff in the building, then we've got the staff to be able to do it, and we can make sure that those rooms are actually clean. That's my perspective. I mean, obviously, this is a decision that the administration has to make, but that would be my recommendation.
Heard.
Okay, so I'm losing all train of thought at this point. So when they're talking about on Wednesdays, if you do the hybrid, that the kids would have a morning meeting where they would check in with their teacher. So, and then they would know what they're supposed to be doing that day. So do you have any idea about how long would that meeting last, and what happens if kids don't check in? So, my child didn't get up out of bed. They didn't do that check-in in the morning. Are they now at this point lost for the entire day, and they're just like, I don't know what to do? And the teachers now are busy planning and, meeting in their PLC and getting ready for, the instruction they're going to have to be delivering Thursday and Friday. So I'm just wondering, is that going to be I feel like that would have to be something that is this is a requirement. You have to do this. We're taking attendance.
Right. It would be an expectation that students were joining in for that 30-minute check-in and class meeting. But the lessons in the guide for the day would be in Canvas. so that if a family member needed to have guidance about what the lessons would be, those would be listed in Canvas, and along with the schedule. So the access to the information around the lessons would be in Canvas for that day. And so the teacher would review, with the class, this is what you're going to be doing. Remember, you did this such and such yesterday. You're continuing to work on this. And it's posted in Canvas as the learning for the day. That's why it's so important to have that extra planning and learning time so the teachers can share the load with one another in their grade level teams and get those things in Canvas for that async or for that remote learning time.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that making sure that it's communicated to families that this is something you have to do, this is a requirement, so that we don't hear later, well, it's all in Canvas, so we don't really have to do that. Because that's, if it's like, well, if it's all in Canvas and we'll just go over it, then parents will think that it's totally optional and they're not going to. But then I'm worried that then they're not going to understand that all the work is there. You have to do it. There's nobody to call later.
Got it.
So just making sure that communication to the family is really clear.
Sure. That's helpful. Thank you for bringing that forward.
And then I had a question, but clearly you had not discussed like the specials teachers idea is still up in the air, so I don't need to ask that. But and then the last thing I'm really worried about is I'm still very worried about this cleaning, because we hear over and over and over about the cleaning, and we get pictures sent to us about the cleaning in the rooms, and then we have parents asking questions about who's going to clean between the groups, and is it going to be clean enough? Why do I want to put my child in there? I feel like there's a lot of anxiety in the community about the cleaning piece. And I'm worried that a lot of parents, because they are so, they're very, very worried about it, and that's affecting their entire perception of what they're willing to be doing. So I don't know that there's an actual question here or an answer, but this is a really, really big issue that we really have to get a handle on.
And I would agree. I just would like to respond that it is a collective we have to get a handle on, and we cannot address it unless we know. And so I know that there are various reasons. Sometimes people may express fatigue about not filling out something because they don't think anything's going to happen, but the same effort to take a picture and send it to a parent or to have a conversation with a board member, I just ask that please let me know, because it's not coming to me. And so now we're trying to do, that's what you heard about earlier. We have assigned a central office staff person to every single building as just another layer of check and balance. And that is that point person that will be in that building, talking to staff members, walking the building, filling out a checklist, signing in with the principals to make sure that principals and central office agree that the supports and cleans are in place. So we want to do everything. We're fully committed. It is an issue. We have to get it right, but everybody has to agree to communications and making sure that we're following the procedures so we know how to get it right. And it's not even about sharing the name of a person, but if we at least are able to know there's an issue that's been raised in a building, so I can say, hey, cabinet person assigned to that building, if you can please check in, go talk to the staff and find out. And that's the only way we're going to get it together, is if we work together.
Leonardo, do you have questions?
Nope, no questions.
Okay, Anupam, do you have questions? Okay.
Yes, I do. I have a couple of them, and trying to pick. I kind of want to touch back on the communication piece. I know we talked about translation services and support. Out of curiosity, the plan that was sent to families on Friday, was that sent to families who need translated information? Did they get it in different languages, or was that only sent out in English?
No, they got a website link that linked them directly to the news story on the website, which can be translated into many, many languages using a simple one-click function in the top right corner. That's exactly why we posted it to the website and why we're distributing more and more information that way, because of the language translation capability.
Okay, so I have a little, I wonder how we can better support our families and be more intentional about supporting them with their needs, rather than hoping that they kind of figure out what is available online. As we know, many families use a mobile phone to access information. So if there's a PDF that is in their native language, or there's even Google Docs, here's English, here's Spanish, here's Arabic, here's Chinese, they can click on whatever language they need. Again, I'm trying to figure out how we can be more customer service oriented to families that need it, rather than letting them kind of figure out. I mean, I'm an EL kid, okay? I can tell you, when my family got stuff and they didn't know what to do with it, they would just look at it and like, okay, whatever. They were not going to go through a couple of steps, try to figure out, how am I going to get this translated? And I think we owe that to our families, especially when we have the talent in this district, to make sure that content can be translated, at least in our top 3 languages. So that's my ask for communication, for improved communication. If we can get that stuff early enough, give it to whomever for translation, send it out in multiple formats. I know districts all across Wayne County do that. My next one is more of clarifying question. Monica, I heard earlier in the presentation that you said that this new plan has less screen time with the half-day proposals. And when I just kind of do the math in my head, if let's just say it's a Monday, Tuesday, face-to-face, and 3 days virtual, and let's say we're talking about 5-hour days or 6-hour days, but let's just use 5 for simplicity. That's 15 hours of screen time in a remote environment. When you're doing half days, so you're half day face-to-face in the morning, the other half, let's again do 3 days, that's 3 times 4 is 12, 4 days of the half day remote learning plus the Wednesday. So to me, they're almost equivalent to screen time. So for us to say one is more screen time or less screen time is a little misleading, at least when I look at just the simple math of it.
So I think that what I hope you heard us say is that there will be opportunities that are not going to be computer-based. So if the student has worked on lessons or assignments during that day and they have that opportunity to continue that work in the afternoon, that wouldn't have to be computer-based work. And so right now where we have that specific schedule, especially when we look at the elementary school where we have those blocks carved out in terms of what they're doing, this would shift that work, and so could reduce. It wouldn't always have to be technology-based work that they're doing in the sessions when they're not face-to-face. Maureen, do you want to continue on?
Yeah, I just wanted to really, just build on that with our littlest, our youngest learners. The opportunity for the teacher to be with the student for half the day and hand the student something to take home, that's something we're struggling with in this fully virtual model, is getting artifacts, getting things in the hands of students. And so the screen time could be reduced and give families more flexibility in those times where they're not in person, especially for our younger learners, because they could be taking things home with them from school to be working on. So that takes them away from the screen. One of the things we have heard from a lot of our families of our younger students is that they have to sit right next to the students with, helping navigate technology. And so it is our thinking, it is our plan that we would offer more flexibility around that so that it's not all in front of a screen using technology when students are going home. So that's kind of our thinking behind it. I understand what you're saying about the messaging, and we certainly don't want to be misleading. So we can think about how we might clarify that a little bit more, could be helpful, so it's more clear for families.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Maureen, piggybacking on what Anupam was just talking about, the model that we keep talking about is a child who goes to school in the morning and then in the afternoon they have their asynchronous time where they're doing extensions of what they learned that morning. But what about the child who is assigned to afternoon school in person? Are they in the morning working on something from the previous day, or?
Yeah, and absolutely, and you're right. We have been using that as an example, but in our thinking and in our planning and our discussion, it works in either way. You know, it's a little bit different, right? So the teacher sending things home with the student in the afternoon for the more independent work the next following day in the morning might have to have a direction sheet to go with it. Might have to have something more posted in Canvas to help the families. But I think that would be the same even moving from morning to afternoon, because once children get home, they're still going to need that guidance. The family hasn't been with them in the in-person learning. So either way, with our younger learners that aren't as independent, whether they're coming in the morning and going home and working more independently and remotely in the afternoon, or they're going home or they're in person in the afternoon and they're going to be doing more independent remote learning in the morning, they're still going to need some guidance around that. So you're right.
They are, because, you know, sometimes after sleeping on it, they might need a reminder of exactly what was expected. Because I know my kids you know, they would not remember what they needed to bring to school the next day. So
mine either. So really that again just validates any hybrid model is really going to be so important in the districts we talk to, whether it's a full day or a half day, that Wednesday planning time for teachers, for this very example of them teachers having to post and have information for any time students are learning at home, anytime. And so that's extra time that's added a second level of work for teachers. So that added planning and prep time and grade level collaborative time is so important for the success of any hybrid model.
thank you. Going back to the presentation from the different committees, I thought I apologize because I think that Kelly Spalding is not here anymore, but I don't know if Debbie knows or if you know, at least you could get the answer for me in board notes, but I thought I heard Kelly say that if there's a bus driver who has a positive case of COVID-19, that we would be notified within 48 hours. And I'm wondering if I heard that right, first of all. And then I'm also wondering if we could get that timeline maybe shortened.
Yeah, I don't believe that was what she meant. I believe it's the testing, the time the driver cannot return back to work without a negative test for 48 hours, I think. But I will get that answer for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm done for this. Hopefully I'm done for now, for today.
And I was going to just ask kind of a procedural question. We are getting to 3:00 a.m. and I know, and I would ask respectfully if we can have another special meeting to continue this work. And I know that we also want to just kind of go back to that conversation, just an action item of the ECOL absent of this hybrid model. So I just want some time to really talk about when could we do a next meeting and continue discussion and how, and I think there's also like a webinar kind of thing that we'll need to restart this meeting because that time is about to run out on us as well. So maybe Nick, you can tell us what time that is, and then we'll talk about what we need to do.
There is one question I wanted to ask that had some urgency to it before we finish our questions. Okay, with respect to the virtual academy, if we're talking about expanding the virtual academy and allowing people to do that, there's a number of people that want to make that choice right now, regardless of what we choose in terms of how we go back to school hybrid. Is it possible to open up that re-enrollment process immediately for the virtual academy? Because it sounds like we're committed to both using up the spaces that we have and hiring new teachers to do that. I don't see any downside to opening it tomorrow. And if more people go into the virtual academy, then that frees up physical space in the buildings, which helps us to potentially address some of the situations where we may have some struggles in getting that 6-foot social distance.
I wouldn't mind open that up. Give us some time to think about what that looks like, because I think what we might be criticized for is for families that are saying that we're asking them to make a decision before they have all of the details. And I think that's happened last time. And so I just want to be mindful of that.
Yeah, I would just say open it, not require, not put a date on closing it. Just open it so people know that they want to make the choice, then they could do that now.
I think procedurally it's better to have a start in time, because we'd have to kind of keep that as a tight window. We have to deal with staffing and all of that. So my preference would be, once where you're voting, we know what the direction is, then we announce that opening, making sure that we're getting questions answered, whatever that time period that we would need to do to try to get on track for the first day, I think would be my recommendation there.
Yeah. I support that, Monica. I think that's a great idea because that gives people a little bit more time to get the much needed information. The other piece is I'm sure they'll ask questions, which we want them to be able to do before they actually enroll in this, is, you know, some of the things like, does the virtual academy, is it a seamless transition with the same curriculum? I know they're going to have different teachers, but I think parents are wondering about some of those things. So I think you're right with giving them an opportunity and then opening up that window.
Okay, so are you wanting to discuss this action item that we have, Monica?
So either way could go first. This evening, I know that we're asking that you consider the action item, which is the approval of the ECOL hybrid model decision. And then at the same time, I'd like to see if we could get our calendars and schedule as soon as possible another meeting to continue this conversation, because I would like to see if we can get to that place where we're able to make a decision so that we can inform our community. If we're able to stay on the timeline for returning.
So like what what are you looking at for a meeting date?
So is there any availability this week? I'm assuming tomorrow's not, because we wouldn't be able to post the special meeting in 18 hours. So I would say that a Friday is.
Friday.
This Friday?
What time are you thinking about?
I can't do it all night. Friday.
What's that?
I can't do it until 3 o'clock.
No.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
3:30?
3:30?
I can't stay up.
Oh, no. No, we're not staying up till.
Okay.
Oh, no. No. That's not what we're talking. We're not talking about being.
Make sure we're on the same page time-wise.
No.
Second.
Yeah, and we could probably just do that whole as a virtual meeting. That would save like some of the logistics of having to come in. So what is the availability for people on Friday? I have students till 3. So.
We could do 3:30.
And they don't sit quietly at like, well, I could do something else like that. Well, they might.
I'll be
But
in
that would,
hospital.
5. You gotta work done.
you have to work.
No. 4.
I can be available as early as 3:30.
Okay, so we can do 4.
I can't do it. I'm in hospital.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, I'm sitting here with severe pain in my back and have been for the last 7 hours. But
So
it'll
you're
be
thinking,
okay.
yeah, okay. So you're thinking to yourself, yeah, I hope it solves your problem.
I hope so too.
Yeah. We could do 4 on Friday, Monica.
Right? I think
Okay.
works for me.
All right.
We also want to consider that closed meeting either before or after.
Yeah, because we also need, are we also going to need a closed session?
If we can put that on the same day, that would be great.
Yes, we can.
So do you want to try to do that before or after?
I have kids till 3, but at 3 we're done.
So we could start, if we want to. 3:30.
Okay, so you can start at 3:30.
Closed session at 3:30 and then.
Yeah.
Publicize when the special meeting is beginning. Let's, we could say closed session at 3:30 and the regular or special meeting begins at 4:30 and have an hour.
Okay. Okay.
Time we could continue.
4:30. Yeah. And no, I'll email you about an agenda. So then you want to do the action item? Is that what we have left?
That is correct.
So to be very clear to anybody who might still be up watching us, we are not approving a hybrid plan. What we are approving is really the plan that we had already approved previously with some minor adjustments to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct. So we're looking at the previous plan, which are our COVID-19 preparedness and response plan. And now this new addition is the ECOL, the Extended Continuity of Learning Plan, that talks about those components that Ms. Rail shared with you. And we're looking at our insurances, is all the things that we talked about today. Once again, that is the fluid plan. You have to approve it as a board one time by October 1st. And then every month we need to give updates on our process in the plan and change or tweak any requirements that take place from there. So that is only that component. We will then separately have a vote on our hybrid model for returning. And then next month we would update our ECOL to include that new change.
And again, for anybody who might still be watching, the approval is because of the legislative change that was made that requires the board to reaffirm this on a monthly basis. So just so people don't wonder why we're doing this, the legislature, passed a new law that we have to do this, every month. So this is basically just a legislative requirement. It's no big changes. It's what Ms. Rail went through. It is not approval of any hybrid return to school plan. Because I don't want to see tomorrow somebody emails me as you voted on returning to school hybrid. So Patrick, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear for everybody that we have not abandoned the hybrid plan. We're going to have a special meeting on Friday to discuss that further. So we are very much interested in getting our students back to school in person and exploring whether this plan or some other options might be suitable to address that.
We're just not doing that right now. Does anybody have any questions about this? No? All right, so then I am looking for a motion on action item 210915. Consider approval of a resolution, extended continuity of learning plan, ECOL, first and final reading.
Madam President, I move that we approve action item 2109-15. Consider approval of a resolution, extended continuity of learning plan, first and final reading.
Thank you. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by member Borninski and seconded by member Sidhu. Can you take us through a roll call vote, please, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Member Berninski,
Yes.
Member Brooks, yes. Member Kehoe,
Yes. Yes.
Member Lazarowitz,
Yes.
Member McCoyne,
Yes.
Member Savage,
Yes.
Member Sidhu.
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, the motion passed 7-0. And so the teaching and learning portion, we will have to, we are tabling until another time. And we are meeting again on Friday at 3:30. At which time we will also go over anything else that is outstanding. So we have come to the end of our agenda. And Patrick, do you have a question?
I just want to thank everybody at the board.
All the people that stayed on, there's 139 people still watching us.
Wow.
So, yeah, so thank you to the community. We know how important this is, and we want to make sure that we do this right.
I am impressed that people are still watching this. And now they can just stay up for work in the morning because it's late. So yes, thank you so much for the engaging with us this evening. And we will adjourn. It is 3:11.
One point of clarification, I heard us
Oh.
say the meeting on Friday, 3:30 would be the closed session for the purpose of negotiations, and then the special meeting would begin.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Merritt, and thank your team for also hanging with us tonight and for your patience in answering all of our questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.